5 years ago, I took my very first sales call, and since then, I have closed and contributed over $10 million in sales for people like Iman Ghazi and Alex Hormozi's Gym Launch. But not only that, I have helped dozens and dozens of people go from having literally zero sales experience to earning anywhere from $10, $15, $20, even $39,000 in commission within one single month. What you are about to watch is the most valuable high-ticket sales training that you will find on YouTube, and I mean it. In this full course, which I hate the sound of courses, so in this full program, what you'll learn is, number one, my exact sales approach that brought me from having a 25% close rate to closing at 45 to 50% on a consistent basis, and some weeks even higher than that. Number two is how to spot and land legitimate $10,000 per month earning opportunities, all while avoiding the companies that will waste your time. And number three, I will talk about exactly what it takes to be a top 1% earning remote salesperson. But I do have to warn you, this won't be your typical 10-minute sales tips video. You'll probably need a notebook, you'll probably need to watch it a few times and actually implement the things that I talk about. This is everything that I wish I had when I started, and I am giving it to you completely for free. Now, before anything, what is high-ticket sales? High-ticket sales has a few different names. You could call it remote sales as well, remote closing. And essentially what it is you are a online remote sales rep, you work from home, and you are taking Zoom calls or phone calls to close the deal for an online service-based business. Typically, each call will be anywhere from 30 minutes to 1 hour long, and the price point of the product that you're selling could vary anywhere from $2,000 all the way up to $100,000 that you'll be closing with one singular call. Now, there is some nuances. Gym Launch, for example, was a 2-call close because we were selling a product that was $40K, meaning I was expected to close a $40,000 deal within 2 calls, and I would earn a good chunk of commission for the deal that I closed. Now, there are so many different industries that you could do remote sales with. For example, e-learning, consulting, AI-based sales, the tech industry, B2B sales, and numerous other industries. One question I've gotten a lot from people the past year is, do I think high ticket sales will eventually die out or get replaced by AI? I don't think that at all. I think sales will really be the last frontier of things that may get replaced by AI. But what I do know is that eventually the market of where you can make the most money with remote sales will start to shift. For example, the past couple years, the area where you can make the most money with remote sales tends to be e-learning, meaning selling some type of mentorship or course or consulting program to B2C customers. And what that is now shifting to is you can make the most money with remote sales by doing B2B, meaning you are selling an online service-based product to a business that's going to help them grow or scale their operations. And eventually this will shift again. You know, maybe the hot market for you to sell in 5 years from now will probably have something to do with AI or tech. For example, I have a friend of mine, his name is Will Maxwell, no code Will. He is selling a cybersecurity tech offer. He lives in Australia, but the company is based out of California. It is B2B, and he has a $250,000 base salary, plus he's earning commission. The guy is earning anywhere from like $500 to $600K a year. Now, some of the benefits of online remote sales is definitely the time freedom, the location freedom. This all comes within a degree, which I'll explain right now, and the financial freedom as well. You don't have a cap on your income. Now, I remember when I was 21 years old, I had my daughter. This was 5 years ago. I had no idea what I wanted to do. The one thing that I knew was the lifestyle that I did not want to live. I knew I didn't want to do some type of in-person job. I knew I didn't want to be in the corporate industry. I knew that I wanted financial freedom, time freedom, at least the ability to control my own schedule, and some type of location freedom. And hey, because I knew what I did not want in life, it made it really easy to X out the things that would not give me what I want versus making a list of the things that could get me to my big vision and then starting to try them. And remote sales was one of those opportunities that fell into that bracket. So I actually tried and failed about 4 different type of business models before I dove into remote sales and got hired at Gym Launch, which is where I saw the most success. But one thing I will preface with remote sales is that you have a degree of time freedom. I don't think any way of making money or business model is completely hands off, meaning you're just sipping pina coladas on the beach and raking tons of money. There's levels before you get to that point. But with remote sales, you do have time freedom in the degree where you control your own calendar. You could choose when to take calls. You could choose how often that you work. But it is still something where, hey, if I want to earn $1,000 in commission on a $10,000 product, I have to give 45 minutes of my time and take a sales call. Now, this leads to commission and pay structure. Obviously, I just talked about a buddy of mine, Will Maxwell, aka No Code Will, who has a very strong base salary plus commission on top of that. But commission structures could vary depending on the company that you work for. The most common commission structure that I see is 10% of cash collected. Meaning, if you are selling a product like Gym Launch, for example, that is $40,000, you earn 10% of that, which means if you close a $40K offer, you will earn $4,000 in commission for that one call. But that can vary. Like I mentioned, I've seen companies give 15%, 20%, 7.5%, or in Will's case, I've seen tech-based companies or different companies that are giving you a very, very strong base salary plus commission on top of that. Now, as far as what I prefer, I would prefer to be commission only. And reason being, it puts you in a position to where your income is not capped. It can be scary for some people that you are strictly performance-based, but hey, that is sales at the end of the day. I know if I am at 10 or 15% commission, I could really run my income up to 30, 40, 50K within a month, as long as I do well on my calls. Now, to really emphasize the best industries to sell in right now, I'd say it's two things. Number one is e-learning, and number two is B2B. Now, e-learning is selling, like I mentioned, some type of course or mentorship, but it's an industry that's only growing. I have looked at the stats on this before, and it's expected to grow an extra 300 to 500% over the coming years, which makes it really easy to see how this is a great industry to get your start with remote sales. Now, number two is B2B. I actually enjoy B2B sales a lot more because you're dealing with people and prospects or businesses that already have money, meaning you hardly ever deal with disqualified prospects. And most times as a business owner, they're professional buyers. So they are there because they are looking to purchase the product that you're selling. As long as you're able to conduct a good sales call and pinpoint the problem that a business is going through, and then pitch your product and how you're going to solve that problem, a lot of times it's much easier to sell to people with money. They're much more willing to pull out their credit card at the end of the call and say, hey, $15,000, that's no problem because I clearly see the value and I see how this is going to help my business grow. Or as Alex Hormozi says, sell to rich people with money. So those are my two favorite industries. The third industry would be tech. I do think this is only going to boom in the future. And typically with tech, you could get a lot stronger base salaries rather than being commission only. Now, as far as like realistic income potential for remote sales and being a remote closer, I like to keep it very real with people. You know, there is a very big gap on any given sales team. You will see a salesperson that's earning $30,000 or $40,000 within a month, sometimes a lot more. And then you'll see the bottom salesperson who's earning anywhere from $8,000 to $12,000 per month. So I'd say that's the most realistic gap. As long as you go to a good company, which I'll show you guys how to find one throughout this video, you should be earning anywhere from 8 to 40K per month as you continue progressing. But hey, you know, depending on the company, you could earn a hell of a lot more. I've seen remote sales guys earn $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 all within a month, which is absolutely crazy to see because, for example, I have a lot of old friends of mine who went to college for 4 years just to land a $60,000, $70,000 per month salary job compared to me, who I got into remote sales and by month 6, I was making 20K a month. Now that we wrap that up, let's dive into chapter 1, which is sales fundamentals. All right, now before we dive into the meat and potatoes of this free course, meaning the fundamentals of sales, the one call close framework, me breaking down every single section of a one call close and tell you what I'd say, how I'd say it, the questions I'd ask, how I'd pitch, how I'd objection handle, plus much, much more. There is one thing that I want to cover first, and that is, what would be a free course without a mindset section? Now, bear with me. This will be a 60-second spiel of a couple key fundamental sayings that I tell myself on a daily basis that has served me the past 7 or 8 years, along with dozens of other people that I've worked with and salespeople within Learn Sales Group. Now, the reason why I tell you this, I have come to learn just in the past years of experience and with speaking to a lot of people that, you know, there is a lot of people that view life as something that is difficult and that doesn't serve them. And what that means is like maybe along this path of you getting to where you want to go or reaching that big vision in your head, there's been a lot of hurdles and a lot of things that hold you back. And it makes you view the world or view life as, hey man, life is super hard. It's difficult. And I want to be the first to tell you that will never serve you. A saying that I tell myself on a daily basis is that life is easy, so don't make it difficult. Now, will this completely change your life? It might, right? But what it does for me is gives me a perspective shift. I would rather view every single situation and view my life as something that's going to be extremely easy to get to where I want to go, rather than waking up every morning and dreading the day because I feel like life is going to be difficult for me. And so it's a small thing, but I tell myself this every single day. I have it written on a piece of paper that I read, that life is easy, so don't make it difficult. And to add on to that, I do believe there is some validity in the law of attraction, right? So why would I wake up every single morning and envision my life as something that's going to be extremely difficult and start attracting those things rather than thinking abundantly and framing my mind and framing the way that I look at every single situation as, hey, my life is going to be easy. I'm going to figure it out and get what it is that I want. So life is easy. Don't make it difficult. Now, the second thing is a simple saying that'll probably get tattooed on my body at some point. And the reason why I say this is listen, I have had ups and downs. I have made money. I have lost all of the money, then made it back again, then lost it again. And I always still to this day have these anxieties since I was young that I am one step away from gaining everything that I ever wanted, but I'm also one step away from losing everything that I have. And like I said, to this day, I still feel those feelings. And I'm still faced with roadblocks or hurdles along the road that I feel like is holding me back from getting to where I want to go. And so this saying that I tell myself all the time is to fight back. That is the only response, to fight back. So if I am ever faced with a difficult situation, I have two things that I do. I frame my mind into thinking that life is easy, so don't make it difficult. And number two, the only response that I have is to fight back. Unfortunately, not all of life is in my control. And it's the same thing for you. So sometimes the only thing you can do when you're faced with those negative thoughts or those situations that you feel like is holding you back is to fight back. And so for reference, this video that I'm making now is a version of myself fighting back. It's my way of fighting back to the thoughts of myself that, hey, maybe I won't become the person who I said I'll be. Or shit, I feel so close to getting to where I want to go, but I also feel like I'm one step away from losing it. And so the only thing I can do is to fight back. Now that we wrap that up, let's dive into the fundamentals of a sales call. And first we'll cover the anatomy of a sales call. Now the way remote sales calls go typically are either 1 call closes or 2 call closes. And if you're questioning, Alex, how do I know if an offer will be a 1 call close versus a 2 call close? I always break it down like this: the bigger the ask, the longer the runway. Meaning the more expensive the product is that you're selling, the longer the sales process is. You'll be surprised, most products that are anywhere from $20,000 and below typically are 1 call closes. Anything above $20,000 typically will turn into 2 call closes. Each call is about 45 minutes long, or at least that's how long it'll be booked into your calendar. And again, your job is to take the conversation from the point of a prospect saying, hey, this is something I'm kind of interested in. I saw your guys' website. It looks interesting. All the way to the point at the end of minute 45, he or she is handing you their credit card and saying, let's do this, I'm ready to go. The cool thing about remote sales, from what I've seen and experienced my past 5 years, is it's very different from other industries where you're dealing with very cold prospects. That doesn't mean that you're dealing with hot leads all the time that are ready to buy, but you're speaking with people who are at least somewhat interested in the product that you have to offer. Meaning maybe they saw some type of advertisement, they have a friend that bought your thing already, or they've been searching up online for help with a certain subject or situation, and they booked the call because they're about 30% willing to buy. This was very different compared to door-to-door, because I did do door-to-door for a little bit of time, where I was knocking on doors and speaking with people that had no idea who I am and literally could give 2 shits about what it is that I had to sell. By the way, I lasted in door-to-door for about 2 or 3 weeks. Now, once you're on a sales call, there is 3 type of buyers that you'll deal with. Number 1 is a buyer in heat, who will be 20% of the prospects that you'll deal with. Number 2 is a buyer in power. This will be about 60% of the prospects that you deal with. And then number 3 will be a tire kicker. And tire kickers cover about the last 20% of the prospects that you'll speak with on a daily basis. So if you take 10 sales calls within a day, you could safely say that 2 of them will be buyers in heat, meaning people who are literally ready to buy. They booked the call with just a couple questions. They wanted maybe just a payment plan or just to get some more clarity on a couple things. As long as you don't mess up the call, they'll pay you and you earn a fat commission at the end of the call. Then 6 out of the 10 prospects will be buyers in power. People who are half interested, they like the product that you offer, they kind of want to buy it, but they need the full sales call in order for them to be fully convinced that, hey, this is a right decision for them at the end of minute 45. Now, the last 2 out of those 10 prospects will be tire kickers, and tire kickers are people who are literally there to waste your time. One of the most important skills that you could understand with taking your initial sales calls is how to identify the buyer that you're dealing with within the first 5 minutes. And the way I identify what type of buyer I'm dealing with is by asking 2 things. Number 1 is, what was your motivation with booking the call? And number 2 is, what are you looking for help with when it comes to XYZ subject? So if I'm selling a real estate offer, I will straightforwardly ask somebody, hey, so what are you looking for help with when it comes to real estate? And if somebody tells me, yeah, I'm not really looking for help with anything, I was just checking it out, saw your website, I'll follow up with, okay, interesting. So, I mean, what are you doing? Are you just booking 45-minute calls with random people throughout your day? Ha ha ha. And that'll be the prospect's chance to either correct themselves and be like, well, I mean, no, I am interested in getting into real estate. Or number 2, they'll say, yeah, I mean, I was just checking it out. I just wanted some more information. And in that case, that lets me know that, okay, this guy's a tire kicker, and I'll just follow up with, hey, listen, man, this isn't a call just to get more information. I could send you a flyer or a website to check it out. But once you decide that you're looking for help or real estate is something that's serious for you, go ahead and book another call. Here's my phone number. We could chat later. I am not going to waste my time with a tire kicker, because at the end of the day, it's a 45-minute conversation. In some ways, it is like playing chess in your head. And so you do expend a lot of energy with each call that you take. And so I only want to deal with people that are either buyers in heat or buyers in power. Now, my buyers in heat, usually what they'll tell me is like, oh, listen, man, I'm a big fan of your guys' company. I really want to do this. You know, I just had a couple questions to ask before I started marching forward. With buyers in heat, my job is to literally not fuck up the call, get out of their way, and take payment. So if someone tells me that they just had a couple questions and they're good to go, I'd say, cool. So as long as I could answer your questions, is this something that you'd be ready to move forward with today? And if they say, yeah, I just had a couple questions, I'd answer those questions and say, cool, do you need a full breakdown? Or are we ready to go? You'll be surprised how many buyers in heat you get as long as you're on a good offer. I do remember with Iman, I'd have people literally come in and just say like, hey man, I'm just trying to find out if I could get a payment plan. Now, buyers in power, these are 6 out of 10 of people that you're dealing with. And they will say something when you ask them, hey, what are you looking for help with? What's the motivation for booking the call? They'll say, yeah, I mean, listen, I've seen your guys' website. I was checking it out. I'm kind of thinking about doing real estate, but you know, I wanted to see if you guys could help. That's a good sign that they're right on the line. They are looking for help. There is motivation behind the call, but they're not necessarily ready to buy yet. And with those people, it'll take the full 45 minutes to go from the point of, hey, nice to meet you, to here's my credit card at the end of the call. Now, what I've learned and what I'll touch on here in a bit is most sales training is backwards. And what I mean by that is they provide you the fish, they provide you the scripts, but they don't actually teach you how to utilize the rod. And so what I want to show you here is the actual one call close framework that everybody needs to follow in order to get to the point of having a half interested prospect to them agreeing to close the deal and move forward by the end of the call. Now, technically, there are 4 sections to a sales call. You have your intro, you have your discovery, your transition, and then your pitch. But if we really want to get to the nitty gritty, there is 6 sections. Meaning what you're looking at here is number 1, intro and rapport. Number 2, setting frame or laying the agenda and the foundations of the call. Then we're moving to number 3, which is the discovery section of your sales call. Number 4 is transition. Number 5 is pitching. And then finally, we're at number 6, which is closing. Now, I am about to dive deep into this, so I will break down each section of the sales call. So starting off, you will start with your intro and rapport at number 1, and you will move down the line here. Now, pleasantries are the simple things. Hey, nice to meet you. How you doing? How's the day going? Where are you from? And then we're moving on to, okay, cool. Well, we have about 30, 45 minutes here. Do you mind if we jump into the purpose of the call? Now, here's a key. Keep the pleasantries short. I see a lot of people overdo it with, the pleasantries or the intro, the sales call. People do not care about, the dumb questions that you ask about how's the weather and so forth, which, by the way, never ask somebody how is the weather where you're from. Your job is to hold frame and authority of the conversation. So the quicker you can move to the meat and potatoes of the conversation, the more frame and the more authority that you'll hold with it. So whenever I am in the pleasantry section of a sales call, which is in the first 2 minutes, I only ask 3 questions. Nice to meet you. How's your day going? Where are you from? And the third question is, we have about 45 minutes here. Do you mind if we jump into the purpose of the call? From there, we move to technically number 2 of intro and rapport, which is any pre-call prep material that you have. Did you watch it? This also helps me identify the type of buyer that I'm dealing with. And at the end of the day, what I'll say is, one, let me explain this. A pre-call prep video typically is some type of video that a prospect is supposed to watch before the sales call. That way it could warm them up to the idea of who you guys are, what you do, and the type of service that you'll provide. It essentially pre-pitches them on your offer. And pre-call videos are so important because it is what warms the prospect up to being able to spend $10,000 within a 45-minute conversation with somebody that they just met in the first place. Not only that, it gives them a visual representation of what they're buying. I mean, put it this way, imagine you jump on a call, a sales call as a prospect, right? And you do a 30, 45-minute conversation with somebody that you just met. They give you some type of verbal breakdown or pitch, and then they say, hey, it's $10,000, are you ready to go? I know for me and many prospects that I've gone through this process with, they say, hey Alex, this sounds good, but I'm just going based off your words, man. Like, do you have anything that you could show me or some type of visual representation of what I'm buying? And this is why it's really important to make sure that your prospect watches the pre-call video before you really continue forward with the call. And so as soon as I'm done with pleasantries, I will always ask the prospect, hey, by the way, we sent you that one video where Iman's wearing the suit and tie. He's kind of breaking down what we do here. Did you have a chance to see it? I want everybody to say yes, or else I'm going to reschedule the call. But if they do say no, because hey, sometimes people don't have the time to sit there and watch a 20-minute long pre-call video, I'll always fish around to see how much they know about the company and what we do here. If I have somebody that says, hey, no, I didn't watch the pre-call video, and I ask, okay, well, how much do you know about our team and what we do here? They say, I have no idea. And I say, okay, well, how much do you know about Iman Gadzhi? And then they're like, well, I just found out about him yesterday. That's a great sign that they're not going to buy today. So why would I continue forward with the conversation? I'd rather tell them, hey, no worries. I'm glad you found out about Iman today. I could also answer a couple questions that you have right now, but that pre-call video is super important because it's going to give you a visual representation of what we do here. Let's have you watch it first, and then let's speak in 30 minutes from now. That way we could have the full conversation. I've had salespeople tell me like, well, Alex, what if they don't show up to the second call? Is it my job to just close them on the spot? No, it's not. Your job is to get a prospect to trust you enough to buy from you in the first place. And if you show that you actually care about your prospect, saying something like, you know, hey, I want to make sure you have a full understanding of what we have going on here. I really want you to watch this video and let's just chat 30 minutes from now or later today at 5 p.m. They'll actually respect you more and there'll be a higher chance that they show up to that call to buy because you showed that you actually cared. Now, moving on from the pre-call preparation video, I always pre-qualify red flags. This, for example, is if you're dealing with a B2B business and you need to ask them, hey, by the way, is there any business partners that you have or anyone else that should be on the call? Or maybe you're dealing with somebody who is a stay-at-home mom and you're selling a fitness offer and you need to ask, hey, by the way, you know, what's your husband think about you, possibly jumping into fitness? Should he be on the call? Or even things like, hey, there's been times where I'm selling a product that is expensive as hell, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, and a guy jumps in, he looks disheveled, and he does not look qualified to buy the thing in the first place. So the last thing that I'm gonna do is wait till minute 45 when I say, this is $20,000, and they tell me, God, I got $5 in my bank account. If I could pick up on that stuff in the first couple minutes, I'm just gonna ask the question before I actually get past minute 5 or 10 within the call. Now, the way I do this is kind of funny and kind of tricky. If I feel like somebody is financially unqualified on a sales call, I will frame the questions I'm about to ask as application questions before we march forward. And that's just so I don't look like an asshole. I'll say something like, cool, so before we march forward, I have a couple questions here that I want to ask. Let's say, for example, I am selling a real estate offer. I'll be like, cool, so let me know really quick. I'll mark this down. Are you new to real estate? Do you have any properties? Okay. Number 2 is, I know I asked this, but just remind me, where exactly are you living so we understand the market that you're in? Okay. And then finally, number 3, by the way, as far as getting into real estate, it does cost some money to jump into. How much do you have set and saved to the side for getting into your first property if we find a good one tomorrow? You'll be surprised how many guys tell me, oh, I have $0. Like, I heard that we could use other people's money, and so that's why I booked the call. Which technically you can, right? But a lot of people don't know with real estate, to use other people's money, you do need money in your bank account. To get a bank loan for $200,000, typically you'll need at least $20,000 to $40,000 in your account and proof of income that you're making in the first place. Let alone if he tells me he has $0 in his bank account, he sure as hell can't buy a $10,000 product. So with that, I just caught it within the first 5 minutes of the conversation if he is unqualified, and I could kindly turn him away. Now, after pre-qualifying red flags, we move into setting frame and agenda of the call. You are laying the foundations of the conversation and telling the prospect what to expect. Now, this isn't as big of a deal as people think. I'll tell you exactly what I say on the call. What I do want to stress is what you always want to do with a one call close is let them know when you say the agenda that if they're a good fit, they will be buying and being onboarded today. And that is to lay the foundations within the first 5 minutes that if they're a good fit, I'm going to make you an offer and we'll be moving forward and taking payment today. This is to prevent any of the things that people may say when you drop price at minute 45 and they say, oh, I got to pay today? Yes, you do. And so that's why I'm telling you within the first 5 minutes, hey, if you're a good fit, I'll let you know, I'll answer questions that you have, and we'll get you onboarded by the end of the call. Is that okay? Now, the way I always set frame, I've tried a couple different things. I keep it very straightforward. And I just say, listen, just so you know the purpose of the call, I am gonna ask a couple questions just to see if you're a good fit coming into this, but also make sure that we're a good fit for you, right? So if this is something that, I feel like we could help you with, I'll be the first to tell you, I'll let you know, I'll answer questions that you have. And then as long as you're ready to rock, we'll get you onboarded by the end of the call. Is that okay? Super simple, straightforward. You don't need any fancy stuff with setting frame. It's really just to take control of the conversation, letting them know, hey, I've done this hundreds of times already, and here's what to expect. If you're a good fit, you're buying today. Now, after setting frame, we have discovery. I'll dive deeper into this later on in the video because this is the most important part of your sales call. Deals get closed in discovery by asking good questions. And so I want to break down my full discovery process, but just so you understand, the discovery portion of the call is where you are asking questions to the prospect to find their problems, their pain points, what they've tried, and if this is something that your team could help them with. One key thing I'll say with discovery is that you want to ask more questions and say less statements. You'll be surprised, prospects do not care about all those relatable statements that you try and give where they say, hey, my goal is $10,000 a month. And you say, awesome. Every, person that comes in here has a $10,000 per month goal and, everyone's able to accomplish it within 4 months. How soon do you want to accomplish it? They do not care. You want to stick to questions only. And the reason being, you're able to dig a lot deeper into the prospect in the conversation by sticking with only questions, and your questions hit so much harder. The reason why people give so many statements most times is because they're afraid of silence, and they don't realize it. And so giving statements in between questions is their way of saying a bunch of blabber while they think about the next thing that they're going to ask. And you don't need it. Put it this way, if someone says $10,000 per month is my goal, it hits so much harder for me to say, okay, if you don't mind me asking, why $10,000 a month? Because you put thought into your question and put a pause and said it with intent, they will put intent into their answer. Versus if you give some long-winded statement just to follow up with how long has $10,000 per month been your goal, most times they'll give you a half-ass answer. And that is because if you attach fluff to your questions, you will get fluff answers. Be short, concise, straight to the point, and put thought behind the things that you're saying. Again, that's one of my favorite terminologies that I tell everybody that I work with. Hey, if you attach fluff to your questions, you will get fluff answers. If you want to cut deep, be straightforward, be straight to the point, and don't be afraid to take a second and think before you say something. And I've told this story before. When I was working at Gym Launch, put it this way, Gym Launch was so big on us only asking questions and giving less statements that they literally created a game where if somebody, a closer, was able to close a deal without a single statement, they would pay you a couple $1,000s. And that was really to drive home, give less statements, ask more questions, you'll get more deals closed. Now, it didn't last very long because as soon as sales reps started closing deals and getting that, couple $1,000 bonus, they said, screw this, we're not paying you guys for that anymore. You guys understand the point. But discovery, less statements, more questions. Now, after discovery, and once again, I'll dive into each section of the sales call, of the discovery portion, here in a couple minutes. you move on to number 4, which is transition. Now, all transition is you transitioning out of question asking time, aka discovery, and going into your pitch where you're about to give a long-winded statement on how you could help the prospect solve XYZ problem. Now, the way I always do my transition is a couple things. I just say, hey, I don't really have too many other questions, Mr. Prospect. Is there anything else that, I missed from the past couple minutes that you wanted to mention? They almost always say no, and then I transition into my transition questions. Now, that is what you're seeing here on the yes or no bubble. I should have just changed this to transition questions, but some of the transition questions that you ask, I call them closing questions. And that is laying the foundations that you will close the prospect today. One of my favorite questions that I ask everybody on sales calls is, hey, Mr. Prospect, by the way, we could definitely help you. As long as we could get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem that you just told me you had, would you be ready to move forward with our team today? As long as you do a good job in the discovery portion of your call, they will almost always say yes. And the reason why this is important is I do think human beings are more good than bad, and people want to stick to the word that they gave you. And so throughout the entire call, I'm peppering in pre-handling objections and closing questions. That way I could get the prospect to give me their word that no, I don't need a business partner. Yes, as long as it's a good fit, we can get onboarded today. Or me asking, hey, if we could help you with this and solve this problem, would you be ready to move forward today? And they say, yeah, if you could, get me to XYZ goal and solve this problem, I'd be ready to move forward today. Now, other closing questions that I ask is timing, partner, and commitment pre-handles. And I'd consider these closing questions as well. So that's asking something like, okay, cool, I'm glad you'd be ready to move forward. By the way, how much time do you have to dedicate towards real estate on a weekly basis? And they say, well, I got about 10 to 20 hours a week. And then I'd follow up with, okay, cool, we'd only need about 6 to 8 hours. So is that doable for you? And get the prospect to say yes. Now, one thing I will never do is give the prospect an amount of time or money that they need. Instead, I'm just going to ask. Meaning I will never ask the prospect, hey, so by the way, you need 6 to 8 hours per week in order to do this. Do you have that time? Because all you're doing is lining yourself up for a no. What I'd rather do is ask the prospect, hey, how much time do you have to dedicate towards real estate? Or how much money do you have set aside in order to get into your first property? That way, whether they say $100,000 or $20,000, I could follow up with, okay, cool. Well, all you'd really need is about $7,000 to $8,000. So is that doable for you? Last thing I'd want to say is, hey, by the way, Mr. Prospect, for real estate, it does cost money. Do you have $8,000 set and saved to the side? Then they say, no, I don't. And then we screw up the whole, direction of the sales call. Now that was explaining timing and finances, but other questions I'll ask is commitment-based closing questions in my transition, meaning beautiful. I'll say something like, okay, beautiful. By the way, Mr. Prospect, I'm sure you've seen let's say you go to the gym and hire a personal trainer. They could create you a meal plan and tell you exactly what to do at the gym, but you still need to show up and do it. Is this something you're committed to? That way you could get to XYZ goal and solve X problem? Again, I'm peppering in a question to tell me that yes, I am committed. I'd rather pre-handle and squash that now rather than get to the end of the sales call when I pitch the product and say, well, Alex, 8,000 is kind of a lot, and I don't really know if I want to do real estate like that. Again, most people are good rather than bad, so if you get them to give their own word throughout the entirety of a sales call, then by the end of the call, you're going to have such an easier time closing the deal. Now, partner is just reiterating, hey, by the way, is there anybody else that needs to be here on the call in order for you to make a decision? I'd rather hear them say, oh yeah, by the way, I do need somebody on the call before I pitch the price and pitch the product, rather than hear it at the end when I'm like, so you ready to go? Do you have your credit card in hand? And they tell me, oh yeah, actually, I have a business partner and I got to speak with him. So those are my big closing questions that I ask: commitment, time, finances, and partner. Now, the last question that I'll pepper in with transition is a yes, no, or maybe frame. This has helped me a lot. In fact, you guys have probably seen videos where I have literally dozens of salespeople that tell me implementing this one question has helped them close so many more deals, which is crazy to see that one question could change the tide of things. I know it did for me, but that is the yes, no, or maybe frame. I use this pretty often on B2C based calls because one objection you deal with a lot is fear. Meaning, even though you had a great 10 out of 10 call and you drop the price, because it's a B2C call, you'll still have a lot of people that say, man, 10,000 is just a lot. I've never done this before and I'm just afraid. And so whenever I feel like I have a prospect where the objection is going to be fear based off what they say in discovery, I'll say the yes, no, or maybe frame. And the way that works is directly before I pitch, I'll say this. Cool, so we could definitely help you solve X problem and solve X goal. Do you mind if I break that down for you? That is called permission to proceed. Once they say, yes, of course, Alex, go ahead and break everything down, that is when I'll use the yes, no, or maybe frame. And I'll pretty much say, beautiful. And by the way, before I break everything down, Mr. Prospect, I know at the end of the call, there's really one of three things you could say. Either Alex, hell yes, let's do this. Or no, which I want you to know I'm 100% okay with a no. We're both grown adults here. The one I do want to avoid is like the in-between answers, the maybes, or let me talk to my dog about it, let me talk to my neighbor, just because we both know that's usually a nice way of saying no. So is it okay to keep it between a yes or no answer? As long as you frame the question correctly and use the right tonality, almost like careless, like, hey, by the way, I know you could say, maybe. Let's avoid the in-between answers because we're both adults. Is it okay to keep it between the first two? I've never had somebody that has really said, like, no, I can't keep it between a yes or no. So sometimes one thing to take away from sales calls is it's not always about what you say, it's about how you say it. And this has helped me so much because I've had so many people on B2C calls get to the end and say, Alex, usually I'm the type that wants to think about things, but this feels right. I like what you're saying. I do like what you guys have going on. So fuck it, let's do it. So it's pretty funny to see, right? If you don't want to hear a maybe or I need to think about it, how about you just tell the prospect that you don't want to hear that? And then kindly ask them, could we keep it between a yes or a no? And hey, if they say, the 1 out of 10 people, actually, I'm gonna have to think about it, regardless of what you say. It's like, cool, thanks for telling me before I pitch and drop price. Let's pre-handle this objection real quick. And then if you agree to give me a yes or a no, I'll go ahead and pitch you and tell you the price point. Because again, then you're coming from a place of care, right? Rather than a place of objection handling after you tell them the price and they say, I need to think about it, and we're fighting to get the sale. Instead, we haven't even pitched or dropped price yet. So if they say that, we could be like, okay, well, let me know, is that the way you always make decisions? What would make you want to, take some time and think about it? What does that look like? That way we could pre-handle that objection before we pitch the thing and try and close. Now, transition is actually quite simple, but I dove pretty deep into that. Number 5 is you're moving into pitching. Now, pitching, I always use the PFS framework, which I actually coined. Somebody told me I should trademark that the other day. But PFS meaning problem, feature, solution. Each pillar follows the PFS framework, right? And the way it goes is something like this. For each pillar of the pitch, what I will say too is, Oren Klaff talks about this. There's actually science into why you should pitch in groups of 3 rather than groups of 2 or 4 or 5. Humans' brains have a lot easier time understanding and comprehending things in groups of 3. So never do a 4-pillar pitch, never a 5, never a 2, never a 1. Always keep it in 3 pillars. And then utilize the PFS framework. So for each pillar, you are going to list out the problem that the prospect is facing. Then you will list out the feature that your product provides. And then you will tell them the solution that will bring to them. And you do that for each pillar. So if I'm selling I've been using real estate a lot for this example, but let's say like a B2B lead gen package. And I found out during discovery that, hey, one of the problems that the prospect is facing is that they keep getting unqualified leads. One of the pillars that I'll utilize in my pitch is say, hey, Mr. Prospect, do you remember how you told me you keep getting unqualified leads? And they'll say, yeah, I do. Then I'll follow up with, cool, so the feature that we're gonna provide is XYZ. We'll run the ads for you, we'll pre-qualify them, we'll make sure they're qualified, whatever it is. You list out that feature. And then what I will say is the solution that will provide to you is that you will never deal with unqualified leads again. And obviously I riffed that a little bit, but PFS, here is the problem you're facing, here's the feature that we have, and here's the solution that'll provide for you. Does that make sense? Cool, did you have any questions on that? Cool, now let's move to pillar number 2. Do you remember how you told me you were facing XYZ problem? Here's the feature that we have, and here's the solution it'll provide. Now, during the pitch, always do temp checks after each pillar, and that's to help with pacing so you're not speed running through it. That way you can make sure the prospect understands what you're saying and that they agree with what you're saying. And so after each pillar, I always say the same thing. Does that make sense? Cool. Do you feel like that'll help you? Okay, cool. Now let's move on to the next pillar. Then I'll pitch that pillar and follow up with the same thing. Does that make sense? Cool. Did you have questions on that? Do you feel like that'll help you? Then move on to the next piece. Now, after pitching, you go into closing, and I can make an entire video on closing alone. Now, with closing, the process is really simple, and what I'll tell you is that this is where most salespeople lose deals, is after pitching and when they start asking for money. And reason being, from what I've seen, is pacing, right? You go through this entire 30, 45-minute call. I'd say pacing and discovery, but you go through this entire 30, 45-minute call, and now it's the time to ask money, and they start getting sales and commission breath and speeding up the conversation and getting really quick into asking money. And you don't want to do that. You want to have really good pacing when it comes to the close. Side note, there is science behind this as well. People trust people a lot more that speak slower and more coherently. And I think that helped me with sales, because if you hadn't noticed, I do speak kind of slow. I'm not very a fast speaker. But the reason why I structured closing like this is, one, because it helped me close millions and millions of dollars of deals, but also it helps you have incredible pace throughout the entire sales call. So the way this works is, after your third pillar pitch and you say, does that make sense? Cool. Do you feel like that'll help you? And they say, yeah, 100%. You end your pitch and you say, cool, that covers everything. First, did you have any questions on that? So the first step that you're gonna do is, do you have any questions on that? You are going to exhaust all questions. What that means is you want to get to the point where the prospect says, no, Alex, you covered everything. I literally have 0 questions. And that is because we don't want questions to come up after you price drop. It ruins momentum of the close. It takes the prospect away of the straight line of the sale. So the last thing I want is to say, this is $10,000, and then they say, oh, okay, cool. Wait, I still have questions. How does this work? How does that work? Could you show me this? Could you show me that? Could you show me A? Could you show me B? And it just pulls them away from buying and taking payment in the first place. After you drop price, you want to move swiftly, not quickly. Meaning you want to move swiftly into, cool, next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Is that okay with you? And so step 1 after pitching is to exhaust all questions. There's a couple side notes with exhausting all questions, which, number 1, keep your answers short, sweet, and straight to the point. This is so important. Don't talk yourself out of the sale, and don't create more questions because you're giving long-winded answers. And so what I mean by that is, if somebody says, yeah, Alex, actually I do have a question. How quick will it take me to scale my business to 100K per month? The last thing I'm gonna say is like, well, you know, it could take 6 months, it could take 8 months. We had someone that did it in 3 months, but for you, Mr. Prospect, I think it'll only take you 4. What do you think they'll follow up with? Well, what's the difference between the 6-month guy and the 8-month guy? How come the 3-month guy was able to do it so fast? Why do you think I could do it in 4 months? The next thing you know, you're walking backwards and taking yourself away from the straight line of the sale. Instead, if somebody says, hey, how long will it take me to 100K to get to 100K a month? I'm not gonna lie, but I'm gonna give a very straightforward, short-winded answer. I'm gonna say, hey, Mr. Prospect, based off where you're at with everything, within the next 3 months. Does that make sense? Cool, did that answer your question? Awesome. What next? What other questions do you have? And I will keep repeating that process till they literally tell me I have no other questions. Maybe they'll follow up with, how does the coaching work? Or how does the training work? And again, I'll give a short-winded answer. Yeah, so we meet with you 3 times per week. Does that make sense? Okay, did that answer your question? Cool. What other questions do you have? Once they finally tell me, yeah, Alex, I don't have any other questions, I'm gonna move towards alignment. Now, alignment is super, super important, you guys. This is a piece that a lot of people miss. You need to get alignment that the prospect sees value in your product or service. And the reason why we do this is 2 reasons. It's to slow the pace down again before we ask for money. But number 2 is to remind the prospect why they're on the call in the first place. Okay, it is easy. You'll be surprised how easy it is for a prospect to forget that they're buying this to solve a problem and reach the goal once you tell them something is $20,000. So what I am gonna do before I drop price is remind them on why they're on the call in the first place, and make sure they're aligned that what we have here will get them to where they wanna go. So let's slow this down a little bit and let's break it down like this. Okay, what you do not want to do when you get alignment is ask fluff questions like, hey, so really quick, did everything we touch on make sense? I do not care if it made sense to you. So I am not going to ask that. I'm also not going to ask, hey, so really quick before we dive into everything, do you feel like everything we have could help you? I don't care if it'll help you. And that is not straightforward enough, so I'm not going to ask that. What I will ask is, hey, Mr. Prospect, by the way, I know you told me you want to get your business to 100K per month. You want to do that within 4 months. And the problem that you're facing is XYZ. Do you feel like everything we touched on today could solve that and get you there? I'm going to ask it straightforward. Let's bring up the prospect's goal and let's bring up the problem that they're facing and then ask, hey, everything that I just broke down, do you feel like it'll help you reach that goal and solve that problem? Alignment, when you do it straightforward. Again, I will never ask a prospect, hey, so do you feel like everything that we touched on will help you? That is not alignment. Remind them while they're here in the first place. And this is why it's important to have a good discovery. That way you're clear and coherent on what it is that the person's looking for. So alignment, be straightforward. And whenever you do alignment, always bring up their goal and bring up the problem that you're facing and then ask if they feel like what we have today could solve that. Now, after alignment, we are going into price drop. So one thing I'll say with price drop is you may have heard a lot of people that say, just drop the price and then shut up. I agree with that to a degree. But what I do when I price drop, I'll never, let's say I do alignment with somebody and I say, hey, so do you feel like this will get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem? And they say, yeah, Alex, I do. What I'm not going to do is be like, awesome, so for everything it's $10,000. I feel like it just creates awkwardness and it never worked that well for me. So what I always do when I price shop is I value stack what we have to offer and then drop the price and sit in silence. So here's the difference. With one side, somebody says, yes, Alex, I do feel like this will get me to where I want to go. And then I say, cool, it's $10,000. That's what I don't do. On the other side, and what I do is I say, cool, so for everything that we touched on to get you to the point of making 100K per month, doing it over the next 3 months, the coaching, the training, us running our ads for you, meeting with you every single week, it'll be $10,000. It makes it more digestible, it makes it less awkward in my opinion, and I've closed way more deals by dropping the price like this. So try it for yourself. If you ever are on a sales call and you're the type to just drop the price and shut up, try value stacking on top of the price first. It makes it a lot more digestible and it reminds them everything that you're getting. It makes the $10,000 or $20,000 price of what you have cut them a lot less deep. Now, I'm gonna rewind for 1 second because this is really important with alignment. The important piece of alignment is that we actually need them aligned, meaning I am not looking for half-ass answers. If I ask a prospect, hey, do you feel like this could get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem? And they say, I think so. That is not alignment. I need a hell yes, or else that's just an objection that's hiding before you drop the price. So I'd rather deal with that now rather than deal with it when the price drop comes. So if I go for alignment and somebody says, I think it'll help, I'd say like, okay, well, what sticks out to you? What do you feel like will help? I'm looking for them to sell themselves on the product. If I could tell they're not truly aligned, I'm just gonna say, hey man, I'm not buying it. It seems like something's a little off. So do you mind explaining like where you're at with things? People actually respect you a lot more for that, and it gives you a chance to re-explain whatever's not clicking in their head. Maybe they just misunderstood a piece of your pitch, so they say, I don't know, I was a little bit, yeah, I think so. At least I'm gonna give them the chance to re-ask a question or give me the chance to re-explain something they misunderstood by saying, hey, you don't sound very aligned, I'm not really buying it, so let me know what's coming up for you. Do you have any concerns? Again, I'd rather deal with that now than once the price drops. So when you seek alignment, we're looking for a hell yes. We're looking for that, yeah, Alex, I do feel like it'll get me there. So I wanted to cover that really quick because this is important with alignment. We need straightforward answers. And this is why it's important on sales calls to be intuitive, be present, be in the moment so that you could pick up on these things when you're speaking with the prospect. Now, to get back to this, after price drop, I always assume the close. And this is usually if any objections will come up, this is where they'll come up, right? But one thing I've learned, if you do all of this correctly, good closers do not get objections, they only get questions. And maybe I should make this a little bit more polite here, but assume the close MFer is what I call it. And so after I price drop, after I value stack the price drop, and end it with, cool, so for everything included, to get you to X goal, for A, for B, for C, for D, for E, it'll be $10,000. And I sit in silence for a second. If they don't say anything, I'm not gonna say, cool, so are we ready to get started? I'm just gonna say, sweet. So next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. We'll get you set up with everything and you'll be meeting with the team tomorrow. Is that okay? Push the pace forward. Push the conversation forward. If they have an objection, this is where they'll come up and say something like, ooh, whoa. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to think about it. Now, I do have an objection handling video. I'm gonna tag that below in the description for you guys so you could check it out. I'm not gonna dive too deep into objection handling right now. But the whole point is, after you price shop, always assume the close. I just move forward with, awesome, next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Let's get you ready to rock. Is that okay with you? And I'll get either a yes or I'll get the objection right there at that point. You know, and you guys could see with this process, you've squashed every single bug. After you price drop, it's either a yes or a no. That's all they could say. They shouldn't have questions. They should have told you already, hey, this is something that I want to do, because we asked those closing questions. And they also should have told you, yes, I feel like everything that you told me today will get me to where I want to go and solve my problems. And so this is why it's important to have proper structure and pacing once you're actually closing somebody, because after I drop the price, I either want to, okay, cool, let's do it. And then I log them in and take payment. Or I want to hear the, yeah, I need to think about it. And then I'm gonna say, cool, let's handle this objection real quick, and then follow up with, awesome, next steps are simple, let's get you logged in. So that is the one call close structure. Hopefully this was helpful for you. Now, the next piece that I'll talk about is how to get ready before your sales calls. I'm gonna share a couple life hacks with you guys that has helped me to get in the right mindset before I start my sales calls for the day. And this is extremely important because mindset is everything when it comes to sales. You could have the most perfect script in the world, the most perfect objection handling frameworks, but if you don't show up locked in, ready to have a conversation, present and caring, you're just not gonna do well. It doesn't matter who trained you or what frameworks that you have. And another important key piece with this is confidence. 60-70% of you selling and closing deals is all based off the confidence that you have on the call. Like, all sales is just transferring belief from one person to another. And you do that with how you speak, how you present yourself, how you show up, the tonality behind your questions, the tonality behind your statements. When you tell them during transition, hey, we could definitely help you, I would love to break that down for you. It hits so much harder if you have that conviction and that confidence in yourself. People could smell it from a mile away. If you're on a call, stuttering, shaking, not paying attention, looking around, you are going to lose the sale within the first 5 minutes of the call. Now, what I do to get in the right mindset before my sales calls, I'll cover a couple really important things right now, so stick around for this whole section. But what I'll say is, it's hard to have confidence on a sales call if you don't have confidence in yourself outside of sales. In other words, you can't lead other people to make a decision if you can't even lead yourself. And I've said this a couple times before, and you've probably heard this. Honestly, the best salespeople that I know are also just genuinely very dialed human beings with sales as a whole. For example, Sean Boccaccini, he's one of the sales trainers I have in my group. He was my first sales mentor. Now he works with everybody that I have within Learn Sales. He is an extremely dialed human being. From his schedule, to his regimen, to his family time, to his gym time, to the hours that he works, to what he eats, what he puts in his body, the amount of water he drinks, and so forth. And so what I'm trying to get you to realize with this is, sales is just leadership. You're leading somebody to make a decision that they already want to make. And in order for them to buy, they need to see you as an authority, and they need to see you as a leader. In order for people to perceive you that way, you need to be good at leading yourself outside of sales. You can't fake it. And so a whole baseline, an umbrella of how I could tell you to be in the right mindset on a daily basis is to stay true to your own word. An exercise that I could have you do, I have everybody do this when they come into the group, is, hey, take 5 minutes and answer this question prompt. List the things that you should be doing on a daily basis that will help you grow 1% every single day as a human being. Now, this isn't your chance to create a bunch of random shit that you should be doing, like, oh, I should probably start knitting or I should start tanning. It's just, hey, let's figure out what's in your head. You have a list of things that you've been telling yourself you're gonna do, but you're not doing it. Let's write it down and schedule it into your calendar and construct your perfect day. For some people, it's like, hey, for me to become 1% better every day, I should probably be going to the gym, and I haven't been doing that. Or I know for me, I could speak in my example, it's I need to be more regimented with my eating. I need to meal prep. I need to eat at the right times. I need to eat the right things. Or maybe for you, it's like, hey, I should read that book that I promised you myself I'm going to read the past 2 years. Or again, in my case, like obviously family time is really important for me. I do have a daughter, right? She is 4 years old. So she's right at the point where it's like, hey, the relationship I'm going to have with her in the coming years is all built right now. And so I could tell you right now, I feel a lot more confident. I feel a lot more like a leader when I come on a calls, knowing that I'm doing all my shit. I'm going to the gym, I'm eating right, I'm spending time with my daughter. I have that booked into my calendar. So do that exercise for yourself. That way you could find out and lead yourself correctly outside of sales calls. Now, as far as my day-to-day regimen to show up fully prepared on sales calls, I do a couple things. Number one is I always start my day with morning cardio. And for the people that are giving an objection to that, like, oh, I get tired when I work out in the mornings. I used to be the exact same. I used to hate working out in the mornings because I felt like it made me lazy and unproductive because I'd be tired. It took me some time to realize that it was actually because I wasn't hydrating properly and eating right after I worked out. And that was the reason why I was tired. Like, hey, if I work out for an hour in the morning and then don't eat till 2 p.m., like, of course I'm gonna be tired. Or if I don't hydrate correctly after the gym, of course I'll be tired. So now that I've fixed that, morning cardio has been the number one thing that gives me a clear head. And that was because I used to get a lot of brain fog, meaning I almost didn't feel very present, or I felt foggy, I didn't feel sharp. And so morning cardio solved that problem. Now, other things that I do is I do have a supplement stack that I take every single day. Number one is ashwagandha. Number two is fish oils. And number three is I'll put a teaspoon of Celtic salt in a big jug of water. I'll shake it up and then drink the entire jug. And supposedly Celtic salt, I don't know if it's a placebo effect, but it gives me almost like a brain buzz or a brain high. But the actual things that Celtic salt will do for you is it hydrates your brain and your body. It feeds you electrolytes. So hey, I'm not a scientist here, but that definitely helps me. That's my supplement stack. As soon as I do my cardio, I'll take my supplement stack, eat some water, eat a light meal, and then get straight to work. Now, the last thing I do before I start my day at sales calls is two things. Number one is I'll do a 5-minute meditation. I just literally go on YouTube or download a meditation app and do it for 5 to 10 minutes. And that's to clear my mind of all the other stuff that I have going on outside of sales, because I know when I jump on the sales call, I'm going to need to be locked in and present and paying attention. So doing a 5-minute guided meditation, I'm not gonna break down an entire meditation for you because that's not what this video is about, but you could Google them, you could download an app, and that has helped me tremendously with going in clear-headed, locked in, and paying attention to the prospect. Now, the last thing I do is I'll use a boom boom stick. Now, a boom boom stick are one of those Vicks inhalers that you may have seen or used whenever you're sick to unclog your nose. And the reason why this helps me a lot is because it's called something called anchoring yourself. Sean is the one who taught me this, Sean Boccaccini, but Jordan Belfort talks about it a lot. There's actually a lot of science that goes behind it, that when you attach an action to an activity that you do, it rewires your brain to recognize, hey, whenever I do this action, I am about to do this activity. And so for me, one of the ways I have tried rewiring my brain is by anchoring myself that whenever I take a sales call, I take a big whiff of the mint boom boom stick. And this is my way of letting my brain and body know that it is time to lock in because I'm about to take a sales call. Now, moving on from the actions that I do before a sales call is what do I actually wear on sales calls? Well, you're kind of looking at it. 99% of the time, I'm wearing a plain black long sleeve or a plain black polo. my glasses, and that's about it. Now, what I will tell you is that you want to match the avatar of the prospects that you're speaking with on a daily basis. And that's so that you could build subtle rapport with the people that you're selling to every single day. For example, if you're selling to tech founders, most of them are wearing polos or button-ups. It'll probably help you as a salesperson to match their style and wear some type of polo or button-up. Versus if you're selling a fitness offer and you're dealing with a lot of people that's just wearing gym gear on a daily basis, hey, that's a good sign that you could wear a Nike dry fit shirt or a plain black long sleeve and be on the same level as the prospects that you're dealing with. One thing I'll say is don't be disheveled. There is such a thing as a low quality salesperson. And good sales teams want to hire high quality salespeople, people that they could see clearly, that have a good camera, that have good audio, that maybe have some type of background behind them. And so do your best to turn yourself into a high quality salesperson. Because guess what? As much as people do judge you based off the things that they say, the immediate thing that they'll judge you is how you show up and present yourself on any meeting. Now, if you do remote sales and you just do it over phone calls, then lucky you. There is a lot of companies that don't require you to be on Zoom, and they're closing 20, 30, 40K deals over phone calls, but there is many, and I'd say more opportunities are transitioning to being Zoom calls rather than phone call closes. And so how you present yourself is extremely important. Hey, if you don't have a nice background, that's okay. It took me over a year to finally kind of move out, get my thing, get my own office. And so I would just take it in front of a plain wall with really good lighting, really good camera quality, and a really good microphone. And then on top of that, I would show it presentable. That way, the only thing they could judge is how I speak and how I showed up to the call rather than what my background looks like. So if you are somebody that is taking calls out of your room, guess what? Don't have your bed or your disheveled background or dirty looking room be your background, right? Instead, do it in front of a blank wall until you get to the point where you could add a plant or a bookshelf and make it look a bit nicer and a bit more professional. So again, that's extremely important, you guys. You really do need good audio, you need good camera quality, and you need to look presentable on your sales calls. And I do this on accident, right? I've interviewed so many salespeople when I was managing sales teams that show up with like a horrible camera, a horrible background. I can't really see them clearly. And right away, I'm like, oh man, I'm not hiring this guy. So be a high quality salesperson. Now, one thing I'm going to add really quick is that this is a very important thing for me that I do every single day when I'm doing sales calls, is I watch a call recording of a great sales call that I had. I remind myself of my baseline. This is a life hack for me. And even myself, I've been in sales for 5 years, right? If I take the weekend off, my first, second, third call are usually a little bit cold and shaky because I took the past 2 or 3 days off. And so a way I mitigate that is by always understanding my baseline. Whenever I have a really good sales call, I download the call, I add it to a Google Drive, and I'll watch those calls pretty consistently. And so if you want an actual framework for it, it's just, hey, in the morning while you're working out or going on a walk, watch one of your really good sales calls where you close the deal. Remind yourself of your baseline. Remind yourself of what good tonality looks like, of what good questions look like, of good objection handling. And so Monday through Friday, I'll usually start off my morning, not only by doing my workout and my cardio and my water and so forth, but I'll also watch at least the first 20 or 30 minutes of a really great sales call that I had. And a side note I'll add with this, for anybody who's actually closing right now, you could comment below. I'd actually appreciate it. Like, how many of you guys have applied to roles where they're asking for call recordings now? Because the space is starting to grow, so many more sales teams have recognized that there's people that are lying on their resumes. So one of the first things they'll ask is like, hey, send me a call recording of you closing a deal. And so you want to save the assets that you have. I made that mistake at Gym Launch where I didn't know it was a good idea to save call recordings, and now I'm looking at it today like, damn, I should have, saved a ton of call recordings of even just me setting and me closing, and luckily I have a few. But for you, save your assets just in case you ever want to transition to a bigger, better opportunity. Or hey, make sure you watch one of the call recordings every single day so you understand your baseline of what a good call looks like from you. With that as well, before taking any sales calls, it's extremely important to know not only what you're selling, but the client journey that your prospect goes through. I'm working with a lot of salespeople right now, and whenever I help them land a role, the first thing I have them do is go through the entire funnel, the website, and everything needed to understand the client journey. I will tell them to start at the top. Watch the advertisement that gauges interest. Go to the landing page that advertisement takes them to. Watch the video, read the page, then go ahead and book a test call, and then watch any pre-call preparation material that you're receiving before prospects get on the call with you. And that is so you understand the ins and outs of the client journey. How are they showing up to the conversation? What are they expecting before you speak with them? What this will also do is help you understand your offer. You can't expect to sell something if you don't have a full understanding of how you help people. And so make sure you understand the client journey, number one. And number two, if you land a brand new sales role, make sure you watch call recordings of other sales reps pitching. Because you want to understand two things. Number one is, what is the client expecting and how are they perceiving the product that you're selling? But number two is how other salespeople are explaining and pitching the product on a live call. I'll break down my onboarding process in a bit, meaning, hey, if you land a new sales role, this is exactly what you need to do to go from the place of I'm brand new and just accepted the offer to I'm taking my first sales call within 3 days. You'll see that later on in the video. But an easy breakdown that I'll tell you is, I heard this from Kobe Bryant. Kobe said that whenever he goes into a game, he just wants to go in wholeheartedly understanding that he's done everything he can in his power to prepare, and now he's leaving it up to God or chance or whatever it is. And that is the same mindset you want to have whenever you start a new sales role or whenever you start a new day of sales calls. You want to be able to sit down and look yourself in the mirror and say, hey, I have done everything that I can to prepare, and now it's just time to execute. Now, different ways to practice and get better at sales is also extremely important. And really, I've broken it down into 3 things. You could do mock calls or role plays. You could do call reviews, meaning somebody else either reviews your call or you could review your own call. Or number 3 is you could watch other salespeople's calls. All 3 are equally important. Now, after taking your sales calls, an important key element that not enough people talk about is how to actually practice and get better on a daily basis. Now, I'm breaking down how to practice in 3 sections. Number 1 is to find a mentor who's been there or done that. This doesn't have to be something that you pay for. I mean, it's as simple as finding somebody at the company that you're working with. Hopefully, you're at a place that wants to cultivate you, where maybe sales managers or the CEO or someone that's been there and done that wants to see you do well and is willing to mentor you. Of course, like, hey, you could go into different sales training programs that is there to help you get better with sales. Just make sure you go to the right place and pick somebody that you trust. Now, I'd say that's the number 1 way to improve, but other ways you can improve is number 2, doing mock calls, or number 3, watching call recordings. Now, when it comes to mock calls, there's a game that I like to play. It's called Columbos. I'll explain it really quick. I do this every Monday and Friday with everybody inside Learn Sales Group, and it is the most helpful sales game or mock call training that I've ever done. It's really the only exercise that I'll do that's helped me progress a lot with sales. And the way it works, let's say there's a group of 4 people on a call, and let's say they pick me to be the salesperson on the mock call. What I'll do is have the sales manager put me in the waiting room as the salesperson. And then what the sales manager will do with the 2 or 3 other people inside of the Zoom call is create an avatar for the prospect that I'm speaking with. On top of that, they will decide on who the prospect is or who the person that I'll be training with on this mock call. So while I'm on the waiting room, I know nothing other than I'm coming into a call and I'm about to do a mock call. So again, the sales manager and the other people inside the meeting will create a prospect, an avatar. Let's say, for example, I'm selling something like real estate. Maybe what they'll do inside of the meeting while I'm in the waiting room is create somebody that is 30 years old, they're an engineer, they're making $200K per year, they're brand new into real estate, they're looking to get their first property. This is why it's important to them. This is the goal that they have. This is what they're struggling with. Maybe they bought something in the past that didn't work out for them, or they tried to buy a property in the past and lost a bunch of money with it. And bullet point all of that different information on the prospect. My job, once they bring me back from the waiting room, is to do a 6-minute scriptless discovery only, where my job as a salesperson is to sit there and ask questions to uncover all of that information of the prospect that we created. So I'll start it like any normal sales call. Hey, what was motivation for yourself for booking the call? Cool, what are you looking for help with when it comes to real estate? Okay, awesome, so it sounds like this is something new to you, correct? Cool. What do you do for work, by the way? Oh, you're an engineer. What has you wanting to do to real estate? And so my job is to do a scriptless discovery by only asking questions to uncover all of the information in the bullet points of what we created on that prospect. And this is helpful because, like I mentioned, it teaches you how to have a scriptless discovery, and it teaches you active listening. That way you don't rely so much on the script that you have in front of you, and instead you could listen to what the prospect is saying and follow up with good questions that uncovers all the info you need. Now, the thing with this is you do need somebody to lead the meeting who knows what they're talking about with sales. That way, at the end of the 6 minutes, they could stop the call and say, cool, awesome. Now, Alex, how do you feel like you did as a salesperson? Mr. Prospect or fake prospect, right? How do you feel like he did as a salesperson? Then start going over all the information and tell you, hey, this is what you could have done better with the conversation. But Columbo's, I've coined it. It is a game that I love to play, a sales game that'll be extremely helpful for you. After sales games, you have number 3, which is watching call recordings. Now, what's the most helpful for me is actually watching call recordings of salespeople on a sales team who are doing better than me. A lot of times, if I watch my own call recordings of deals that I do not close, it's very hard for me to really understand what I could have done better. Because if I understood it, I would have closed the deal. And so if you are watching your own call recordings, it is helpful to watch the really good calls. That way you understand your baseline. But when it comes to the bad calls, it's better to have somebody who's been there, done that you respect, that knows their shit with sales, to watch those recordings with you. That way they could let you know, hey, this is exactly why you didn't close the deal. This is what we need to say instead. Okay, cool, let's practice it really quick. Implement it tomorrow and let me know how the next call goes. Now, if I have nobody to review my own calls, I'll try and find somebody first and foremost. But number 2 is I'll watch call recordings of other salespeople on the team that are doing really well. So for example, there was times at Iman's team where a salesperson, this was rarely, but they'd beat me out for the week or they'd beat me out for the month, right? And collect maybe just a little bit more cash than me. And so the first thing I would do is message the salesperson and say, hey, you're crushing it. What are you doing different? Send me a call recording. That way I could watch their call in entirety and maybe pick up some tips or tricks or different questions that they're asking or layering or different ways they're lining up the close that I could go ahead and copy and paste into my own process. So again, those are my 3 ways of practicing. Number 1 is to find a mentor. Number 2 is mock calls, and more specifically Columbo's. And then finally, number 3 is watching call recordings. Again, with watching call recordings, it's more helpful if you have somebody who's been there, done that, watching your calls versus watching your own and trying to construct what went wrong. And if you are going to watch call recordings, watch some of the rep who's crushing it on your team. Now, this leads perfect, especially with talking on Columbo's, scriptless selling. What is it? Why does everybody talk about it? It sounds like this crazy enigma, crazy thing that you need to learn on how to sell scriptless and so forth. And what I'll tell you with that is, in order to sell scriptless, you first need to start with a script. You need a baseline framework, a baseline questions, or a baseline of questions that you need to ask before you understand how to sell scriptless. I can't expect to take a sales call for a brand new offer tomorrow and just jump in with no script and listen and be able to close the deal. And so again, the purpose of selling scriptless is to first start with a script. Now, understanding how to go scriptless after using the script is extremely important. And that's because you want your conversation that you have with this prospect to sound natural and authentic. You don't want it to sound like you're not paying attention to them and you're just lining up different questions that you have written on a piece of paper. Like, imagine if you're speaking with a prospect and they tell you in the first 5 minutes, like, yeah, real estate, it's going like really bad. I bought a house and I've lost $100,000 on it. Yet the next question on your script is, what's your vision? What's your goal with real estate? And you hear that, you look at your piece of paper and you say, yeah, I don't really care about that, which you wouldn't say, right? But that's essentially what you're saying. Anyways, what's your vision? What's your goal? You got to be able to free flow with the conversation and understand where the prospect's coming from. And if they tell you in the first 5 minutes, I lost a ton of money with a property, I'm going to follow up with, God, that sucks. What happened? How long ago was that? How much money did you lose? What went wrong? Hey, by the way, what do you want to see from our team that we can make sure your next property will be successful for you rather than losing money? And so in order for you to go to scriptless, it's really simple. Start with a script. Use it for your first 2 to 4 weeks on your sales calls. Eventually, because you took so many reps, it'll be memorized in the back of your head, and then you could ditch the script and just free flow with the conversation and utilize the script that you memorized already as a baseline in the back of your head. Meaning, I know what questions to ask, but now I could just speak with the prospect, listen to what they say, and ask my next question based off their answer. So scriptless selling is super important. I teach it to everybody inside of Learn Sales Group. But hey, the first thing I would tell you if you're starting a new sales role, man, start with the script. They have a system that's working already. Start with it, memorize it, utilize it. 2 weeks from now, we could chat about you ditching the script. Now, your presence on your sales calls matter. Put it this way, if you were taking sales calls over a phone call, your prospect could only judge you based off one thing: what you say. But if you're taking sales calls over Zoom, they can now judge you based off two things: what you say and how you look. And for that reason, how your prospect perceives you and how you show up to your call is extremely important for you to close deals at a high level. You want to be perceived as somebody who is an authority, somebody who is confident, someone who is clean cut and has their shit together, or point blank period, somebody who is stable for this prospect who's about to make a decision that could be huge for them. And what I mean by that is, listen, most high ticket products are anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000. And I'm sure even for you watching this right now, pulling out your credit card and paying $20,000 for something is probably a decently big life decision. And so don't you think it'll be easier for somebody to make that decision with you if they could see you as an anchor in the conversation, as someone who knows what they're talking about? Think of the flip side. Imagine you're selling something that's $20,000 and you're showing up a mess. You're nervous. You're not confident in yourself or the product that you're selling. How do you expect to be able to close a $20,000 deal, let alone do it consistently day by day? All that to say, get your shit together. And this reminds me of something that my mother always used to tell me a story. So I used to be a big overthinker. I think all of us were overthinkers growing up. And one thing I'd always used to tell my mom is like, hey, what if I fall? And her response was always the same thing: but Alex, what if you fly? And I have been able to pull that into my career with sales, because all it means is it is your decision to look at the glass half full or half empty. It is your decision to go into your sales calls saying positive words of affirmation that you're going to crush it, that you're going to do well, that you're going to get the deal done. But it's also your decision to say words of destruction. And I do think you being confident with going onto your calls all starts with that pre-call process. Are you going into your call positively with strong words of affirmation, or are you going into your sales calls doubting yourself? And as the saying goes, you are what you label yourself. Now, when it comes to presence, I always look at these three things before I take any sales calls for the day. How do I look? What do I see? And how do I feel? When it comes to how do I look, I'll quote Deion Sanders. If you don't know who he is, you should. And what he says is something along these terms: look good, feel good, play good, get paid good. So I do think the better you look, the better you feel, the better you play, and then the better you get paid. So you will never catch me taking a sales call not looking like the best version of myself. Now, number two is, what do I see? And for this, I'll quote something that Plato says. And I'm not going to quote it exactly, but he basically says that an environment that is in disarray causes a mind that's in disarray. And so I always do my best before I start taking sales calls for the day to keep my environment tidy. Because for me, it is hard to have a clear, locked-in mind if my entire life is a mess, and especially my environment. Now, when it comes to how do I feel, I always just look at three things: am I working out, am I eating, and am I hydrating? Sales is damn near like playing chess in your head. And so if you're not doing things on a daily basis to keep your mind sharp, again, it'll be difficult to close deals at a high level. Now, with that, another piece that a lot of people don't touch on sales calls is being yourself. I remember when I was at Gym Launch, I used to pretend to be somebody that I'm not. I essentially overcompensated. I was about 20, 21 years old, speaking with 40, 50-year-old gym owners that own their gyms longer than I have been alive. And I used to doubt myself, like, why would they listen to some 20-year-old that's telling them and consulting them on how they need to run their gym properly when they are damn near double my age? And so I used to overcompensate. I used to pretend to be somebody that I'm not. I'd wear these fancy button-ups and I'd use this fancy language to make myself seem smarter than I am. And it made it difficult to show up to work every day because I almost felt like I had to put my sales cap on. I couldn't be myself. I couldn't be Alex. And it wasn't until I left Iman's team and I met Paul Daly where my first day on the team, I wore the exact same thing I would do at Gym Launch, some fancy button up and my glasses, and I was speaking in this way where Paul Daly literally said, "Alex, you look like a prick." He said, "Man, what do you wear on a daily basis?" And I was like, I just wear like a black t-shirt and glasses. He's like, all right, bro, go to your room, go change and come back. And I remember him telling me something very important, which was, Alex, listen, sales has changed a lot in the past 10 years. People want to buy from somebody who is authentic. Authenticity matters. And most people could tell intuitively if you're pretending to be somebody that you're not. And so this small pivot for me not only helped me sell more deals on Iman's team, but it helped me not feel like I was showing up to work every day and putting on this fake sales hat in order to get through the day. So be yourself on sales calls, even to the point where whenever I have a new salesperson that just landed a new role and learned sales group, the first thing I will tell them to do is take the script that the sales manager created for them and edify it and humanize it. Write it in their own language. Any sales script that you receive was always written in the language of the sales manager who wrote it. For example, I may say at the start of the sales call, hey, Mr. Prospect, I love to be tactical with our time. Do you mind if we jump into things? And so if I was creating a script, I'd probably have that written in the initial start of the script. But you may never say that. Maybe for yourself, you have never used the word tactical ever in your life. So why would you say it on a sales call? You are just going to feel robotic and feel like you're not being yourself. And so whenever you land a first sales role, the first thing you should do is take the script, sit down over Zoom, read it out loud, and edify all the language to make it your own. If you would never say, I love to be tactical with our time, change it to what you would say. Say the same thing in a different way. That way you could start selling like yourself rather than selling like Alex. And you don't need to act like a Wolf of Wall Street sales shark. You just need to be yourself and ask good questions and present your product as a solution to their problems and goals. They are there for a reason, and your job is to guide them. Understanding this allows you to remove your emotion from the sale and just focus on having a conversation. And always remember, you are solution selling, not feature selling. We are consultants, not therapists. So what I mean by that is that your job is to present your product as a solution to their problems and to not be the sales rep that's sitting there listing feature after feature in your product pitch, expecting that's what's going to get them to buy. Now that we have touched on pre-call best practices, let's go ahead and go over how to set frame and lay agenda for your sales call. Now, I know you saw this on the one call close structure that I showed you about 10 minutes ago, but setting frame is super simple. A lot of people overthink it. The reason why you set frame of a conversation is for 3 reasons. Number 1 is to showcase your authority and tell the prospect that, hey, I've done these calls dozens and dozens of times before. Number 2 is to lay the foundations for the sales call. Basically letting the prospect know, hey, I am in control. This is the way the conversation is going to go. Follow my lead. And finally, number 3 is to let the prospect know, hey, if you are a good fit, I will let you know and you will be buying today. Essentially laying the foundations for the close. Now, what I'm going to do right now is give you my exact script that I use for setting frame. But before that, we need to touch on 2 important pieces before you actually lay agenda of your sales call. And if you don't remember these pieces, scroll back to 10 minutes ago and screenshot that one call close structure that I showed you. That way you understand what I'm talking about. Now, before you lay the agenda for your sales call or set frame, there is 2 important pieces we need to go over. Number 1 is making sure they watch the pre-call preparation video, and number 2 is pre-qualifying any red flags. Now, I have a ton of sales calls on my YouTube that you could literally watch, and you have probably seen me ask this many times before. Hey, Mr. Prospect, before we jump into things, did you happen to see that video that we sent over to you? You know, the one with Iman where he's wearing the turtleneck and the glasses, and he pretty much breaks down what we do here with our company. The reason why this is important is because pre-call videos pre-pitch your offer to the prospect. That way it's easier for them to buy on one single call. And put it this way, imagine I am on a sales call with you and I pitch you a product that's $10,000 and say, cool, next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Let's get you ready to go. But the only thing you have ever seen from our company is just a website. It's going to take a lot of trust for you to go ahead and pull out your credit card and pay $10,000 for something. And so pre-call prep videos help mitigate that. They give a prospect a visual representation of what they're about to buy before they have a conversation with you. On top of that, most pre-call prep videos show social proof, meaning, hey, what we do here works. Here's a dozen testimonials of people who are successful with XYZ thing. And so if you are a closer and your sales team does not have some type of pre-call preparation video, I'd recommend nicely bring it up to your sales manager or your CEO because it will help you a ton. You know, and I'll give you an example of Jim Launch's pre-call prep video, which helped people close $40,000 deals sometimes in one call. Essentially, it was about a 15-minute video with piece number 1 explaining, hey, this is our company and this is what we do. We've been around for 5 years. We help gyms scale to $1 million per year gyms and help gym owners make a lot more money. Then they'll move on to section number 2. Section number 2 was them explaining the old model of how 99% of gym owners run their business and why it doesn't work. After explaining and getting agreements from the person or the prospect watching it, they will move on to section number 3, which, hey, now that you've seen your model that does not work, here's our model and here's why it works. After section number 3, they will flood the prospect with dozens of testimonials showcasing, hey, we know what we're talking about. This new model that we use has worked for thousands of people. And that's it. But again, what it does is gives a prospect a visual representation of what we do and who it works for. That way they come into the sales call pre-sold. Now, after asking about the pre-call prep video, the next thing that I'm doing is pre-qualifying any red flags. And there is 4 red flags that you'll see on a sales call that you always want to pre-qualify. Number 1 is business partner, number 2 is spouse, number 3 is finances, and number 4 is buying state. And so I'll define each of those and go over what each of them mean right now. Now, when it comes to business partner, that's quite simple. If you're selling something B2B, it's probably going to help you out a lot to make sure in the first 5 minutes of the call, is there anybody else that needs to be involved with making a decision for this business? And people overthink it. I mean, listen, if you're selling B2B, you're speaking with professional buyers on a daily basis. You don't need to beat around the bush or find some special way to ask the question. Just ask it simply by saying, hey, Mr. Prospect, before we jump into things, I just want to make sure, is there any other business partners or anyone else who needs to be involved with you making this type of decision? As long as they say no, we can move on to the next section of the call. Now, the second thing is spouse. Now, not to be like facetious here, the way the world works is like most men could typically make a decision without speaking with the wife, and sometimes it's a lot more common when you're speaking with a woman that, hey, maybe the husband is helping them pay if they're a stay-at-home mom, or, you know, most times from taking 10,000 sales calls myself, I just realized that the spousing objection comes up way more with women than it does with men. And so it's always helpful to ask the question as well. For example, if I'm selling a fitness offer and I realize I'm speaking with a stay-at-home mom, that's a pretty good sign that, hey, the husband probably needs to be involved with her spending $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, or sometimes even more. And so that's the second piece that I'll always pre-qualify on a sales call, and then we move on to piece number 3, which is finances. Now, finances is making sure that somebody is financially qualified to even purchase your product in the first place. For example, if I'm selling a real estate offer for Thak Nguyen, and most of the prospects that I speak with are 30, 40, 50 years old, but somehow today I get some 21-year-old guy that's in college who's looking to jump into real estate, that's a great sign that I need to pre-qualify finances. Because the last thing that I want is to go through a 45-minute conversation, waste a lot of brain power and energy, and then price drop and have them say, God, dude, I'm living off like ramen right now. I can't afford that. Now, I'm going to give you an important key note at the end of breaking down these pre-qualified red flags, so stick around for it. But the final red flag that you want to qualify is buying state. Buying state is a super simple term. It just means the person that you're speaking with, are they in the right state to have a conversation and buy something today? Red flags on buying state is someone showing up on their cell phone, showing up on their lunch break from work, showing up while driving in their car, or hey, for example, if you have, you know, maybe a woman or even a man on a sales call and you could hear their kids screaming and crying in the background, that is a great sign that they are not in buying state. And so it's always best to reschedule the call for a better time where they can lock in and have the conversation, or AKA when they're in buying state. And this is really important, you guys, because our job as a salesperson is to have a hard conversation with a prospect and get them to make a life decision or a life change sometimes. And so how could we expect them to have that type of conversation if they showed up from their cell phone, or they're driving in their car, or they're on a 30-minute lunch break, or their kids are screaming in the background? Now, you may be asking, Alex, but like, so what do I do? Am I supposed to reschedule it? What if they don't show up to the meeting? I'd say 2 things with that. Number 1 is like, if they don't show up, they were never serious in the first place. And number 2, 99% of the time, prospects actually respect and trust you more if you could pick up on these things and say, hey, it seems like you have a lot going on. I could hear the kiddos in the background. You know, I have a daughter myself. Is it okay if we just reschedule this for a better time for yourself? Almost every time when I say that to a prospect, they actually follow up with like, yeah, man, I'd actually appreciate that. I just didn't want to no-show the meeting because I gave you an obligation that I would show up. And so buying state, that is the final thing that I'm always pre-qualifying before I set frame. Now, an important piece and the key that I mentioned is that when it comes to pre-qualifying, you only need to do it if you see the red flags. And so what I mean by that is something like finances. Listen, it could throw somebody off at the end of the day if they just met you and in the first 5 minutes you're asking about how much money they have saved in their bank account. And so the only reason why I am going to pre-qualify finances in the first 5 minutes of the call is if I notice that it's a red flag. If I'm selling something that's 10K and I have a 20-year-old on the call, that's a great sign that I'm just gonna be straightforward and pre-qualify them in the first place. If I have someone who is 40 and they tell me in the first 2 minutes, hey man, nice to meet you, I'm an engineer, my day's going great, and so forth, that's a great sign that I probably don't need to pre-qualify finances. And if I do, I'm gonna wait until later in the conversation when I have earned the right to ask that question. And it's the same thing with business partners. I mean, if you're selling something B2B and someone shows up with their business partner, hey, you don't need to ask the question. Or if you're selling a product where the husband and wife show up to the call, we don't need to pre-qualify spouses. And same thing with buying state as well. If I have someone who shows up in their office, they're locked in with the conversation, there's no reason for me to pre-qualify buying state. So again, pre-qualifying red flags is labeled that way for a reason. You're qualifying the red flags. If there is no red flags, there is nothing for you to qualify. Now that we've hit those important 2 key pieces before setting frame, we could go ahead and jump into agenda. And I'm just gonna put it this way, I'm just gonna give you the exact thing that I say whenever I lay agenda or lay the foundations of the sales call. So if you want, just copy and paste exactly what I say and take it to your calls. And it's super simple. All I say is, listen, Mr. Prospect, just so you know how the conversation goes, I have done these calls thousands of times. And so what I'm gonna do is ask you a couple questions just to make sure that we're a good fit for you, but also to make sure that you are a good fit with coming into our team. We do take client success very seriously, and so overall, we just wanna make sure that we could actually help. If we can, I'll be the first person to let you know. I'll cover every question you have, give you a full breakdown of how we'll help you A through Z, and then as long as you like what you hear, we'll get you ready to rock by the end of the call and get you onboarded. Is that okay? Which is permission to proceed. Now, what I did in that frame set is 3 things. I placed myself as an authority by telling them I've had these conversations thousands of times. Number 2 is I laid expectations of the call, basically saying, hey, I am in control, I am going to ask you questions, follow my lead. And number 3, I laid the foundations for the close. I told the prospect, hey, if you are a good fit, I will let you know and we will be onboarding you today, right? I mean, a lot of sales and what you do is just laying the foundations for them to pay by the end of the conversation. And this is the first checkpoint that I do on every single sales call to begin laying those foundations. I want the prospect to know, hey, you will be paying and being onboarded today. Is that okay with you? Yes, that's okay. And then I'll move on to discovery. And another side note is like this begins to prevent the objection that, oh, I had no idea that I had to pay right now. And I know this because that's come up for me before, where I get to the end of the sales call, I pitch the product, they say that they're good to go, and then I send them the payment link and they're like, oh, I gotta pay right now? And so start laying those foundations from the second you take the sales call, that this is a decision-making call. And as long as we see you as a good fit, we'll get you started today. Now, another piece of the start of your sales call is avoiding probing questions. Listen, you are gonna have every once in a while a buyer in power, which is somebody who is serious about potentially buying your thing, but they're gonna need the full sales call in order to make a decision. And every once in a while, you'll get the guy who floods you with a ton of questions in the first 5 minutes of the conversation. Now, if they have an important key question, it's okay to answer it directly, but you want to do your best to flip the conversation and say, hey, I know it seems like you have a ton of questions. I promise I'll be answering them throughout the call, but I want to make sure that I can make sure that this is a good fit for you. So if you don't mind, here's how the conversation is going to go. The last thing that you want on any sales call is for somebody to make you start walking backwards and just start asking thousands and thousands of questions. Now, what else I'll add on to that is that if somebody asks you a question, you want your response to be short and sweet and straight to the point. If someone asks me, hey Alex, how long will it take me to succeed with XYZ thing? The last thing I want to say is like, well, you know, for one guy it took him about 8 months, another person it'll take 3, but based off where you're at right now, I feel like it'll take about 4 months. Because they're just going to follow up with another question and say, well, what was the difference between the 3-month guy and the 8-month guy? Instead, whenever somebody asks me a question throughout the entire call, I keep it 1 sentence, short, sweet, straight to the point. So again, if they ask me, hey, how long will it take me to succeed? I'll say, based off where you're at, it'll take you 4 months. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions on that? Did that answer your question? Okay, cool. And then move on. But don't get caught up in the first 5 minutes of your sales call walking backwards and getting asked a million questions. Now that I just covered how to set frame and the importance of it, let's cover the discovery section of your sales call. Now, what I will say is discovery is by far the most important piece of your sales call. 99% of the time, if you do not close a deal, or if you're receiving consistent objections at the end of the call, It's most likely because you weren't asking the right questions during discovery, and maybe you weren't pre-handling the objections correctly. So what I will do with this section of this video is break down, number one, the discovery framework that I created that I have used the past years that has helped me close millions of dollars of deals. It's called the roller coaster discovery method. And then number two is I'll break down the way that I pre-handle objections at the end of discovery. Now before that, I do want to break down a little bit of a story, and this is to explain the importance and how you want to view and the mindset that you want to have when you're in discovery. Now I was on a team for Thak Nguyen. This is one of my most recent sales roles. Thak Nguyen is a Asian real estate gentleman. He has a huge following. His company was doing well over $1 million per month. And what he does is help people invest into real estate properties. And I remember on one of our team meetings, we're reviewing someone else's sales call. It was a girl on the team. And the person who was reviewing it was one of the veteran closers that's been a part of Thak's team for a number of years. And I remember he was trying to find a way to explain to the girl closer that she wasn't diving deep enough with the questions that she was asking. And with everything he was saying to her, it seemed like it wasn't really hitting home. And so he finally said this analogy that made it click for her. And that analogy goes something like this. Now, a good closer simply knocks on the door, then moves on to the next section of the sales call. A great closer knocks on the door, opens it, and then walks all the way through. And that analogy is supposed to break down the difference of being on the surface level versus diving deeper with the questions that you're asking. And here's an example. If I am selling a B2B offer that has to do with helping a business get more leads or generate more leads for their business, and I ask, hey, so what are you looking for help with when it comes to scaling your business? And they tell me, yeah, well, I'm looking to get more consistent lead flow for my business. That is the surface level. And a good closer will hear that and say, okay, beautiful. Now, what's the goal when you start getting more leads? Essentially moving on to the next section of the call without diving deeper into that subject. A great closer understands if they knock on the door, they gotta open the door and then also walk all the way through. Meaning if somebody tells me, hey, I want to get more leads to scale my business, my follow-up would be, okay, beautiful. And if you don't mind me asking, how are you currently getting leads? Now that is me opening the door. From there, once they break down the way that they're getting leads, I'm gonna dive even deeper and say something like, okay, so you're currently running Facebook ads and posting organic content. What has you looking for an additional lead source currently? And so that's one example of walking all the way through the door, but I could even say different examples. If you're selling something B2C, like maybe a BizOp offer, and BizOp, all that means is business opportunity. So it's something like maybe the offer I was selling for Iman, where I help people start and scale their agency. You know, a very common prospect that you'll have on those calls are the people who want to quit their 9-to-5. And so a good closer will simply knock on the door and ask, hey, so what has it that wants you to start an agency? Maybe the prospect will say, well, I'm looking to start this so I could quit my 9-to-5 and work from home. And then they'll simply just move on to the next section of the call and say, okay, beautiful. How long have you been wanting to do that? Now, a great closer, again, understands if I knock on the door, I have to open it and I need to walk all the way through. By saying something like, okay, makes sense. So it seems like you're looking to leave your job. Is that correct? Okay, makes sense. So how much money would we need to make with the agency? That way you have the option to leave the job. That is me opening the door. And once they say they need to make $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 in order to leave their job, I'm gonna follow up with, okay, and if you don't mind me asking, what has you wanting to leave your job in the first place? You're making decent money. And that is me walking all the way through the door that I've opened. Now there's different layers of questions that you could stack on top of that, which I'll break down, but I wanted to make sure that you understand that analogy. That way, whenever you go into your sales calls or you review your own calls, you could look at the questions that you're asking and ask yourself, am I knocking on the door or am I opening it and walking through as well? All right, now we are on my handy dandy screen share here from Miro board. And one thing that I wanted to show you guys when diving deep into discovery is helping you understand the overall framework of the direction that you need to take with your conversations during discovery. Now, with that, I'm sure you could imagine for me to give you an entire question list of what to ask word by word would be extremely difficult because every single offer you're going to be asking different questions based off the niche and the product that you're selling. For example, if you're selling a dating offer, you could guarantee that you're going to be asking questions about somebody's love life. And if you're watching this and you're wondering, what the hell is a dating offer? Yes, they exist. And they actually make a lot of money right now because it's pretty unique in the marketplace, which is extremely crazy to me. I've never sold one, but there's a lot of dating offers out there. But all that to say, versus Let's say you're selling a dating offer versus a B2B lead gen package or a package like Gym Launch, a B2B consulting package for gym owners. You'll be asking a hell of a lot of questions about the gym, how long they've been running it, what are they doing to grow the gym, what does the current revenue and metrics look like for yourself. And so it would be quite literally impossible for me to just list out a ton of questions to ask on your discovery, but I can break down the entire framework and what you need to gain out of it. Essentially, the check boxes that I keep on a piece of paper whenever I take a sales call, and every time I got the information that I need, I will check off the box and move on to the next subject of the call. Right now, before that, I do want to break down the roller coaster discovery framework. You may have seen me talk about this a little bit before, but I'll pull out my handy dandy drawing symbol to give you a breakdown. Now, most sales trainers, including Gym Launch and Hormozi and the team at Iman, taught me a framework that was the complete opposite of this. And so even for you, if you are selling currently, I encourage you to try new things and try new methods. That is how you really master your skill with sales, as a whole. And truthfully, I think you never master your skill with sales. To this day, there's still new things that I find that I start implementing into calls, like asking closing questions was something that I just started doing this past year. Now, if you are even in sales, you probably remember this. Most people, the way they teach you to do discovery, it looks the complete opposite of this, right? So they want you to start with your introduction here. Hey, how are you? What made you book the call? What was motivation with booking the call? And then they want you to ask their current state struggles. So cool. So what are you facing when it comes to XYZ thing? What's the problem you're facing with lead gen currently, or your gym? Or what's the problem you're facing with your dating life if it's a dating offer? Or what's the problem you're facing with real estate? What have you done to fix that problem? What have you tried? Why is it not going well? And so forth. After, they want you to take it to future state goals, right? Okay, so now that I understand your problems, once we solve those problems, where is it that you want to go, right? What is the vision? Why is that important to you? How soon do you want to get there? What's the longer term vision that you see a year from now? And essentially what they want you to do is end the conversation there. And the reason why that is backwards is quite simple. Once you pitch your product, if you use this framework, you are pitching to a heightened sense of emotion to the prospect. And let's say this is your pitch here. And so the analogy that I always use is, let's imagine we're selling a dating offer or a fitness offer. I could guarantee for both of those offers, it is notorious for having criers. Meaning, hey, in a fitness sense, some people are weighing 100 pounds overweight. Maybe their wife left them because they're a mess and they're out of shape. Or even, hey, maybe they have like health problems that are really, really serious. And if they don't lose their weight, they're quite literally going to cut off years of their life and possibly die. Not to get grim here. But with your typical sales call structure, what you are doing is you are going to get them to cry in the first 10 minutes of the conversation. Right here, when you talk about their current state struggles, how long have they been overweight? How is that making them feel? What have they tried? How is that affecting them? And then essentially what you'll do is tell the prospect, okay, cool, wipe your tears. I understand you're going through a lot right now, but let's talk about the big vision and get you excited here. So, how will it affect you if you lose 100 pounds? What will that do for your life? How quick do you want to lose 100 pounds? And you are essentially ending the conversation with them at that peak or heightened sense of emotion. And so the reason why I switched this around for myself is because I was selling a real estate offer to prospects with a lot of money. Guys that were already making 200, 300, 400K per year on a really good job. And it got really difficult for me to build a solid gap during discovery. And so the flip that I made was talking about their future state goals at the top of the conversation and then ending it with the current state struggles at the end of the conversation. And if you have a sales script and you're wondering like, Alex, how the hell do I do that? You simply take the questions that you have for current state struggles, you highlight them and copy them with your mouse, and then paste it after future state goals and talk about goals first. And so let's look at it again from a dating or fitness offer, and we'll use fitness for this example. With this new structure of using the roller coaster analogy, you're still starting with your intro. Hey, what made you book the call? What's the biggest problem that you're facing when it comes to fitness? But once they tell you your problem, you let them know you heard them. Okay, beautiful. So you're 100 pounds overweight and you're looking to lose some weight. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. And from there, I am taking it straight to future state goals by saying something like, okay, Mr. Prospect, so listen, I always like to begin with the end in mind. So where are we looking to go when it comes to your fitness journey? How soon are you looking to lose 100 pounds? What would that do for you if you lost all that weight and got down to your weight that you were in college? And there's some deeper questions that I'll ask, which actually I'm about to cover right below this, but you understand the gist, right? So I am taking it to future state goals right away and getting them at that peak emotional state and excitement at the very start of the call. And then as soon as I'm done talking about future state goals, I am gonna pull them down to their current state struggles. By saying something like, okay, so now that we understand where you wanna go, let's talk about the problem that you're facing. You mentioned that you're 100 pounds overweight and that you've been trying to lose this weight for years. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Okay, how many years is years, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, wow, so you've been trying to lose a weight for 6 years? And how much weight have we lost in the past 6 years? Okay, that makes sense. So, God, you've been struggling for quite some time. How has being 100 pounds overweight affected you these past years? What's the biggest problem that you're facing when it comes to losing that weight? How is that affecting your mindset and your family and the relationships you have around you? Essentially, what I am doing is I'm gonna get them to cry at the end of discovery. And then I will tell them, wipe your tears. I get that you're going through a lot, but let me pitch you and tell you exactly how our solution is gonna bring you back to that heightened sense of emotion. And so the roller coaster analogy, use it. It's really simple to do. All you need to do is talk about future state goals at the top of the call and their current state struggles at the end of the call. And this will be a game changer for you, just like it has for dozens and dozens of other people that I've worked with in sales. All right, now that we covered an overview of the roller coaster analogy, let's dive a little bit deeper into each section of the sales call with discovery. Now, I mentioned earlier, I don't really use scripts anymore. Unless I start a brand new offer, I'll use a script for the first 2 weeks, and once I have it memorized, I'll get rid of it. But usually what I have on a sales call is a piece of paper with these 4 boxes here, written on the side with a checkbox next to it. I have the overview, I have future state goals, I have current state struggles, and I have closing questions. On top of that, I understand as a closer, I can't just knock on the door with the questions that I ask in these sections. I need to knock, I need to open the door, and I need to walk all the way through. Now, to this day, I still use Alex Hormozi's closer framework. The only difference is I have now switched around asking future state goals instead of at the end of the discovery conversation. I will ask that at the very start. And then as far as overviewing their past problems and pain, I will put that at the end of the conversation. So if you know anything about Hormozi's closer framework, number 1 is C. It's an acronym. And what it stands for is, number 1, the C stands for clarify why they're here. Basically, get that overview. What made you book the call in the first place? Number 2 is to label them with a problem. Basically saying something like, okay, cool, so the problem that you're facing is XYZ based off what you told me. Is that correct? Or by asking, hey, so what are you looking for help with when it comes to scaling your gym? Yeah, well, I'm looking for help with ABC. Okay, that makes sense. So it seems like the problem you're facing is ABC. Is that correct? 100%. Now from there, Hormozi will tell you to overview their current pain and the past experiences that they felt. And that is the thing that I switched around. That overview, I got rid of it and I pulled it to the very back of the call. And S stands for sell them the vacation, meaning talk about those future state goals. I pulled that S next to L. So technically it would be CLSO, right? Instead of the typical closer framework. Meaning I clarify why they're here, I label them with the problem, I sell the vacation, I overview their past pain and experiences, and then I get to E, which is explain away their concerns, and then R, which stands for reinforce their decision. So as we're looking here, once you get into overview, there's a few things that you need to cover, which is number 1, clarify why we're here, and number 2 is to still label them with a problem. The way that you do that is by asking, hey, so why did you book the call? And that's it. What motivated you to book the call, right? Now, most people will tell you, hey, I saw you guys, I saw your website, wanted to get some more information and so forth. And we need to label them with the problem. So my follow-up when someone will say that to me is, okay, cool. Well, listen, I'm sure if you just wanted more information, you could have got it from our website or search us up on YouTube. What's the biggest problem that you're facing when it comes to scaling your gym currently? From there, that is where they'll give me the problem that I am going to label them with throughout the entire call. Now, what I'm not going to do is start overviewing their current problem and the past things that they've tried to fix it, because I am going to focus on that at later in the call during current state struggles. Instead, I am going to pull the conversation straight into future state goals. By number 1, selling the vacation by asking, okay, well, listen, I like to begin with the end in mind. So once we solve this problem with the gym, what is the vision that you have for your business? How long have you been trying to achieve that vision? Why is that important to you? Okay, I always like to dive an extra layer deeper. What will that do for you in your business and your life that you're not able to experience now? And from there, I will take their goals a step further. And what I mean by a step further is the two-step goal framework. And all that means is when you ask someone what their goal or their big vision is with XYZ thing, whether it's B2B or B2C, they tend to give you that first step complacent goal. And the reason why this isn't good enough is a lot of offers, it's not big enough of a vision for them to sit there and spend $10,000 at the end of the call. Like, let's imagine in Gym Launch's sense, I'm selling a $40,000 product. And there was plenty of gym owners that came onto the call and said, hey Alex, my goal and my vision is just to be profitable. I just want to be able to make like $5,000 or $6,000 a month. Now, I'll pose a question for you watching this. Do you think a goal of $5,000 or $6,000 a month will be enough for them to sit there and pull out their credit card and take a loan for $40,000 at the end of the conversation? And if you don't know the answer, no, not at all. We need them to think bigger. Our job as salespeople is to help people uncover the goals that they didn't even know that they had. And so all a two-step goal means is once I figure out that first step, okay, you want to make $5,000 to $8,000, I am going to follow up with what is your bigger vision beyond that? And I'm going to sit there and paint the vision and sell the vacation of that big vision that they want to reach. If I got a gym owner to go from, hey, I want to make $5,000 to $8,000 to, actually, Alex, I mean, listen, I would love to have $1 million per year gym and own multiple locations and serve thousands and thousands of people every single month. And here's what it'll do for my family. It is so much easier for them to fathom and stomach paying $40,000 for our consulting program. Because now it's not about them just making $5,000 or $8,000 and being profitable. It's about them becoming a $1 million per year gym and owning multiple locations. So whether it's B2B or whether it's B2C, you should always have a two-step goal. If I'm selling for Iman Gadzhi and I have a prospect tell me, hey man, my goal is just to quit my job and listen, I need to make $5,000 a month to do it. That's about it, super simple. Of course, I'll touch on that and say, why is that important? How long have you been trying to leave the job? But I'm always gonna hit that second step of the goal, which is, hey man, listen, you can make $5,000 just becoming a phlebotomist, and there's so many things that you could do. So what's the bigger vision that you see with the agency? And I'm going to sit there and paint the vision and sell the vacation of that bigger vision. I want to hear the prospect say, I want financial freedom. Okay, what does financial freedom mean to you? Well, it means being able to travel the world and have a penthouse in Miami and help my mom. Okay, well, how much money do we need to make that happen? Well, honestly, I'd probably need like $40,000 a month. Okay, cool. I love it. I love the vision that you have, man. But let me ask you this. You're currently working a warehouse job and you're making $5,000 to $8,000 a month. And you just told me all this financial freedom stuff that you want. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Don't hate me here. Okay, would you ever be able to make $40,000 per month and travel the world and help your mom and get the penthouse if you just stay in that warehouse shop? Well, no, not at all. Okay, so what do we think that we need to do? Well, I need to take a step forward. I need to commit. I need to get help with this. And then I'm pulling it straight to current state struggles. Okay, so what are you struggling with? What do you need help with? How long have you been looking for help? Right? So let me know if that made sense to you in the comments. You're starting with that overview. You're going straight into future state goals. And then you're going into current state struggles. In current state struggles, you want to cover a couple things. Number one is to overview their past pain, meaning like, what have you tried and why didn't that work? And then finally, you're going to end it off with explaining away their concerns, meaning you want to make it logical to the prospect as to why the things that they tried didn't work and how you're different. And once you wrap these three sections up, I am just going straight into closing questions. Now, closing questions is how I end every single discovery conversation. And essentially what I'm doing is I am pre-handling objections. And there are 4 objections that you want to pre-handle on every single call. Number 1 is commitment. Number 2 is the partner objection. Number 3 is finances. And number 4 is timing. So for commitment, once I go through these 3 sections of the call and I understand their overview, why they're here and what their problem is, and their future state goals, I understand where they want to go and what the big vision is once we solve that problem. But then I also understand their current state struggles as to, hey, this is what I've tried to solve the problem. This is why it didn't work. This is what I'm looking for help with. I am first going to tie them up with commitment and ask a closing question. By saying something like, hey, Mr. Prospects, I totally understand where you want to go. You want to get to $40,000 per month. This is the problem that you're facing, and this is what you want to try. Listen, we could definitely help you get there, but this is something that you need to be committed to on your end. So as long as we could get you to $40,000 per month and solve XYZ problem, is this something that you'd be committed to move forward with today? I'm looking for that hard yes. And if you frame it that way, your prospect will always say yes. Well, yeah, Alex, listen, I mean, obviously I want to hear you guys break down like what it is you have to offer, but if you could get me to 40K per month and solve my lead gen issue, then I would definitely be willing to move forward today. And then I will say, beautiful. And just to be sure, for you moving forward today, does anyone else need to be involved with you making a decision? Basically, I'm pre-handling the partner objection. And obviously, I'm looking for a no. Now, if they are to tell me yes, like obviously I actually do, I need my wife here, I need my business partner, that is a great sign to just answer some questions that the prospect has and then reschedule the call when we could get all the decision makers on a single call. So if you have more questions on that, put it in the comments. But yes, if somebody tells me on a sales call, I cannot make a decision today because I need someone else on the call, then I'm going to respect that and reschedule it for a time where I could get all the decision makers. Finally, I am moving into finances and then timing. So finances, I only cover it as needed, but at the end of the day, sometimes you'll have somebody that you're questioning if they're financially qualified to purchase your product in the first place, and that is your time to dive into finances. And the way I break down finances, I always blame it on the niche in the product that I'm selling. Meaning if I'm selling a real estate offer, I will ask the question in this way. Hey, so by the way, Mr. Prospect, obviously finding and purchasing a property will cost some money. Let's say we find you the perfect property tomorrow. How much money do you have set and saved to the side to jump into that deal? Or if I'm selling a B2B lead gen package, I would say something like, hey man, listen, ad spend costs money. At the end of the day, we always create a tailored game plan based off where you're at currently. But what do you have set and saved to the side in total that we could dedicate towards getting you some more leads? It's a little bit less invasive compared to asking someone, what do you have saved in your bank account? And it's a logical way of asking the question that will make the prospect give you a truthful answer. Now, finally, we are wrapping up with timing. And the reason why I say timing is because the last thing that I want to happen at the end of the sales call is somebody to tell me, hey, Alex, this all sounds great, sounds like a lot, but I don't really have enough time to implement all this stuff. And so for me, all I'm going to ask is like, hey, for the sake of starting your agency, how many hours do you have per day? Or I'd say something like, hey, for purchasing your first real estate property, obviously it's going to take a little bit of time that you need to dedicate towards this. How much time do you have on a weekly basis to dedicate towards real estate? Now, the key is for finances and timing, I will never give them the finances that they need to have saved or the time that they need to have available. I will just ask the question instead. And so what I mean by that is I will never tell a prospect, hey, do you have 3 hours per day? Because that's what we need for you to succeed. And I will never tell a prospect, hey, do you have $10,000 saved? Because that's what you need to join into our group. Instead, I will ask an open-ended question and ask them how much time they have or how much money they have saved. That way it protects me as a salesperson from hearing a no. Right? I mean, imagine you tell somebody like, hey, so for you to get to XYZ goal, it's going to take you 3 hours per day, which is pretty normal. Do you have that? And they say, 3 hours is kind of a lot. I have a kid. I mean, that's going to be really difficult to stretch. You just created an objection that didn't exist. So instead, I am going to ask the prospect, hey, how much time do you have for real estate? And once they tell me, oh, I have about 2 hours per day, I will follow up with, beautiful, makes sense. So just so you know, I mean, typically what we look for is about 5 to 7 hours per week. So it sounds like that's doable for you, correct? Then they'll say, yes, that's correct. And we just pre-handled that objection. And again, it's the same thing for finances. If I ask somebody, hey, what do you have set and saved to the side for real estate? And they say, I got about $50,000. I'll say, beautiful, man, you're coming in at a really good spot. I mean, most people coming in to get their first property have about $20,000 to $30,000 saved. So it seems like that's doable for you. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. And after covering these closing questions, I'm simply finishing the conversation by saying, awesome, I don't have any other questions. Was there anything else that you wanted to share that I missed from the past couple minutes? Once I get that no, I am going to hit transition and then go into closing. Now to cover transition's super simple, you guys. I mean, really it's just one sentence that you say of, hey, we could definitely help you get to XYZ goal and solve X problem. Do you mind if I break down how we're gonna do that? Permission to proceed. You're basically asking, hey, we could help you, we could solve that problem. Do you give me permission to pitch you and explain how we're going to do that? And that's it. That's the only thing you need to cover with transition. But what I will always say is once you give your transition question or statement, if you can move forward to pitching, always include their goal, always include their problem, and tell them that you could solve it. Don't have a lackadaisical transition. Meaning saying something like, okay, well, I think we could definitely help you. Do you mind if I just break down the entire program as a whole? Instead, get granular. Show them that you were listening. Hey, Alex, I have a full understanding of where you're at. You want to get to 40K per month, and this is a problem that you're facing. We could definitely help you with that. Do you mind if I break that down for you right now? And then we move on to pitching. Now, just to reiterate, for discovery, the 4 sections you're going to have on your piece of paper to make sure that you checked off is number 1 is overview, number 2 is future state goals, number 3 is current state struggles, and number 4 is closing questions. And if you do this correctly and finish off the conversation with closing questions, you should have the prospect at the point where they said they're fully committed, this is something that they're ready to move forward with, and as long as you could help them, they're ready to buy today. And then we're going into the pitch. And the pitch is just going to connect the dots and give them the logical explanation and the roadmap of how we'll solve that problem and help them reach that goal. And again, remember with all of these sections, your job as a great closer, not a good closer, isn't just to knock on the door, it's to knock on the door, open it, and then walk all the way through. All right, so now that we have covered discovery and a bit of transition as well, let's dive into the last 2 pieces of a 1-call close or of your sales calls in general, even if it's a 2-call close. Now, what that looks like is pitching and closing, but also objection handling. So I am gonna combine pitching and closing together and go ahead and screen share my screen and we will dive into it. Now, as you're looking at my screen here, let's ignore the green pieces for now, and I will cover that in a second. And let's focus on the orange and yellow pieces for pitching and closing. Now, you may be listening to this and say like, Alex, you make sales sound really simple. And if I do, then I've done a good job at explaining this. At the end of the day, sales is just having a normal conversation, but a directed conversation. A conversation that you are directing to the point of them giving you money and you saying, hey, is this something you want to move forward with? So I hope the first, fundamental pieces of a sales call that I've covered sounded simple to you because it's supposed to be, and I'm about to do the same with pitching. You're gonna start with your high-level promise here on the far left, but if you remember what I said in the last section of this video, before you say your high-level promise, you are in transition, right? So after discovery and you tell the prospect, hey, I don't have too many other questions, is there anything else that you wanted to share? And they say, no, I think you covered it all. I am going to say, my transition sentence, which is, okay, awesome, Mr. Prospect, we could definitely help you reach X goal and solve XYZ problem. Do you mind if I explain how we're going to do that? I'm basically asking for permission to proceed so I could go ahead and start pitching them. Once they say, hell yes, let's do it, break it down, I'm gonna dive straight into my high-level promise. And your high-level promise is the overarching promise that your company provides for its customers. So for Gym Launch, for example, their whole shtick was we will turn you into $1 million per year gym. So I would say something like, awesome, just so you understand, here at Gym Launch, we have been around for the past 5 years and we have scaled hundreds of companies to become $1 million per year gym. And when you break that down, that means your business is making about $83,000 per month. And what I'll do right now, Mr. Prospect, is cover exactly how we're gonna do that with you as well. That is my high-level promise. And the reason why I'm framing it this way is because I wanna tap into the emotion of the prospect. At the end of the day, people make decisions emotionally and then they compensate logically. And so at the top of your pitch, you wanna hit that emotionally styled statement. That way you could get that buy-in from your prospect as you're about to break down the logic behind it. So once again, your high-level promise is the overarching commitment that your company provides for its customers. And so I'll give you another example. For Iman's team, I would say something like, beautiful, so here at Educate, what we promise, man, is to help you start your agency from scratch and help you scale it beyond 10K plus per month. And what I'm about to do right now is break down exactly how we're gonna do that. Now let's shift it one more time. For somebody like Thak Nguyen, which was the Asian real estate gentleman that I sold for quite some time, I would say something like, beautiful, so Mr. Prospect, just so you know, Springboard to Wealth, we have been around for the past 7 years, and what we focus on is helping students acquire 3 to 4 properties, investment properties, every single year, and I'll explain now how we're gonna do that. Right, I'm sure you guys are starting to understand the gist a little bit, and I'll give you one last example, Charlie Morgan. I closed for Charlie. I was actually supposed to be the sales manager, but some things happened. I found a better company. I ended up moving on. But with Charlie Morgan, my high-level promise went something like this. Hey, Mr. Prospect, just so you know, here at Imperium Acquisition, we have been around for the past X amount of years. And what we do for every single client that we work with is provide a variety of client acquisition systems. That way you could scale beyond 6 figures per month. And I'll explain now how we're gonna do that, right? So number 1 is your high-level promise. And then you start going into each pillar. Now, I remember Oren Klaff said this. If you guys don't know who Oren Klaff is, he is a sales OG. I'd recommend, if you want to get a sales bug, get Pitch Anything and then get Flip the Script. But I will say, make sure you read Pitch Anything first, because that's the first series of the book, and then read Flip the Script afterwards. Now, a few things that Oren Klaff talks about is, one, you want to pitch to the croc brain of the prospect, meaning the emotional side of the prospect, which is why we're starting off our pitch with the high-level promise, so we could tap into that emotion. Number two, there's a lot of science behind this, but humans attain and understand information better in groups of 3. And so whenever you pitch your product or service, you shouldn't have 2 pillars, 4 pillars, 5 pillars, have 3 every single time. Now, as you pitch each pillar, what you're gonna follow is the PFS framework: problem, feature, solution. Which means after I break down my high-level promise and I say, hey, what we do here at Educate is help people start their agency from scratch and scale beyond 10K per month. I'm about to break down how we do that right now. I'm gonna start off with pillar number 1. And the first thing I will address at the top of pillar number 1 is the problem that the prospect is facing. So I will say something like, hey, Mr. Prospect, do you remember how you told me one of the biggest problems you're facing is understanding how to actually get clients with your business? And they'll agree and say, yeah, I remember how I said that. From there, I will go ahead and list off a feature of our product. Okay, so what we're gonna do is meet with you on a weekly basis and hold your hand throughout the client acquisition process and check in with you. That way you could develop a bulletproof system for getting consistent clients. And that's an example, but you get the gist. For feature, I'm gonna list off the actual feature of the product. And then I will move on to the solution and say something like, what that is gonna do for you, Mr. Prospect, is give you a reliable way to get clients over the next year. And I will follow up with alignment. Does that make sense? And do you feel like that could help you? And once I get those 2 yeses, I will move on to pillar number 2. Awesome. Now, to cover the second thing, Mr. Prospect, do you remember how you told me that you don't understand how to fulfill the service for the clients that buy from you? And they will say, yeah, I do remember that. Then I will list off the feature again. What we are going to do is sit down with you and help you outsource fulfillment for yourself. That way you could focus on closing clients and collecting the money, then passing it on to your fulfillment team, and they could deliver those results for you. Feature. Then I move on to solution. And what that's going to do for you, Mr. Prospect, is put you in the position to where you don't need to stress on client fulfillment. You will have an outsourced team from a different country that will do the client fulfillment for you at a quarter of the price. And then I'll go into alignment. Does that make sense? Do you feel like that'll help you? Once I get that yes, I'll move on to pillar number 3 and do the same thing. So if you redevelop and revamp your pitch like this, you will make more money in sales. Number 1 is to split your pitch up into 3 pillars. Always start with your high-level promise, and then each pillar needs to be broken up in the problem, feature, solution framework. Remember, sales is consulting, not therapy. And so if you have just some feature-based pitch of you listing off feature A, feature B, feature C, feature D, you're not truly consulting the person that you're speaking with. It's not that you need to re-customize a pitch for every single person that you talk to. You just need to ask good questions during discovery so we could figure out these 3 highlighted pieces here. What are the 3 problems that the prospect is facing? That way with each pillar, I could add the problem on top of it and make it feel like it's customized to the prospect, even though I say the same thing on every single call. Does that make sense? Does that feel like it'll help you? Now, after pitching my 3 pillars, I'm gonna wrap up the pitch by saying something like, awesome, that covers everything. What questions do you have on that? Once you finish your 3rd pillar of the pitch, you are now moving into closing. So we could go ahead and start looking at this green portion here. And the first thing I'm gonna do after breaking down that pillar is answer any questions the prospect has and exhaust all of those questions, meaning I'm going to answer every question they have. I'm going to ask them if that answered the question, and then I'm gonna say, what other questions do you have? Until the prospect gets to the point of saying, Alex, you covered everything, man. I have 0 questions left. Why is this important? It's really simple. We do not want questions to come up after we drop price and we're trying to take payment and close the deal. It takes the prospect away from the straight line of the sale. Imagine if we finish pitching here and we go straight into price drop and say, beautiful, so now that you understand everything, it'll be $10,000. Chances are the prospect's gonna be like, okay, wait, that's expensive, but let me ask questions on this. How does that work? How does this work? How does this work? And it starts pulling the prospect away from the straight line of getting the close. So instead, after you pitch, you want to exhaust all questions. simply by saying, cool, that covers everything. Do you have any questions on anything we just touched on? Now, another key piece with this is to keep your answers to their questions short, sweet, and straight to the point. 1 sentence, 10 words, that's it. Meaning, for example, if, I get to this point and I say, cool, that covers everything, what questions they have, and maybe the prospect will say like, hey, Alex, how long will it take for me to become $1 million per year gym? What you don't want to say is some long-winded answer that's just going to create more questions for the prospect. Meaning, let's imagine I say, well, for most people it takes about a year. We did have one person where it took 3 months, but I do think based off where you're at currently, it should take about 6 months. Most likely the prospect is going to follow up with, wait, so what's the difference between the 1 year guy and the 3 month guy, and how come it's only going to take me 6 months? The next thing you know, you're walking backwards, asking more and more questions, and once again, it's taking the prospect away from the straight line of the sale. And so as soon as I pitch number 3, I'm going to exhaust all questions and keep everything short, sweet, and straight to the point. So if a prospect asks me, hey Alex, how long will it take me to become $1 million per year gym? I'm simply going to answer, listen, for most people, including yourself, it takes about 6 months. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Did that answer that question? Beautiful. What other questions do we have? So remember, if you are answering questions for a prospect, less is more. Stop giving such long-winded answers that just creates more questions and more concerns and talks yourself out of the sale. Instead, give short, sweet, straight to the point answers. Now, once you get your prospect to the point of saying like, hey man, do you have any other questions? And they say, no, Alex, I have 0 questions left. You can move on to the next piece of closing, which is alignment. Now, the purpose of alignment is for 2 reasons. Number 1, it's to really slow the conversation down and have good pacing up to the point of taking payment. And the reason why this is important, I can't tell you how many closers I've seen do such a great job on a sales call and then lose the call and lose the deal in the last 10 minutes because they get overhyped, overexcited, overstimulated, and get a little bit weird when it comes to asking for money. All of a sudden, the prospect's red flags come up and they hang up and never buy the product in the first place. And so you want to have good pacing. And that's the reason why we're not going to drop price right away. Instead, as soon as we finish pitching, we're going to act like we don't care and just be like, hey man, listen, that covers everything. What questions do you have on everything that we just touched on? Once all questions are covered, I usually say something like this for alignment. Beautiful. So just to be sure, this is most important, Mr. Prospect, do you feel like everything that we touched on could get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem? Remind the prospect why they're on the call in the first place, especially if you're selling something that is $10, $15, $20, $40,000. It is so easy for the prospect to forget their goal and the problem that we're trying to solve once we say that big of a ticket price. And so directly before we price drop, we want to get alignment and remind the prospect why they're on the call. And a key note that I'll say with this is alignment cannot be lackadaisical. Just like your transition before you pitch, you need to be direct and use the right wordage when you get alignment. Alignment is not asking the prospect, hey, so just to be sure this is most important, do you feel like this will help you? Alignment is not asking, do you feel like this will make sense? Alignment is being direct. Hey, Mr. Prospect, this is most important. You told me you want to reach X goal and solve X problem. Do you feel like what I touched on today could get you there, yes or no? And so be direct when you get alignment. Now, once you get that green light from the prospect and they say, yeah, Alex, I actually do feel like this will get me to the goal in the vision that I kind of have for my business, you could go into price drop. Now, a lot of you may have seen content already on price drop, whether it's from me or from other people, and Hormozi's really big on just say the price and shut up. I do not believe in that. I feel like it gets awkward. Let's remove the awkwardness. What I do when I price drop is value stack the price first and then drop the price and shut up. Meaning I am going to do a quick summary and restack the offer first and then say the $10,000 ticket price and stay quiet. So that looks a little something like this. Once I do alignment and they say, yes, I do feel like this will get me to XYZ goal, I'm gonna say, beautiful. So for everything covered the entire year, getting you to that $10,000 per month goal, us meeting with you one-on-one every single week, the 5 calls that you'll be able to come to, and us helping you set up that client acquisition system, it'll be $10,000. Now at this point, this is where I drop the price and I shut up. And 2 things will happen in this scenario. Either the prospect will be like, okay, and then we're going to assume the close, or the prospect will give you an objection. And in that case, we are going to objection handle, then assume the close. right? So an example of that, and you guys have a ton of sales call recordings of me on YouTube where you could watch me do this, is me value stacking the product and say, cool, for everything included to get you to XYZ goal, A, B, and C, it'll be $10,000. And maybe the prospect says something like, it's kind of expensive. Okay, I'm just going to assume the close. And say, beautiful, so next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Let's get you scheduled for your call tomorrow. I'll give you a breakdown of what you need to focus on for the next 24 hours, and then we'll be good to go. Is that cool? And as long as they give me the thumbs up, I'm gonna take it straight into the close and taking payment. Now, sometimes if you assume the close, this is where the prospect may give you an objection. Once you tell them, awesome, next steps are simple, let's get you logged in and marching forward, they may say, well, actually, this is something I need to think about. And in that case, you'll objection handle. Right, but I would say this is the second most important piece of your sales call, and making sure you have the right structure and the right pacing when you're closing somebody is so huge. Because listen, sometimes it's nerve-wracking to spend $5,000 or $10,000. If you get an ounce of commission breath in the last 10 minutes of this call, you will lose a deal. And so you need to follow this line by line. Number one is questions, and you want to exhaust all questions and keep your answers short, sweet, and straight to the point. Number two is you want to get alignment to slow the conversation down and remind the prospect why they're about to spend $40,000 or $10,000 or whatever it is. And then number three is we want to value stack the price drop. It makes it a lot more digestible to accept the such high ticket price. After we value stack the ticket drop, we stay silent. Once the prospect says, all right, well, $10,000, okay, we assume the close. Cool, next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in and marching forward. Now leave a comment below if that made sense to you, if you have any questions on that, or if you'd like me to dive deeper into this, which I could do on a separate video, and I will jump into objection handling now. All right, let's dive into it and break down objection handling. So as you can see on my screen, I actually have an objection handling video where I break down the revolving method in full detail. I'll leave a link in the description, but if you haven't heard of the revolver method, this is a coin that I termed that basically goes over how to pre-handle objections from happening in the first place. If you've seen any other sales trainers or salespeople on YouTube, I think 99% of people overcomplicate objection handling. They try to trick you into believing that you need to understand these question stacks and analogies and special stories that you're gonna tell, or this neuro-linguistic programming that's gonna mindfuck your prospect into buying. And it's just not true. To be quite frank with you, it's probably because they want you to buy whatever it is that you have from them and make you believe that they understand some special way to tap into people's psyche that you don't. When realistically, all objection handling is asking good questions in discovery to build rapport, to build yourself as an authority, and to find out where the prospect wants to go and what's stopping them from getting there. That way, when you get to the end of the call and they give you an objection, you could tell the prospect, hey, listen, I hear you, but you're wrong and here's why. Basically saying like, hey man, based off what you told me, here's my bullet. You were wrong because your words told me differently earlier, and here's why. So again, instead of memorizing these, objection handling frameworks and question stacks or analogies, just build your skill set by mastering discovery and asking tactical questions that build rapport. That way, when an objection comes up, you could say, I hear you, but you're wrong, and here's why. Now, my two-step method for the revolver method for objection handling is simple. Number one is we're going to ask 5 pre-handle questions, technically 6. And number 2, at the end of the sales call, if an objection comes up in the first place, ideally it shouldn't because we pre-handled them, you'll ask 3 more questions before firing your bullet. So to dive deeper, your pre-handle questions load bullets. At the end of the call, once you receive the objection, you fire the bullet. And so if we scroll down here, when it comes to loading your bullets, there's a couple important keys. Number 1 is to ask these 5 or technically 6 closing questions during discovery. And number 2 is these questions are not effective with a bad discovery. You need to find out where the prospect wants to go and what's stopping them from getting there, or else this will not work. And so that's why, if you remember me saying earlier in the call, having a good discovery is the most important piece of your sales calls. Now, the pre-handle questions that I ask are super simple, and you probably remember me talking about this earlier on. But number 1 is timing, number 2 is commitment, number 3 is solution, number 4 is partner, number 5 is time available, and number 6 is finances if needed. Most offers that I've ever sold on pre-qualify leads with finances before they speak with me on the sales call, so I never have to dive into this that much. But when I pre-handle these objections, it goes a little bit something like this. I always do it at the end of discovery. So first, I'm going to ask very good tactical questions that build rapport and build me as an authority to find out where the prospect wants to go and what's stopping them from getting there. And then at the end of discovery, I'm going to wrap it up by asking these closing questions, aka pre-handles. And number one is timing. So I will literally ask the prospect, hey, Mr. Prospect, so how soon are you looking to solve this problem? And this is to prevent them saying at the end of the call, hey man, $10,000 is a lot, let me come back to this a month or two from now. Now, as long as you do a good job in discovery and figure out how this problem is affecting their business or current life, they will always say, listen, I want to solve it as soon as possible. And then we'll move on to number two, which is commitment. Now, with commitment, we just want to prevent the, listen, this sounds cool, but I think I'm going to focus on this instead. Or maybe you're selling something B2C and they say, listen, this business model sounds cool, but I'm actually looking at e-commerce right now. And I think I'm just going to, check that out and commit to that instead. So instead of waiting until we receive that at the end of the call, and then we're fighting an uphill battle after we drop price, and we're basically fighting and scrambling to get the close, let's get commitment during discovery. Simply by asking, after timing, okay, beautiful, so I'm glad you want to fix this as soon as possible. Now, let me know, we could definitely help you, but is this something that you're ready to commit to for yourself? And usually the way I'll say it is like, hey, working with our team is a lot like hiring a personal trainer for the gym. We could write out your meal plan and tell you exactly what to do at the gym, but we still need you to commit to it yourself. Is this something that you're ready to commit to? Obviously, I'm looking for a yes. If they say no, it's a red flag and they're not going to buy in the first place. Now, from there, I am moving on to the solution. Once they tell me, yes, Alex, hell yes, I'm committed, I will say, awesome, man. The reason why I'm asking that is because we could definitely help you reach that goal and solve that problem. As long as we can, would you be ready to move forward today? I'm not going to say tomorrow. I'm not going to say, are you ready to take a step forward at some point? I'm going to say, hey, as long as we could get you there, would you be ready to move forward and buy today? Now, once I get that, well, yeah, man, if you could get me to $10,000 a month and help me get out of my job, I'd be ready to buy today. I will move on to question number 4, which is partner. You don't always need to ask this question. It just depends what you're selling, but sometimes you do want to pre-handle the partner objection. For example, if you're selling a fitness offer to moms, there's a safe bet that, sometimes the husband is involved in helping her pay for this thing. Or biggest example is B2B. 90% of the time, if you're selling a B2B offer, you need the business partner on the phone. And so at this point, this is where I'll ask the partner objection. And then once they say, yes, I'd be ready to move forward today, I'm going to follow up with beautiful. And by the way, does anyone else need to be involved here to make a decision, like a business partner, husband, wife, and so forth? That way, I don't receive that objection at the end of the sales call. We're basically trying to plant seeds and pre-handle these things from coming up in the first place. And finally, we have number 5, which is time. Meaning once they say, no, I can make this decision on my own, I'm going to say, by the way, how much time do you have to dedicate towards a solution? And remember what I told you earlier, don't give them the time, ask them the time. The last thing I'm going to say is, by the way, we need 10 hours a week from you. Is that doable? Because all you're doing is setting yourself up for a no. Instead, I will ask it open-ended. And by the way, how much time do you have to dedicate towards XYZ thing? And once they tell me 10 hours per week, I'm gonna say, beautiful, we're only looking for 1 hour per day. So it sounds like that's doable for you, correct? You guys, I've created this because I've received hundreds of objections that all revolve around these 6 things. Now, you may be saying like, hey, Alex, what about finances? And that depends on your offer. If you're on a good offer, they're going to qualify finances for you, so you don't need to stress about that. But hey, maybe you're on an offer where, you do need to qualify for finances. Or maybe you're on an offer where your past 5 sales calls have all been unqualified people that can't afford what it is that you're buying. That is a perfect sign that you need to include the finance pre-handle as you're loading your bullets in discovery. Now, an honorable mention that I always like to include is the yes, no, or maybe frame. So if you remember, we have discovery, we have transition, and then we have pitching. The yes, no, or maybe frame, I keep it in between transition and pitching. I'm honestly surprised, I've shared this with tons of people, and how much this has helped other people with their sales calls with getting more yeses. I know it worked for me, but whenever I share it with other people and it works for them, I'm like, that's interesting. So the yes, no, or maybe frame, the reason why you use it is because, hey, if you don't want to hear maybe, or I need to think about it, how about we just ask the prospect and let them know, I don't want to hear that at the end of the sales call. And so the way that I do that is directly after transition. Once I say, we could definitely help you with XYZ goal and solve X problem. Could I share how we're going to do that? And they tell me yes. That is when I use the yes, no, or maybe frame. I will say, awesome, Mr. Prospect. Well, listen, by the way, I know at the end of the call, there's a few things that you could say. Either Alex, hell yes, let's do this. No, which I want you to know, I'm 100% okay with a no. The one I do want to avoid are those in-between answers, the, let me talk with my dog about it, let me think about it. So is it okay to keep it between a yes or a no? As long as you frame the question correctly, you will never have somebody that says, no, man, I can't give you a yes or no by the end of the call. Now, this isn't foolproof because, listen, you guys, sometimes you'll tell them it's 20K and they'll be like, God, I didn't know it was that expensive. And the next thing you know, they want to think about it still. But the whole point of this is to do our best to prevent every single objection from coming up in the first place. And I can't tell you how many times I've been on sales calls where I get to the end, I drop price, I say, let's move forward. And they say, listen, Alex, I'm usually the type that wants to think about things, but I know you told me that you want a yes or a no at the end of the call, so let's dive into it. Let's do it. All right, now we are moving on to step 2, which is what do we do if we pre-handle every objection and we do it perfectly, yet an objection still comes up at the end of the call. So I broke this up in 2 steps for you. Step number 1 is once an objection occurs, ask these 3 questions. And once you get the answers to those questions, go ahead and fire your bullet. Now you may be saying like, Alex, what is the bullet, right? The bullet is using their own language against them because you asked that question already to prevent the objection in the first place. So if somebody says, I really need to speak with my wife, you could say, listen, man, I asked you 20 minutes ago, you told me you didn't need to speak with the wife, so let me know what changed. Or if someone tells you, hey man, I love everything that you broke down, but I'm not gonna have enough time for this. You could say, hey, I hear you, but I asked you if you had 1 hour per day like 10 minutes ago, and you said that was totally fine. You actually told me you had 10 hours per week. So 2 hours per day, Monday through Friday, that you could dedicate towards this. So what changed, right? So the 3 questions that you ask, it goes a little something like this. The reason why you ask question number 1 is because the first objection that somebody gives you is always a smokescreen, meaning it's not the real objection. And so you need to pierce that and uncover what the real objection is behind it. Meaning, I need to think about it is not the real objection. The objection is behind that. There is something that they need to think about or that they're afraid of that we need to find out. And so whenever you receive an objection, step number 1 is to get past the smokescreen. And you'll do that by simply asking, okay, well, listen, man, that's fine. Thinking about it aside, do you feel like this could actually get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem? So again, we are going to remind the prospect why they're here on the call in the first place. Once they say yes, because we already got alignment earlier on when we were closing, we're gonna follow up with why. Okay, so just so I know, why do you feel like this will help you so much? Just so I have a good understanding. Let's get the prospect to resell themselves on the path and the product that they're about to purchase. Yeah, so listen, Alex, I really like everything you guys have to deliver. I saw the testimonials, I saw everything that you include, and I do feel like it'll help me at the end of the day. And then I'll move on to number 3, which is bringing up the objection that they told me. I'll say, okay, so listen, I'm glad that you feel like it'll help you. That's most important. So when you say you need to think about it, what's coming up for you just to see if I could help? This is when they'll give you the real objection. Maybe they'll say, listen, it's just really expensive. Or they'll say, listen, I'm just afraid to move forward. Or maybe I feel like I just don't have enough time to implement this stuff in the first place. Now we have the real objection and we could work with that. So again, whenever you receive an objection, we want to hit these 3 questions. Number 1 is to remind the prospect why they're on the call in the first place. Number 2 is we're gonna ask them why are they so convicted that this will help them reach XYZ goal and solve X problem. And then number 3 is we're going to bring up the objection and ask them what's coming up, what do you mean by that? Just to see if I could help. And then from there, we're gonna handle the real objection that they gave. Now, when it comes to firing your bullet and labeling the real problem in closing, I believe this, free course, we might be at like 7 or 8 hours by now. I'm gonna leave the link in the description where I break this down in a lot more detail, plus give live examples of utilizing these strategies inside the actual description. That way you could check it out. But I do wanna talk about these couple key things. Number 1 is to humanize your interaction. Don't be an asshole. Don't have commission breath. Don't, put the sales hat on. Number 2 is after you shoot your bullet, you sit in silence. First one to speak loses, right? So once they say like, hey man, listen, I don't think I could afford this. And you follow up with, well, listen, bro, you told me you had $30,000 saved and this is just a fraction of that. So, let me know, where am I going wrong? You stay silent And the first one is speak loses. Number 3 is to relabel the problem and go for the close. So once they say, yeah, you're right, like I have the money, let's relabel their problem. Okay, so it seems like you have the money. Let me know, is it more so a case of like maybe you just kind of being afraid of spending $5,000-$10,000 on something? Yeah, exactly, that's what it is. And then we go for the close. Again, I'll leave this link in the description so you guys could, hear the full like 30-40 minute video of me talking about objection handling. That way you could check it out. Now that we have covered the full structure of a sales call and every single piece within the call, what to say and what to follow within your sales calls, let's dive into how to find a sales role. Now, before I do that, I do want to break down the different type of sales opportunities that you have, meaning the positions you could go into. That way you fully understand what is the best fit for you. Now, realistically, in any high ticket sales role, you really have 3 options for yourself. You could go in as an SDR, as a closer, or as a sales manager. Now, obviously, for you to become a sales manager, it's going to take a couple years of experience and, quite frankly, some management experience to go and land a sales management role with 0 experience. Now, maybe you're watching this and you're like, hey, Alex, I have a sales management role and I didn't have much experience. I could guarantee it's not a good sales management role, okay? Because if you're managing a good sales team, you're making upwards of $40,000 per month between your base salary plus revenue share of what the closers are earning on the sales floor. So yes, you heard me right. The typical pay structure for a sales manager usually is something like a $10,000 or $15,000 base salary, sometimes a little bit more, but usually around 10 or 15K. And the rest of your income comes from revenue share on cash collected. Meaning, kind of the typical structure you'll see is 5% revenue share of cash collected. So as a sales manager, if you have 4 closers and each of them collected $100,000 that month, that means the entire sales team collected $400,000 and you are getting 5% of that, which would be $20,000 in additional income on top of your base salary. Now, once you're on a really good offer, typically the sales team is collecting well over $1 million every single month. So you could see pretty quickly like what the line of progression looks like for you in sales. And hey, if you're managing a pretty big sales team of 6, 7, 8 people and the company is making over $1 million per month, you could very well get your income to $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 per month just by managing your sales team. Now, maybe I'll talk about another video when it comes to sales management because I have managed sales teams in the past, and you could leave a comment below if you'd like me to talk about the ins and outs of managing a sales team, how to do it properly, and the key factors to have a high performing sales team. But before that, let's break down the difference of an SDR and a closer. That way you understand, 1, the difference, but number 2, the direction you should go. Now, before I break this down, I think it'll make a lot of sense for me to cover my own line of progression when I got into sales. So myself, I started off as an SDR. I pretty much had 0 sales experience when I got hired to Gym Launch back in 2020. I believe I had like 2 weeks of door-to-door experience for some company called Cutco that was horrible and I didn't last very long. Other than that, I worked at restaurant jobs, as a bartender, and as a server. And then I had experience with starting multiple online businesses that never saw real success. I saw like proof in the pudding, meaning I saw the potential with it because I was making a couple $1,000s a month, but it was never something that really took off. And I was doing e-commerce at the time. Now, a lot of people ask me, by the way, like, hey, Alex, you tried e-commerce. Which direction would you recommend to go? Obviously, I saw all my success and money come from high ticket sales, which is why you see me making a video on this and not on e-commerce. But the way I do look at sales is the purpose of selling isn't to be a sales guy for the rest of your life. It's to make as much money as humanly possible in a short period of time and build skill set. That way you could take the money and reinvest back into yourself to get out of sales. For example, I have a student, I guess, a client in my group. His name is Kevin. He was selling for an Amazon FBA offer, consistently making over 10K a month for quite some time. On top of that, because he was selling Amazon, he also started his own Amazon businesses, right? I mean, he basically put into practice the thing he was selling. Saw a lot of success with his Amazon businesses, and now he started his own consulting company where he's helping people who want to start or scale their Amazon businesses. And now he's not selling anymore. He's selling for himself, which is super awesome to see. And that's the exact same thing I did. Now, like I said, when I went to Gym Launch, I got hired as a BDR, technically. I was a cold caller, so bottom of the barrel sales rep. And BDR stands for Business Development Representative. Now, most companies that you go to for remote sales don't have a BDR sales position. It's either SDR or closer. Now, Gym Launch was a little bit different, their sales process. So BDR was a cold caller, then you got promoted to an SDR, who was a podcast host. And if you don't know what I mean by a podcast host, I have a video. If you go on my most popular videos on YouTube, it's the Hormozy video that I posted quite some time ago. It has like 20,000 views as of now. And I break down the entire podcast system that Gym Launch used. But after SDR is when you got moved up to a closer. Now, when I first went on Gym Launch, like I said, I was a cold caller. Within 1 month, I got promoted into an SDR. I think it was within 2 weeks. I did really, really well right away. And then once I was an SDR, I stayed on that section of the sales team for about 5 months and then got moved up to a closer. So all in all, it took me 5 months to go from zero sales experience to becoming a closer. And on my second month of closing, I earned my first $20,000 check. So my total line of progression, it took me 7 months exactly to go from zero sales experience to earning my first $20,000 commission check. And if you are new to sales, I always recommend to follow my exact same path. Be willing to eat shit for just a couple of months. That way you could build the skill set of sales before you get moved up to a closer. And listen, when I say eat shit, it's not too bad. Like I was earning, anywhere from $5,000 to like $8,000 a month as an SDR at Gym Launch's team, which is pretty baseline for most sales roles. And so it wasn't too bad. I was making enough money to where, listen, I was comfortable. I was able to save a little bit and pay my bills and quit my job and then go all in with sales. Now, on the flip side, we have somebody like my business partner, Braden. Braden, funny enough, was my sales manager on Imangadzi's team, and he is now my partner with Learn Sales Group. So me and him spearhead the group together and help train salespeople and help people get placed into companies as needed. And Braden went the complete opposite direction. He went straight into closing. Now, the difference between Braden's path is because he had zero sales experience and wanted to go straight into closing and skip the SDR process, he was not able to get hired to a really good 10 out of 10 company as a closer right away. I believe he had to eat shit at like 2 companies that were only making $50,000 to $100,000 per month before he finally struck some gold and started making really good money as a closer at a better company. So you have those 2 options. Listen, for me, it worked best to start as an SDR at a 10 out of 10 company. That way I could get good training and build a good resume for myself with sales and then get moved up to a closer with them. Reason being is after I left Gym Launch, I was able to go to any remote sales company in the world and they were willing to bring me in for an interview right away. Now, in Braden's case, he did not want to become an SDR, so he had to accept that if he was going to close, Gym Launch was not going to hire him right away. He had to get some experience under his belt. So he started closing at lesser companies that were making $50,000 to $100,000 per month, struggled a bit, didn't really make the money that he wanted before he found his big break and started making really good income with closing. Now, maybe you're asking like, Alex, which direction should I go? I understand the 2 pathways, but what would you pick at the end of the day? Listen, obviously I would repick the same path that I took. Reason being is I accomplished a bigger commission check in a shorter period of time compared to Braden. But number 2, I was able to build a stronger resume. And on top of that, what's most important is that I gave myself a good experience with sales. Listen, kudos to Braden because he was able to stick with sales even though he was eating shit and working at bad companies where he wasn't making good money, where there was bad management and bad training. I know damn well for myself, I never thought I would be a sales guy. And so if I didn't have a good experience with sales, who knows, I probably wouldn't be here talking about sales in the first place. I probably would have quit within a couple weeks in. And so I'd recommend for you, if you're brand new into sales, hey, give yourself a good experience, build a good resume, get good training, and at the end of the day, being an SDR builds the foundational skills that you need to close. And I'll tell you another example. I remember when I was on Gym Launch, I did get hired as a BDR, as a cold caller, and I remember there was probably 2 or 3 people that got hired the same week as me and went straight into closing. It was 2 guys and 1 girl, and they were just about the same age as me. Granted, I was only 20 years old, and I believe they were 23 and 25 years old. Now, I remember with Gym Launch, they used to give us access to every single closer's call recording. The team had global access, and so I was able to watch any of the close calls at any given day and any given time. And I used to watch everybody's calls because that's how I learned and how I got better and taught myself how to close quickly. And I remember these 3 people in specific, I was watching their calls and I said, man, I could do that right now. And I remember thinking, God, did I make a mistake? Maybe I should have applied as a closer and lied my way into landing a role as a closer because these guys are not that good. Now, long story short, within 3 months of me thinking that, all 3 of those people got fired for low performance. And on the flip side, when I got moved up to a closer 5 months later, I performed and started crushing it and closing deals right away. And why is that? It's because I took the long route. But the funny thing with that is that most times what seems like the long route is actually the shortest path for you to reach your goals. So you may be thinking, hey, if I just skip setting entirely, I'd actually speed run my way to making 20K per month as a closer. But I truly don't believe that. I think if anything, you're gonna extend your pathway because you're gonna be working for really bad companies compared to taking what seems like the long way. Go land a really good role at a good company as an SDR. If you put the work in, you'll probably beat me and become a closer within 3 or 4 months. And by the time you get promoted, you'll be at a good company that has earning potential, and you'll also have the foundational skill set to crush it and close right away. I will tell you right now, the skills that I learned as a setter and a closer at Gym Launch is what allowed me to go to Iman's team and become the top earning closer literally within 30 days. I mean, it was honestly pretty crazy. You know, the skill set that I learned, especially as a setter, taught me grit and determination. It taught me the ins and outs of doing the dirty work and doing the extra stuff that it takes to become a top performing closer. If you're closing right now and you've earned $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 per month, I could guarantee that you will agree with me that a lot more goes into it besides shutting up and taking sales calls. It's the following up with no-shows or reschedules and getting them back on your calendar and getting those deals closed that put you at those bigger numbers. And so if you're new to sales, always start as an SDR and progress your way into closing. If you have over a year of sales experience already, then you could go straight into closing. Now, the only thing I will tell you if you are going straight into closing is that you need to be prepared to do a mock call on your interview. Every single company that'll be worth your time to start closing at, where you could earn 10, 15, 20K right away, they usually have a 2-step interview process. Meaning step 1 is just an introduction where the sales manager will ask you questions and get to know you and see if they like you. And then what they'll say at the end of that 30-minute meeting is, beautiful, Alex, let's book another meeting for Friday. Here's our sales script. Let's do a mock call on intro, discovery, and pitching. And so if you've never conducted a full sales call before, you do not want that to be your first time because you're gonna look like an idiot and not land the job. And so for anybody who is going straight into closing, and everybody in Learn Sales Group that I have that comes in with door-to-door experience or car sales experience, what I focus on is, okay, bro, you could go straight into closing, but we need to get at least 15 mock calls done before you start applying to jobs. Because if not, and the first time you ever do a mock call is when they give you that sales script, you're gonna do a horrible job and you won't get hired. Okay, so the next thing I want to touch on is how to break into sales and be able to commit to this full time, because let's be real, when I first got into sales, as I adjust this, I had bills to pay. I had a daughter, I had rent, I had car bills, and I wasn't a 19, 17-year-old kid with no responsibilities that could just quit everything and dive into sales and hope everything works out. And so what I did for you was created a framework that breaks down the exact pathway to take if you are looking to break into remote high ticket sales full time. So it starts at the top here with breaking into sales. And there is 2 types of people that are trying to break into sales and be able to do it full time and make a full-time income with this. Number 1 is a person who is able to take risks, meaning somebody who has at least 6 months of income saved up for any bills or emergencies that come up. I'll be real, I know for me when I got into sales, I had a couple $1,000s saved. And so that did not apply to me, but I do know many people. For example, Amadina, she's inside of my sales group. She used to be an accountant, and she has been able to save a lot of money. I think women are naturally better at saving money in the first place. And so when she broke into sales, she was able to just quit her full-time accountant job and go all in. Now, the second type of person is somebody who needs to keep their 9 to 5, which is me. Right, so we'll touch on this because this is really simple to go over. If you're able to take the risk, if you have 6 months of income saved, and this is something that you're committed to, just take the risk and work for a well-established company. Meaning, hey, if you have that 6 months at least of income, if not more, go ahead and quit your job and commit full-time to sales, but make sure you go to a well-established company that's already making $200,000 per month cash collected for their sales team, and ideally a lot more. Now, if not, then you are someone who was like me. When I first got into sales, I needed to keep my 9 to 5. There was no way in hell that I was just gonna hope things worked out with sales and put myself, my family, and my daughter at risk. And so I had to keep my 9 to 5. So I had 2 options. Number 1 is I could put my life on pause and continue working the job and save 4 to 6 months of living expenses and then quit my job and go all in? Or was option 2? Quite frankly, I would never do option 1. Okay, if you have this goal with remote sales, why are we gonna put it off another 6 months? Like, just commit to it and figure it out now. And so option 2 was to go part-time with sales and then save my full-time job and work that on the side. Now you may be asking, hey Alex, like, do sales roles ever allow you to go part-time? And they do. You just need to find the right one, and you also need to be good at speaking with your sales manager. Listen, 99% of the time, your sales manager that you're speaking with is a grown-ass adult, they have a family, and they have kids. And so I remember having this conversation with my sales manager at Gym Launch, and his name was Brent Oliver. If you're watching this, man, I hope you're doing well. But I remember I told Brent, I said, listen, man, I'm really convicted. I want to work for the company. I appreciate the job offer that you sent me, but I got bills to pay, bro. I have a daughter, I have rent, and it doesn't make sense for me to just quit my full-time job and go all in with this. And so I promised to give it my all, but is it fair to you if you allow me to accept the offer, hold my full-time job, and grind it out just for 1 month? As soon as I get my first check from the Gym Launch team for my sales role, I'll quit my full-time job and I'll go all in. And listen, who is gonna say no to that? If the sales manager likes you and they already want to hire you because they already gave you the job offer, that is the key. Receive the job offer first, and you let them know like a grown adult, hey man, I have a lot of responsibilities. I'm 1,000% committed. I just need 30 days. Let me grind this out. I'll work 24 hours a day if I need to, but I want to make that first check first before I quit my job, just so I don't put my family in a bad spot. You will never get a no. And that is exactly what I did, and that's exactly how I direct people in my group. From there, we have 2 tips. Once again, you want to work for a well-established company that's already making $200K per month. That way you could transition out of your full-time job quickly, and so that you know you'll make money on the roll. And number 2 is to always do and say what's needed to land the interview. All right, that doesn't mean that we lie, but a lot of you, if you're watching this, I have an opt-in link in the description of this, and I give you a lot of resources when it comes to remote sales. One of them is my old resume that got me hired and got me the interview to Gym Launch in the first place. And when I say do and say what's needed to land an interview, listen, a lot of these sales roles in good companies are gonna tell you that you need sales experience. That doesn't mean that if you don't have experience, you don't apply. You still should. But what you want to do is frame your past work experience and relate it to the sales role that you're applying to. And so what that means is, for example, on my resume, I had restaurant jobs, I had the e-commerce business that I started, and I had the door-to-door sales role that I worked for 2 weeks. And so for my restaurant job, I could have very easily put in the bullet points, I cleaned tables, I washed dishes, and I served food. Instead, I took those bullet points and I made it relate to how it relates to sales. And so for example, I added a bullet point that said I upsold more expensive products to customers. Or I worked in a high-paced environment. Or I learned essential sales skills by selling high-ticket foods and beverages. And so I always tell people inside of Learn Sales Group to do and say what's needed to land the sales role. Because as long as you could have a good conversation on an interview and sell yourself as to why you deserve the job, it doesn't matter about your sales experience. You want the sales manager to buy into you as a human being. And if they do, they will hire you. Trust me, Brent Oliver at Gym Launch did not hire me because he believed that I was going to be some sales stud. Maybe he saw like glimpses that I'd have the right skill set, but it's because he bought into me as a human being. Once I got on that interview, he understood my story. He saw my grit, he saw my determination, he saw how much I wanted to help and provide for my family and my daughter. And that's something he could buy into. And so he didn't care about my lack of experience. He knew that I'd come in and give it my all right away, and that's all he wanted. Now this also goes for Loom videos. If anyone here, if you have ever applied to a sales role before, most companies don't ask for resumes anymore. They ask you to film a 60-second Loom video breaking down who you are, where you're from, your past experience, and why we should hire you in the first place. And so essentially what you'll see once you apply to a company, on their website maybe will be a prompt. It says, answer this question in a 30 to 60 second Loom video and paste the link here. And so just like on your resume, you also want to do and say what's needed in a Loom video to land that interview. That does not mean we lie and say that we have 10 years of sales experience when we're brand new into the space. It means that we're personable and frame our past life experience or work experience in a way that gets the sales manager to buy into us as a human being. Now, if you want examples of how I film Loom videos, post it in the comments below. I know I have a ton of them inside of Learn Sales Group, and plus I help review your Loom videos as well. But happy to create a video breaking down how to film a good Loom video. Now, once again, the way that I'm breaking this down is for the people that need to keep their 9 to 5 when breaking into sales. So again, to re-break it down, the best path to take is to keep your full-time job, plus take a part-time remote sales role, do it for a month, get your prove it check, and then quit the job and go all in. Now, the 2 tips with that is that you want to work for a well-established company, and you also want to do and say what's needed to land the interview. Now, once you're in the interview, you need to logically explain why you need to keep your full-time job. And as long as you explain it in a good way, they'll respect it. And number 2 is you need to sell yourself by saying things like, hey, I'll outwork everyone. I've bought in sales programs or communities. And by the way, I'm willing to go full-time with this role just within the next 30 to 60 days. Let me get that first full-time check and I'll go all in. Remember, people will buy into you as a human being, and that is what you want. Now, finally, after your first prove it month, go all in.
Believe it or not, there are better ways to find high ticket sales jobs other than spamming copy and paste DMs on Instagram. As someone who's closed for Alex Hormozi, closed for Iman Gadzhi, plus helped dozens of people find sales gigs in the past year, I know there are far more effective ways to finding these jobs. After hearing the methods I share in this video, you will be asking yourself, why didn't I think of these methods before? And this won't just cover how to find the business owners, but also how to properly reach out to them. And if you just implement one of these strategies, I guarantee you will find a sales role within the next 2 weeks. Now, before we start applying to these roles, we must first create a list of different businesses that we should apply to. And honestly, there are a ton of places where you could find these business owners to sell for, but I'm just gonna share my favorite 2 right now, just to simplify everything. Now, strategy number 1, Facebook ad library. The top dogs in the industry are spending a ton of money daily on ads. Let's say, for example, I want to work for a fitness offer. I would search up facebook.com/ads/library and add in the filter section, fitness coaching. Within 30 seconds, I will have a list of 20 companies that are spending money on ads to scale their business. Now, add those companies to your list. You guys, very few people are tapping into this method. It's really as simple as going to the ad library and searching the niche that you're interested in selling in. And yes, you could search fitness mentorship, fitness coaching, Airbnb coaching, real estate mentorship. If there is a niche, there is somebody with a business selling something for it. Now take those companies and once again, add them to your list. And in most cases, these companies in Facebook ad library are making so much money and spending so much money that if you go on their website, there's a page to go and apply as a sales rep. So make sure you dig a little bit. Now, before we continue, you do need to keep track of all the businesses you find, plus the businesses you apply to. Reason being, if you're just throwing darts at the wall and hoping something will stick, you will lose opportunities. There are a lot of sales roles that are literally life-changing opportunities. So to make it easier for you, I'm gonna add a downloadable file somewhere in the description. It will be free, there's no paywall, just so that you could track all these businesses that you find that you plan on applying to, make it easier for you. Now, strategy number 2, find the top performing groups on Skool. Skool is Alex Hormozi's company. You may have heard of it. Ideally, what you could do is use the Discover community section in Skool to find paid groups that offer a high ticket product or service. And here's a side note, you guys, make sure you pay attention whether the group says paid or free. You don't want to go contact and waste your time contacting the free groups. Let's look for the paid ones only. And the groups that say a low ticket price, like maybe $20 a month, it's really a 50-50 shot. If they have a high ticket offer, it's still worth reaching out to them, but just keep that in mind. What you can do is cross-reference those low ticket groups with Instagram just to see if they have some type of offer or funnel, or they're selling something that's more expensive. Remember, high ticket means the product is at least $2,000. For me, one of the best ways that I find out if a low ticket group on Skool actually has a high ticket offer is by looking at their Instagram, seeing if they have a link that leads leads to a landing page. And if there's an area on that landing page where they could book a call, meaning a prospect who's interested in what they're selling, that always means that there's a sales rep on the other side of that call that's taking payment, closing the deal, and making a lot of money from the offer. Let's talk about outreach. So I always recommend when you apply to a company, let's say you applied through their website, search that company up on LinkedIn. And once you do that, you will get a list on LinkedIn of different people who are working for that company. On top of that, it'll also tell you the different roles that they have in the company. Let's find the sales manager. Let's find closers, setters on the team, and shoot them a DM on Instagram. And here's the exact script that you could use when you send them a DM. Hey, sales manager name. I just applied to X company and I'm super excited to hear back from you and see what next steps look like. That is it, but you do want to cover all of your angles. So once again, any company that you apply to, let's say through their website, search that company up on LinkedIn, get the list of different people who are working for that company, and send the people in charge of sales a quick DM. Now, let's talk about a separate form of outreach. How do we contact companies that we want to work for, but they don't have an application page on their website? AKA, how the hell do I do cold outreach? Now, let me tell you guys a story. So you guys are obviously watching this video, and recently I've probably received 30 to 40 DMs of different people who are asking to video edit for me, write me scripts, help me with YouTube, help me with content, and so forth. And they all say the same thing. Hey Alex, my name is such and such, and I could help you with XYZ. Send me a DM and we could hop on a call. Basically, they're saying, hey, I have something to sell you, which is cool, and I respect that. But it doesn't create any urgency for me to respond. Now, out of those 20 or 30 DMs I received, there was one guy who sent me something different. What he told me was, hey Alex, I created this document for you of 15 different YouTube titles that you could use for your next video. If you like them, go ahead and use them and let me know what you think. I remember I thought to myself, hell yeah, that's cool and that's actually helpful. And I intuitively responded right away. I didn't even think about it. I ended up jumping with this guy on a call and having an hour-long conversation about YouTube. And after that, I was thinking backwards to how the hell could a sales rep contact a business via cold DM outreach to land a job? When you think about it, everybody is probably saying the same shit, you guys. Hey, my name is Alex. I'm a setter. I could help you sell things for your company. Let me know if you guys are hiring. And that's just not going to work. So luckily for you, I created 2 different methods that you could use for doing cold DM outreach to land a sales role. Now, method number 1 is the work for free method. What you are going to do is send a DM to whatever company or influencer you want to work for and say this: hey Alex, I love what you do and I've heard great things about your company and wanted to let you know that I would love to come into your company and work for free by setting all of your old leads that you have in your pipeline. Now, hear me out, you guys. No company will have you work for free. But even myself, who has been a sales manager before, would see that DM and say, huh, I like that. This guy seems hungry, he seems motivated, and it seems like he's serious about what he wants to do. Let's bring him on for an interview. Smart, right? Now, method number 2 is even more untapped. It just takes a little bit more time. Now, hear me out, you guys, because at the end of the day, if you land a 10 out of 10 sales role, like going to Gym Launch or going to Iman's team, this is something that will change your life. So what you are going to do is find an online coach or an online business, an online mentorship that has something in their bio like DM me help to get started. What you are going to do is send a DM to the person saying that keyword. From there, they will start a conversation with you in the DMs to try and book you onto a call. That way they could sell you into their business. Now, usually what they'll do is send you a booking link. Take that booking link and save it in your notes. Now, what I want you to do is go through the influencer or online business's Instagram following and followers and start doing some cold outreach. Think back to the conversation that they had with you when you DM'd them help and replicate that to try and set people for a call. Once you get 2 or 3 people to book a call for that influencer, send them another DM and let them know, hey, I just booked 3 calls for you. Here are their names. Let me know how the calls go. If you do that, they will bring you on the team. Why the hell wouldn't they? You just made the money. Now, once again, yes, it may take a couple extra minutes, maybe a day or 2 to get those 2 or 3 sets, but it'll be worth it in the end.
You know, shameless plug, the number 1 way is honestly in Learn Sales Group, right? I don't 1,000,000% focus on job placement. But I mean, for example, in the past 48 hours, we have shared over 30 sales roles, maybe even more, of companies that reach out to me and ask for sales reps. And these are companies that are earning well over $1 million per month. You know, for example, I know this was a really good sales role that we shared. Here's a company that's making, where closers are making $40,000 per month. You could see the website, acquisitionconsulting.io. The company is earning $300,000 to $500,000 per month. I believe they have a sales team of 2 or 3 people, and they're looking for closers right now. Commission-based, the on-target earnings are anywhere from 20 to 40K per month. And here's the custom application link. That way they know that you're coming directly from me, which will speed up the process to get hired. On top of that, I have recruiters in the group that will literally sit with you on a one-on-one and get you connected with dozens and dozens of interviews. Now, for anyone watching this that's thinking about going into Learn Sales Group, listen, man, it's not all about finding a sales role, but the way I put it is 50% of you making the income that you want with sales is based off the vehicle and the opportunity that you're in. So I want to make sure for anybody that is learning or training or trying to become the best sales rep possible with me, they have everything that they need to land a sales role, whether it's today or whether it's a year from now. So again, I could dive a hell of a lot deeper with this, but if you're interested, just go ahead and book a call.
Now that you have your list of businesses to apply to, it's time to talk about how the hell do I apply? Outreach, building your resume, and applying on their website. So for your resume, it really takes less than 30 minutes to create one, and I just use some type of free resume builder online. I mean, all you gotta do is Google free resume builder and something will pop up for you. It does improve your chances with getting hired, and if you apply to a really big company like Gym Launch, they will ask for a resume. So what I'm gonna do for you is show you the exact resume that I use to get hired to Gym Launch with 0 sales experience. That way you could just copy me, but reiterate it to the best of your ability. All right, you guys, so here is the exact resume that got me hired to Gym Launch. Well, it didn't get me hired, but it got me brought on to the interview. And that is the goal with applying to companies, is just get to the first step, which is bring me on for a damn interview. So as you can see, there's a couple things here. Obviously my name, I blurred out my address, my phone number, and my email, so you guys don't come looking for me. But here's my professional summary is the first thing at the top. And then I have a couple skills that I understand and learned, and then my work history. Now, one thing I'll say, you guys, is when I got hired at Gym Launch, I literally had pretty much 0 sales experience. So what I did was took my prior work history and just compared it to how it relates to sales. So for example, I worked in a restaurant as a server and a bartender, and I could have added as one of my bullet points, I cleaned tables and washed dishes. But instead, I added things like I learned essential salesman skills such as public speaking and customer care. Or I became versed in upselling techniques, which increased my overall sales per customer. And here's a news flash, they liked that a ton. I remember the sales manager on the meeting was like, hey, Alex, I actually liked how, you didn't have a ton of sales history, but what you did was took what you have done and compared it to how it relates to sales. I also added internet sales. This was a e-commerce business that I kind of attempted. I did it for 2 years and did decently well. I took the bullet points for this as well and just directed it to how it relates to sales and working from home. And this one at the top was a door-to-door sales role that I had. That really wasn't the best experience. I did it for like 2 weeks. I did extend the history a little bit because I thought that they were gonna ask me all about this door-to-door sales role that I had, and they didn't. The only thing they asked me about was my internet sales company, e-commerce, and then also my serving and bartending. Now at the bottom, I added a little conclusion and then also education that I did as well. And once again, you guys, I just used a free resume builder website for this. I didn't create this on my own. It took me like 20 minutes. And on top of that, this is my most current resume. I made this probably like 8 months ago, and it is a little bit sexier. So I will give you the downloadable template to both of these in the description below. Once again, this won't be something you have to pay for. I'll just add it for free and you guys could download.
All right, so now that we figured out how to build your resume, as I mentioned in the video before, I should have, 90% of companies these days don't even care about your resume when it comes to high ticket sales. Most of them judge you based off your application that you fill out. And the big thing is a Loom video that you film for the application. So I am gonna go ahead and screen share my screen. That way I could break down the best way to fill out an application and how to film a proper Loom video. All right, now, if you're looking at this application here, Omar, my content genius, should have blocked out not only the website, but also the name of the company. And reason being is this is a custom application link that I have for people in my group. That way these companies know that they're coming directly for me. This company in specific is making $1 million per month, a little bit above that. They have a very competitive pay structure and closers are earning anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 plus per month. They have a pretty small team, but their company has existed for years and they've been making money for quite some time. It's actually a trading offer. So here is a perfect example of what an application will look like. Right, now, a couple things I'll touch on. I'll go through this top to bottom. Obviously, full name, best email address, best way to reach you. LinkedIn URL. If you have a proper LinkedIn, it's always best to share it because some companies do look at it. Although I don't use LinkedIn, so whenever I fill out applications, I'm not gonna sit here and create an entire LinkedIn for the sake of this application. I'm gonna put not applicable. And reason being is I know that what relies most to me landing this interview is actually my Loom video and not my LinkedIn profile. Now, of course, if you have some good experience or any type of sales experience, even if it's door-to-door or retail sales, and you have a LinkedIn created already, it's not gonna hurt you to add it. So I would still add it as long as you have it. But if you are somebody like myself who never has used LinkedIn, it's okay to put not applicable. So I would just put N-A here for the LinkedIn, then move on to the next section. Where are you located, your city and time zone? That is self-explanatory. Now, why are you interested in XYZ company? This is where you'll put this here. Now, I'll give you a keynote. Whenever you get asked on an interview or a Loom video or an application, why are you interested in the company? The best answer to put is you showing conviction in the product and the offer that they have to sell. Okay, that is always the best answer. As somebody who has managed and hired dozens and dozens of reps, I always want to hire salespeople who already have belief in the product or service that we're selling. Listen, I could teach sales skills. I can't teach conviction. And conviction is the most important piece as a salesperson in order to succeed as a closer, right? You may have heard me say this before, but hey, confident closers need no structure. And if you have confidence in yourself and confidence in the product that you're selling, you've already won 60 to 70% of the battle. On the flip side, if you have the most perfect sales call structure and experience in the world, but you don't believe shit in the product that you're selling, it's very hard to close at a high level and close deals consistently every single day. So the best answer to put for something like, why are you interested in working with our company, is showing conviction in the offer, right? So something like, hey, I've done a ton of research in what you guys do. I am super convicted in selling in the stock market and I've seen the testimonials. I'm super aligned with what it is that you guys have to offer and I'm very convicted in the product that you have to sell. Right now, obviously I summarize that and you could use something like ChatGPT to clean it up and make it sound more professional. But the high level overview is whenever you get asked on an interview or a Loom video or an application, why do you want to work for us and why are you interested in working with our company? It's always best to share that you have a strong belief in the product, the service, you align with the vision, and you want to take it to the next level with it. Now, we're looking at number 2, where are you currently working and why are you looking to leave? The best answer to put for this is to never talk shit on your ex, right? I always think sales is very much related to dating. And maybe you've been on a date before with a girl or a guy or whatever it is, and they start talking shit on their ex and how they cheated and they're a piece of shit. And sorry for cussing, but the first thing that comes to mind for me is like, is it really your ex or was it you? Right? So you never want to talk shit on your ex, whether that's on an application or a live Zoom interview with the sales manager. What I always say if they say, hey, why do you want to leave the company? I usually say, actually, I don't. But hey, this came across my desk and I took a lot of look into you guys. I do want to go to a place where I could continue growing. And I feel like what you guys do here aligns with me more than the current company that I'm working with. Put it this way, girls and guys, when you're dating, they always want to be with the person who has a lot of options. And so the last thing I am going to do is frame myself as somebody who is desperate or things are going horribly wrong with my company. If anything, I'm going to tell them, actually, I'm kind of happy here. I'm not really looking to leave, but I love what you guys have going on. So I really want to hear it out and see if this is a better opportunity for me. Trust me, the sales manager will want you even more, considering the fact that you have other options and you're not sitting here desperate for a sales role. Now, let's move on to the next point. What excites you most about this opportunity? I would add the same, put something regarding conviction and how much you believe in the offer, in the industry and what they have to sell, and how you want to take the company to the moon and things along those terms. Conviction is the best thing to put. Now, sales experience, how many years of high ticket closing experience do you have? If you have experience, obviously add it. If you don't, take your past work experience and frame it to how it relates to sales. So if I have restaurant work, door-to-door and retail sales experience, I am going to put that I have X amount of years in sales experience from various industries like retail sales, in-person sales, and door-to-door, right? I am going to frame my experience well and not put that I'm brand new into the space and don't know shit about closing, right? Because that will be an automatic red flag for some companies, especially a team like this, where closers are earning, a really good amount of money. So a saying that I always tell people on Loom videos, on interviews, on applications, make your bad sound really good. Don't make your bad sound horrible. Nobody wants to hire a piece of work. And obviously, if you're brand new to sales with literally nothing, you've never done anything that relates to sales at all, and you can't relate any past experience at all, which isn't many people, surprisingly, even the young guys that I've worked with in the past that are 17 or 18 have worked at a gym before where they're selling gym memberships, and we frame that really well to sales and they land a role easily. But if you have literally nothing, that's even more of a reason why you should go into an SDR opportunity that is completely entry level, right? If you have zero sales experience and you try to apply to this role right now for an account executive for this really big company, they're probably going to deny you. Now, describe the typical sales cycle that you've worked in. Obviously, this is a very established role, so they just want you to really break down the sales cycle I worked with were always one call closes, 45-minute close calls. This is how it worked. This was the ticket price and so forth. Now, your proudest achievement, sales achievement to date, that is self-explanatory. You could talk about the very first deal that you closed. I think the best thing to put for this are client results that you've seen from the sales that you've made. And this doesn't mean you need to make it up, right? But sales managers always love somebody who's bought in for a bigger reason other than selling and making good money and commission checks. And so for me, if I were to put this, an answer here, I wouldn't frame my biggest cash collected month and so forth. I'd probably say, my proudest sales achievement was seeing the client results from the people that I closed and seeing how they changed their life through the product that I was selling. Now, again, I'm speed running this. I am going to go over how to make a perfect Loom video right after this. What makes you an exceptional closer? The best thing to put for a question like this is grit and determination. And it goes back to something similar as conviction. I could teach sales skills. I can't teach hunger and drive. And so the best thing to put on a question like this, like, why should we hire you, or what makes you an exceptional closer, is basically you explaining why you have so much drive and how you'll outwork everybody else on the sales team. And again, I'm giving you summaries. Of course, you want to make your answers sound a bit more professional. Thank goodness we have stuff like AI and ChatGPT, because that could really shortcut the process for you. But I would definitely put, for what makes me an exceptional closer, the fact that I'm willing to outwork everybody on the team. I will take more calls than everybody. I will work 7 days a week. On top of that, I'm always constantly learning and hungry to learn more. Now, as far as availability, even if do and say what's needed to get brought onto the interview, once again, right? So even if you can't work full time, I would mark full time for something like this and then just explain your case on the interview. Meaning if you have a full-time job or, a child and different things going on, say that stuff on an interview when you're speaking face-to-face with the sales manager and he's actually able to meet you as a human being. Because remember, people always make decisions emotionally and then they compensate logically. You never know. A lot of sales managers may say they don't want to hire somebody unless they go full time. But then when they meet you and they hear your story and they see how hungry you are and they feel, hey, I actually feel like this guy will learn really quick and absolutely crush it on our team, they'll be willing to make any exception to get you to go onto their team. Because if they hire the right person as a sales manager, you look good, right? And so sales managers are inclined to bring the best people, the hardest workers, the fastest learners, even if that means they have a full-time job on the side or something else going on. Because hey, if you do well, they do well, everyone does well, and they look good and make more money as sales managers. So again, for something like availability on this, even if you can't do full-time, I would mark it as full-time and explain your case in the interview. Now, this is a bit of a random question that not many sales teams ask, but would you prefer a smaller team with higher upside or a larger structured team? For high ticket sales, I'd recommend a smaller team because that's usually what you're going into. And small just means less than 100 sales reps, right? Like obviously if you go to Boeing as a salesperson, there may be 1,000-person sales team. If you do something like high ticket sales, at most you may be a part of a 30-person sales team, which is still considered really small when you look at the global scheme of sales. So I would definitely mark a smaller team. Are you open to commission only roles? They are asking this question because they are commission only. So obviously mark yes. And again, you guys, whenever you're looking at application questions, the way I always think about it is what would a sales manager want to hear? So when I'm typing out my answers, I always think backwards. What would sound good for the sales manager who's reading through my answers? So a perfect example of this is like the availability question. Hey, of course, if they're asking this question, it's because they want to see you mark full time, and that's what's going to sound good to a sales manager. Therefore, I'm going to do and say what's needed on this application to get brought into an interview. Now, optional but highly recommended, upload a sales call recording. If you have one, upload a good one, one where you close the deal. And if you don't have one, I would always recommend uploading a mock call. Right now, a mock call is simply just a role play, so a fake sales call that you do with a friend, a family member, and so forth over Zoom. You record it, and then you edit it. That way it looks like a real sales call. Again, that doesn't mean we lie and say it's a real sales call for some huge offer you were a part of. If they ask on the interview, tell them, actually, that was a mock call. But 99% of the time, they won't ask. And if they're asking this question for you to upload a call recording, I would definitely do it because it's only going to help you at the end of the day. And so if you don't have a call recording, get a mock call filmed from top to bottom, intro, frame, discovery, transition, pitching, and closing. And then edit out any pieces like the beginning or the end where you could clearly tell it's a mock call. Now, lastly, paste a Loom video, a 1 to 3 minute Loom video explaining your sales style and your biggest influence. Now, this is the moneymaker. This is how you'll get pulled into an interview. 99% of the time as a sales manager, I could tell you, I don't even read through this stuff. Okay, I just go straight to the Loom video and click on it and, make my decision if I should bring you in for an interview based off the Loom. And I could guarantee that's how most sales managers do it as well. They may glance at this stuff, maybe like the important questions like full-time and what's your sales experience look like, but they're pretty much gonna skim through it because they have a ton of applications and then go straight to the Loom video, click on the Loom and watch that and make their decision from there. So that is why it is so important to have a killer Loom video, which is why I'm gonna break down how to make a good Loom video. Now, before that, let's cover a Loom video that I recorded so you could see what that looks like. All right, now this was a Loom video for, funny enough, a sales directing role that I landed. So to give you the full breakdown of this was pretty funny. They were hiring for closers. This was Devin Jatho in Media Mastery. I applied as a closer and they brought me in for an interview and I upsold my way after doing like 4 interviews to them hiring me as a sales director and getting a huge base salary. And then on top of that, managing the team, hiring the closers, and having a split of the floor. So I think I had like anywhere from 5 to 10% of cash collected, depending on how much we made. Meaning if we made 100K as a team, I'd get 5%. If we did 200K, I'd get 7.5. If we did above that, I would get 10% and so forth. I forgot the exact numbers. But this was this first initial Loom video that I sent to them for the closing offer before they brought me in for an interview. So let's check it out. All right, team. What is up, you guys? Very nice to meet you, or at least you meeting me here through this Loom video. My name is Alex Beck, and I am applying for the closing role over at Media Mastery. Now, a little bit of background on myself. I have been in sales for the past 4 years now at this point. I got my start with sales, working for Alex Hormozi at Gym Launch. I was a closer there, and then transitioned to working for Iman Gadzhi at Grow Your Agency, now educate. I was a top closer with Iman. I collected a little over $4 million in the 2 years that I was with him. Then this past January, started working for Thatch Nguyen. So he offers a real estate mentorship offer. It's very high ticket. And overall, just looking forward to potentially be working with you guys. I've heard great things about the team at Media Mastery, and excited to hear what next steps will be. So talk soon. So I'm pretty sure the prompt for that Loom video is introduce yourself, who you are, and your past sales experience, and that's it. Right now, I'm gonna break down how to build a perfect Loom video here, but a couple key things you can notice is like, hey, number one, presentation does matter. You've heard me talk about, do you need a background to close and close deals? No, you could do it in front of a blank wall. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to a Loom video, they're gonna judge you within the first 5 seconds of the call. So if you could find a way to get a nicer looking presentation for yourself for that Loom video, it's only going to help you. Some examples of this, I have filmed Loom videos at parks before. So yes, I brought my laptop to a park, I turned on my hotspot with my cell phone, I sat on a park bench with nice scenery and nice trees and greenery behind me, and then filmed a Loom video there. So there's endless options, and you could find a way to find a nice aesthetic background for yourself for your Loom video. But with Loom videos, yes, presentation does matter. So if you film that video looking like a mess, your background is a mess, it looks low quality, they're going to judge you and move on to the next applicant. With a Loom video like this, not to say it's 1000% perfect, but I do scream high quality, right? I frame myself as a high quality closer, a high quality salesperson, and I look like I've been there and I've done that before. My hair's, decent. I used to be a lot skinnier then. I'm wearing a nice shirt and my background looks nice with nice lighting. Now, when it comes to filming a Loom video, here is the perfect Loom video template. Now that you've seen a video of me doing Loom videos, there's a couple key takeaways that I'll break down with this. Number one is that skill set gaps can be filled through drive and hunger, right? So again, your skill set gap can be filled by explaining how hungry and how much of a drive you have to succeed and outwork everybody on the sales team. Now, number two is to make your bad sound really, really good. Nobody wants to hire a piece of work. And so I've said this a couple times already. Let's look at the example of me first going into sales to Gym Launch. I had restaurant experience, I had business experience of starting e-commerce brands, and I had 2 weeks of door-to-door experience. The last thing I'm gonna say on the Loom video is, I'm brand new into sales and I don't really know much about the space, but I feel like I'll do well, and I've heard great things about your company and I'm serious about going this direction. I just made my bad sound bad. Instead, I am going to make my bad sound really good and say something like, listen, I have about 3 years of experience across various industries, from retail sales to door-to-door and selling for my own business as well, right? So what I just did with that one line is make my bad sound good. I framed my experience well, and I'm doing and saying what's needed to get pulled into that interview. Because I know if I meet with the sales manager face to face, I could talk my ass off and sell my ass off. That way I get him to buy into me emotionally and say, hey, listen, he doesn't have the most experience, but I think he'll do really well. Let's give him the shot. Now, let's look at point number 3. Once again, people make decisions emotionally, then compensate logically. So you want to have good energy on your Loom video and smile and say, what is up, team? My name is Alex Beck. Very nice to meet you, because they will absorb that energy and make that emotional decision to where, hey, I like this guy. Let's bring him in for an interview and see what he's all about. Now, number 4 is lighting, presentation, and energy matters most for your Loom, right? So you want to have good lighting, you want to have good presentation, you want to look like the best version of yourself. And on top of that, you want to have good energy. No one wants to watch a Loom video of some boring guy that's, hello, very nice to meet you. My name is Alex, and so forth. Excited to work with the company. I open up every Loom video by saying the same thing. What is going on, team? Very nice to meet you. My name is Alex Beck. I am based out of Los Angeles, California, and here's a little bit about myself. So right away, I am coming in with good energy at the top of that Loom video, and I'm carrying that energy throughout the entire video. Now, number 5 is position yourself to be squared up with your camera, and background needs to be clean and professional. So don't use a cell phone, and position yourself to be squared up with the camera. You don't want to be slouching like this, or you don't want to just have your face showing in the video. Show from your waist up and be positioned square. That way you could still speak with your hands, right? And reason being is it frames you as being more confident. If I was filming YouTube videos for you guys like this, or slouching, or at a weird angle or position, you would subconsciously absorb that I'm not confident in the words that I'm saying. But because I position myself to be waist up, where you could see my hands, where you could see me emphasize the things that I'm saying, automatically people feel like, okay, this guy kind of knows what he's talking about. So these are 5 key takeaways that I always include in your Loom video. Now, other important notes that I'd add in is before recording yourself, ask yourself, are you showing up the best version of you? Do you look good? Do you feel good? Do you smell good? That way you show up and play good. Now, number 2 is titling your Loom. You always want to title it company name - your name. So here's an example: Media Mastery was a company - Alex Beck. Now, number 3 is to turn the recommended playback speed setting on your video to 1.2x. And you do that by going to setting, audience, recommended playback speed, then 1.2x. This is a small thing, but it makes your video sound a lot better. So you go to settings, audience, 1.2x. That way, once they watch your Loom video, it automatically puts it at 1.2 times speed. I know for me, I naturally talk really slow. And so I sound a lot more authoritative and smarter when I put it on 1.2x. And they listen to my video at a little bit of a faster speed. Number 4 is to remove filler words, ums and likes and you knows. And I just said it right now, but that automatically frames you as someone who lacks confidence. So just like your sales calls, you want to remove as many filler words as possible, because the more eloquent that you speak, and sales is all just talking, at the end of the day, the better you sound, the more confident you sound, and the more people buy into you. Number 5 is don't talk yourself out of a sale. And so this is similar to, when I was breaking down the 1 call close framework, and I said, when somebody asks you questions, say less. Less is more. Don't talk yourself out of a sale. It's the same thing in the Loom videos and same thing in your interviews. You do not want to overshare information and create more questions and talk yourself out of the sale. If you watch this Loom video that I recorded, it's very bare bones, right? I'm confident, I have good energy, and I'm keeping my answers short, sweet, and straight to the point. Number 6, smile. Now, creating a Loom, this is the exact framework that I always follow. Number 1 is introduction, who you are and where you're from. Number 2 is company research. So I always show conviction in the company that you've done research with their offer, and letting them know I did a ton of research in you guys, love what you have going on, super convicted in what you guys have to do. Number 3 is I dive into relevant experience, meaning I pre-handle the objection of like, hey, does this guy have any experience in the first place? I frame any previous work experience to how it relates to sales. I make my bad sound great, and I emphasize my drive and my hunger when speaking about relevant experience. I'm gonna give an example of me saying this exact thing right now. Now, number 4 is to answer the prompt if given, right? So some people may just say, introduce yourself, who you are, and your past sales experience. Other companies, like this one here, they give you a prompt, explain your sales style and your biggest influence. And so on this 4th section, this is where you're gonna answer the prompt. And then number 5 is assume the close, by saying something like, I'm super excited to work with your team and I look forward to meeting with you, right? So always assume that they're gonna bring you into an interview in the first place. I'm not gonna end it with, hopefully you guys like me and bring me on for an interview. Instead, I'm gonna say, listen, super excited to meet you guys on the next stage and we'll chat soon, right? So here's an example of this. Introduction. What is going on, team? My name is Alex Beck. I am from Los Angeles, California. I'm super excited to potentially work with you guys. I've done a ton of research into XYZ company, and I really believe in the mission and what you guys have going on. Now, as far as my past experience, I have about 6 years of sales experience. I got my start by working at Gym Launch and then started closing for Iman Gadzhi, where I became his top cash collected sales rep ever. And with that, let's go ahead and dive into the question that you guys asked me. Now, what you asked is explain my selling style and my biggest influence. I'll start with my biggest influence first. Quite frankly, I'd say my biggest influence is my father. My father taught me, he had me at 17, right? So he taught me how to work hard and have insane drive and hunger to force success no matter what it is that I tried. And that's something that I've carried with me from starting business to now being in sales. Now with that, my selling style is ABC, XYZ, and this is how I sell. And I'm a big advocate for listening and making sure that we could actually help the prospect that we speak with. But that is it for my answer. Like I said, I'm super excited to be working with your team, and I'm really looking forward to meeting you guys on the next stage of the interview. Chat soon. Boom. And that is a Loom video, right? Now, obviously, I riffed this. I would have written out an actual answer and really put some thought into my selling style before recording this Loom, but I wanted to break it down for you guys. And one thing you'll notice too when I broke down, who is my biggest influence, is I said more of like an emotional statement, right? I want them to buy into me as a human being, from my energy, from my smile, from the way I talk with my hands to the answers that I give. So I didn't give some blanket answer like, Alex Hormozi is my biggest influence, even though he is a big influence for me. Instead, I said something very real and something real to my heart. It's true, my dad is one of my biggest influences, and he did have me at 17. And I saw the guy go from having nothing and me literally growing up with him to him, finding success in his life through hard work and determination. And so I'm going to tell that story instead, because I want the sales manager to buy into me and say, I like this guy. I like Alex. Let's bring him in for the next stage. But that is it. That is how you make a killer Loom. Now, finally, what we'll touch on since I stopped screen sharing is the importance of following up with your applications. Once you apply to a sales role, usually you'll get like some type of automatic text or automatic email from their team, right? Just letting you know that we received your application and we'll respond back to you in the next couple days. Now, I always follow up with those applications the following day and every single day for the next week. And it's the same thing on interviews. If I interview on a Monday, I am following up by the next day via email or text message, depending on the contact source that I have, and I'm doing it every single day for the next week. Now, that doesn't mean we need to be annoying and be like very pressury, as in like, hey, you told me you make a decision by Thursday, what's going on? I am just doing a soft follow-up. I'm reminding the sales manager that they are top of mind, that this is something that I'm serious about, and doing follow-up like any great salesperson would. Funny thing I'll say is I know multiple sales teams that literally will not hire you unless you follow up with your interview, which is kind of funny, but it's because they want to see if you have like those small sales skills and if you're really hungry for the sales role. And so if you do an interview or you submit an application, follow up every single day. Just like sales, we are looking for a fuck yes or fuck no. So if I have a prospect on a close call and I need to follow up with them, I am going to follow up until they literally tell me, Alex, no. And it's the same thing with my interviews or applications. Until they tell me, we revoke you, we're not accepting you, I am going to continue following up until they do. And again, I could give you guys like some type of script for follow-up if you want it, but it's really simple. I just send an email the following day after an application or an interview and just say, hey, really looking forward to working with your team. I submitted my application. Let me know if you received it and what next steps look like. I'm always assuming the next step, right? And if I do an interview, it's the same thing. I will tell them, hey, Daniel, it was lovely meeting with you yesterday. I did more research into the company. I'm super convicted with you guys. Seriously, really excited to be working with your team here in the next week. I assume the close. All right, now you have an interview booked. How do we prepare for that actual interview? Now, what I'll say with this is, remember, you usually have about the first 5 seconds of meeting somebody, let's say the first 30 seconds of meeting somebody, to actually make an impression, right? And so the reason why I tell you this is you want to show up to your interview like you would any interview for a big job or something that you really want to land. Clean, professional, and presentable. Right, so again, like I said earlier, you don't need a fancy background to close deals. I closed my first couple $1 million of deals in my parents' garage, sitting up against a blank wall with a light on my face. And Omar, show the picture of me in my mother's garage where I used to close deals. I had a little picnic fold-up table, a little shitty laptop, and just a chair that I'd sit on with a light on my face. And that was enough. You could close deals with that, because what matters more is what you say and not how you look. Now, you still want to be clean and presentable when you close deals and look like the best version of yourself, but having a background is a 1%er. It's only good to get a background as you start making money and you could afford it. And hey, if you have money for a background already, like it cost me $300. That background you saw in the Loom video was probably a $300 background, and you could do it for a lot cheaper just by getting a plant, a bookshelf, and stacking some books that you have. But on an interview, it does matter because you only have the first 30 seconds to make an impression on the person who's interviewing you. And so you want to stack everything in your favor that you can. So if that means that you take the interview from your living room where the background looks nice and clean and aesthetic, then do that. Do and say what's needed to land that role. I know for me, when I was living at my parents' house, which maybe for you, lucky you, you're not, you live on your own, or maybe you do, I used to take those interviews, or I took Gym Launch's interview in my parents' backyard. Now they don't have a big backyard at all, but they have some like greenery and some nice trees and so forth. And so when I positioned the camera in front of me, I actually put it on top of the AC unit. I remember it like it was yesterday. Put it on top of the AC unit, and the background behind me was just trees and concrete, but it looked decent. It looked better than my shitty small room. That was a mess. That's what I did, and it definitely looked a hell of a lot better, and I looked a lot more presentable. I also had a haircut, I was wearing a button-up shirt, and so forth. So your presentation does matter along with the words that you say. So again, before you take your interview, stand in the mirror, check out how you look on Zoom, position it well, and make sure you're showing up the best version of yourself. And maybe you may think like, Alex, this seems like a lot, like, you know, the Loom video, and I got to find the background and look nice. But listen, I mean, if you find a sales role that helps you make life-changing money and be able to work from home and travel the world, man, I have friends that are closers living in Colombia, in Thailand, in Brazil, and they completely changed their life by going this direction and getting into sales. And in that case, it becomes worth it to put a little bit of extra effort. I know for me, I'm so glad that I put that extra effort when I got hired at Gym Launch, because at the end of the day, this pathway changed my life, and it will for you too. So put some effort in like you care. Now with that, before your interview, make sure you do some research into the company beforehand. If you use my method to find a sales role, chances are you built up a list of 20 different roles, and you probably forgot what each role has to offer in their VSL and their website and so forth. Now the last thing you want to do when you get on an interview is pretty much not know what the hell it is that you're interviewing for. That is a complete red flag, and you won't get hired right away if you're showing signs of, you know, them asking you, why is it that you want to work for your company? You follow up with like, well, could you remind me what is it that you guys are selling? That is going to look horrible. So do your research before the interview and understand who it is and what you're selling. My best way to recommend for you to have a good understanding is to just watch the VSL, which is the video sales letter for the company that you're applying to. So let's say you're applying to Gym Launch. If we search up Gym Launch right now in their website, there's going to be a video at the very top, and that's called their VSL. Their VSL is a video that pre-sells clients to go ahead and book a call. It basically breaks down, this is who we are, this is what we'll do, this is how we'll help you. If you're interested, book that call. And so I always recommend the quickest way to get a good understanding of what a company's all about is to look at their website and just watch their VSL. It's 15-20 minutes long. It'll give you a full A to Z input as if you were a client coming in ready to buy the thing. Now, on your interview, a lot of people have asked me before, like, what is it that sales managers look for in somebody that they hire? And I will tell you this, the number one thing that I look for and sales managers look for when they're hiring closers or setters is grit and confidence. Grit meaning, are you willing to work hard? And confidence meaning, are you confident in having a conversation with me today? Listen, if I have somebody who gets on an interview and they're stumbling all over the place and stuttering and we could clearly tell they're nervous, I get it. You know, sometimes you get nervous for an interview, but this is sales. Your job is to literally speak with people every single day. And so I need to see signs in that initial interview that you know how to clearly communicate and articulate yourself well, right? So get rid of the nerves before your actual interview. Do some push-ups, hit the gym, make sure you had a good day up until your interview so you show up the best version of yourself and you don't have all of those nerves. Now, another key note that I'd add on for you interviewing is not talking yourself out of the sale. Just like closing, just like filming a Loom video, saying less is more. And the last thing you want to do is over-explain yourself in an interview and create more questions that the sales manager didn't even have. And so a good example of that is them asking like, hey, why is it that you want to leave your current company? Over-explaining and oversharing is doing something like, well, things aren't really going right. The lead flow is going horrible, and I don't really get along with my sales manager, but I like the company. I've learned a lot, and I closed at 30%, but I just feel like the company's falling apart. And that is a great way of oversharing and creating more questions for the sales manager. They're probably going to follow up with something like, what is it that you don't like about your sales manager, just to see if you talk shit on the company that you're working with. Instead, I'm going to keep my answers short, sweet, and straight to the point. Not only does this not create more questions, but it frames you as being a hell of a lot more confident in what it is that you're saying. So if they ask me, why do you want to leave your past company? I'm just going to say, actually, I don't, but I really like what you guys have going on. So I just wanted to see, what this opportunity looked like. Short, sweet, confident, straight to the point. Now, if you're brand new into sales, never lie and make up experience that you don't have on your interviews. Instead, be transparent, right? Once again, sales managers and everybody makes decisions emotionally. And so I would rather be straight up on an interview and be like, hey, listen, I know you're about to ask about my experience. I don't have a ton of sales experience, but listen, I have done a ton of research. I've been reading sales books, going through YouTube courses. I'm a part of Alex Beck's program. And I'm super hungry, and I know I'd crush it with your team, right? Rely on your hunger and your drive. You could get very far in an interview with sales just by showing how hungry you are and how much you believe in the company and the product that they're selling. Now, what I'm about to cover right now are the questions that you need to ask in your interview, because that's extremely important. But first, I want to tell you the story of how I've gotten hired at Gym Launch, because a lot of people have asked this before. So how I got hired at Gym Launch, this is exactly what happened. I was running an e-commerce business I did that for about 3 years, and I saw mild success with it. Like I definitely, saw some potential. I scaled the thing to like 40K a month at one point. But the thing is, I was running a lot of ads and profit margins were very slim, and I was only taking home a couple $1,000s a month, even on my biggest months. Now, I remember the day like it was yesterday. I was a big follower and believer in Alex Hormozi's content because I read his book, $100 Million Offers, and I used his book to create a better offer on my e-commerce website. It was actually a baby website called Tummy Tots. And because of the way I structured the offer, that was one of the big things that helped me scale to the biggest month I ever had with e-com, which is 40K in revenue. And so since then, I was very consistent with watching all of Alex Hormozi's stuff. I was sold on the guy. And so I knew pretty much everything about what he had going on. And one day I saw a video. It was after I went through Q4 in 2020 of doing e-commerce. And I remember thinking like, damn, man, I put so much work into this. I hit multiple 30, 40K months, and I barely brought home any money. Anyways, I was on YouTube watching, YouTube Reels, and I saw an Alex Hormozi reel of him talking about a 20-year-old kid on his Gym Launch sales team that was making $20,000 or $30,000 a month. I pretty much went from watching that video to saying, hey, if he could do it, so could I. Might as well give it a try. I got a daughter that's hungry. I need to figure my shit out. And so I went from watching that video to searching up Gym Launch's website. Now, at the time, Gym Launch did not have a career section on their website. But I did find a place that said, hey, you could book a call here. Now, I really thought maybe that was for like an interview to be on the team and so forth. So I went ahead and booked a call. And who would have known that a call was actually a sales call? So I jumped on a call with one of their closers. And I pretty much sold myself to him, passing my information along to Brent Oliver, who was the sales manager who brought me into an interview. Now you may be asking like, Alex, what exactly did you say that got the closer to pass your information along to the next stage? Well, I did a couple things. One, I showed up presentable, I showed up confident, I showed up with a half-decent background, and then I knew what the hell I was talking about. I did a ton of research into Gym Launch before the meeting, and I understood that they had a BDR team, an SDR team, and a closing team. So as soon as I got on with the closer, I just let them know like, hey, I'm actually here because I'm really looking to be a part of your guys' BDR sales team. And it seemed like the closer was just kind of relieved to, not have another sales call on his plate. And he was like, oh, all right, man, do you have any sales experience? And I was like, yeah, I do. I have about 2 years of sales experience. I framed my bad as good. And the next thing you know, he was like, yeah, man, send me over your number. I'll put you in a group chat with the sales manager. We are hiring right now. And I'll see what I could do for you. So it was a little bit of luck, I will admit, but I also think luck comes to those who deserve it and puts themselves in the position to receive the luck in the first place. And in that case, I put myself in the position to get lucky. Anyways, time goes on. Within 2 weeks, I got hired to Gym Launch, and they did a 2-step interview process. I met with their sales manager, Brett Oliver, 2 times. One was on a one-on-one, and then we had a second interview, and the second interview broke more details about the role, and they dove a little bit deeper with the questions. I didn't have to mock call or role play or anything like that because it was just an SDR opportunity. And so I went from watching Alex Hormozi's YouTube video to finding a way to apply within minutes. I ended up jumping on a call with the closer the following day, and within 2 weeks, I was hired onto their team. So that's a story of how I got hired at Gym Launch. I've dove deeper in other videos, but at least so you have a decent understanding. So if you have the grit and the determination, and there's a team that you really want to get hired to, you will find a way to get in contact with the person in charge of hiring and get on their team. You know, examples of that, I know multiple people inside the group that really wanted to get hired to Publishing.com, which is one of Alex Hormozi's biggest portfolio companies, and they got creative with it. Not only did they apply, not only did they book a call, but they searched the team up on LinkedIn, and then on LinkedIn, they have a company directory. So all of the names of people who work for Publishing.com and at least have it in their LinkedIn bio. And then they start contacting everybody on the actual team. And then eventually someone says, hey, yeah, hell yeah, I'll connect you with the sales manager right now. You seem really hungry, right? And then they get hired onto Publishing.com's team. So like anything, whether it's sales or whether it's starting a business, you need to have hunger and drive behind you or else you won't succeed. Now let's jump into what to say and what questions to ask on your interview.
Let's do it. What's up, you guys? Hope everyone's day or evening, whenever you're watching this, is going well. Topic of this video: what questions do I ask in an interview to determine if a role is a good fit for you or not? Okay, now let's be real here. In any industry, bad jobs do exist. There is such a thing as a role that you do not want to accept, and that is why I created this list of questions. Nobody has time, you guys, to go work for a company and spend 6, 7, 8 weeks working for them just to figure out, well, shit, this isn't what I expected, and now I need to go out and find a new role. But on top of that, I just wasted 6 to 8 weeks of my life working for this company. So once again, that's why I created these questions, and I can't stress enough how important it is to ask really good questions in an interview. So we'll go ahead and jump into it. I'll minimize my screen here. Starting off, what questions do I ask in an interview? Let's start with this, you guys. All of these questions you ask at the end of interview number 1. So for people who don't know, let's say you have a 30-minute interview scheduled for a sales role, whether it's setter or closer. The first 3/4 of the interview will be the sales manager or the person in charge of interviewing asking you questions. Hey, what is your sales experience, for example? Or, you know, what do you like to do on your free time? What's your best character trait? What's your worst character trait? By the way, you guys, if it'd be helpful for you to create a video on questions that sales managers ask on an interview, let me know. Send me a message, post it in the comments, and I could create that for you. But first 3/4 of the interview will be the sales manager asking you questions. At the end of the interview is when the sales manager will say, beautiful, Alex, I don't have any other questions to ask. Now, let me know, man, do you have any questions for me? And that is your chance to attack. Or not attack, but go ahead and start asking these questions. And I'll let you know a couple things. You have 3 goals with asking interview questions. Number 1 is to find out if the company is a good fit for you, right? That way you could get the adequate information that you need to make a decision before accepting the role for a new sales role. Now, number 2 is to show your expertise in your respective field. Okay, people who know sales ask really good sales related questions. And whether you're new to sales or whether you're a sales veteran, if you have to ask good questions on an interview, the sales manager will automatically know, shit, this guy knows his stuff and he's a good fit for the company. Okay, in fact, I have done
a lot of interviews as a closer looking for a role. I've also hosted a lot of interviews as a sales manager for closers and setters. Typically, the guys who ask me the best questions at the end of the interview are the people that I'll bring onto the team, because it just checks off a box for me in my head that they know their shit, quite frankly. So that is goal number 2, is to show your expertise in your respective field. And goal number 3 is to come from a place of experience and curiosity and not neediness. You want to come from a place of, hey, I am here to vet you guys and make sure you're a good fit for me as much as you are here to see if I'm a good fit for your company. And that's why you ask these questions. That is the 3 goals. Now, side note, you guys, do your own research on any company before you do the interview. You don't want to ask dumb questions, okay? If you get to the end of an interview and you ask, hey, could you give me a breakdown of what your company does and what you guys offer? As a sales manager, what I think is, God, man, you set up an interview, you booked a call, we held 45-minute conversation, and you don't even know who we are and what we do. It's a bad look, okay? So you want to do all your research you can on a company before your first interview. Search their website, watch every video you can on their website about who they are and what they do. Watch their VSL, which is their video sales letter, and so forth. So get all that info you need. But once again, 3 goals with asking interview questions: to find out if a company is a good fit for you, to show your expertise in your respective field, to come from a place of experience and curiosity. I created these questions by doing a fuck ton of interviews. Not only that, but also giving it to people in our premium community, and then them coming back to me and saying, hey, I had an interview yesterday and the sales manager said, God, man, you ask really good questions. People don't usually ask this stuff. So really good questions to ask. Starting off, you guys, with all these questions, you want to warm them up with easy ones, right? And the reason why you do that is because you don't want to come left field with a super hard hitting question that they feel uncomfortable asking or answering, sorry. An example of that, if they say, awesome, Alex, I don't have any other questions to ask. Do you have any questions for me? And first thing you ask is, how much money is your sales team making? It could be taken in the wrong manner. You know, so you want to warm them up with easy questions, but this still gives you really good information on the company. So I'll read them off to you. Number 1 is, how big is a sales team? How many closers do you have? How many setters do you have? And you want to make notes of it. I'll even take notes throughout the interview. I'll keep a piece of paper, hold a pen. Awesome, 5 closers, 7 setters. I'll write that down. Question 2, what's the sales team daily meeting time? And what's the training structure look like? Number 3, what does the setting process look like? This is a really good question to ask. Are you guys cold calling? Am I warm calling? Am I DM setting? What does that look like? Number 4 is, how do closers get leads? Is it through ads? Is it all organic? Do you guys have a webinar funnel? Is it a mixture of all 3? And so forth. Now, usually if you're setting, you don't always have to ask this question, but you can. You know, how do closers get leads? Do people book in calls through advertisements? What does that look like? Number 4 is, this is important as well. What does growth potential look like? Okay, so hey, if I'm a setter and I want to become a closer, what does that growth potential look like? Number 4 is, what do you look for to promote an SDR to a closer, or vice versa? What do you look for to promote a closer into a sales manager? Not only do you want to ask, hey, what does growth potential look like? But you want to ask, what do you need to see from me? That way you know I'm ready to move up to that next role. Right? Obviously, every single SDR in the world most times want to become a closer. Every single closer in the world wants to become a sales manager, and the sales manager knows that ahead of time. So they'll have answers for you. So you want to ask, what does growth potential look like? And what do you look for to promote me into that next role? Now, after this is the good stuff. This is when you ask the harder hitting questions, quote unquote. But the way I labeled it are questions that influence my decision. So this is really important. All these questions, the answers that I get are the answers that I use to make a decision if I should move forward with the company or not. So number one is, what is your company's current monthly revenue? How much are you guys making a month? The reason why that is important, you guys, let's say you're looking for a closing role and they tell you, hey, we're making 500K per month and there's four closers on the team. You could do quick math to say, okay, the average closer is probably collecting $120,000 per month. If I'm getting 10% of that, that means I'm making 12K per month. Okay, so what does current monthly revenue look like? Number two is, what's the company's goal for monthly revenue over the coming months? Another way you could ask that question is, hey, what's your guys' goal monthly revenue at the end of the year? You know, you want to work for a company that's shooting for the moon. Everyone wants to work with a company that's growing. Reason being, when I started working for Iman, I think they were doing like 200K a month. Paul told me their goal was to do $1 million a month. I was like, fuck yeah, that's awesome. 6 months later, they started doing $1 million a month. I think it was like 3 months later, and we had like 4 closers. So you could do the math, like how much the closers were making. You know, 4 closers divided by $1 million a month, they were making good money. You know, so it checked off that box for me. Number 3 is, what is the pay structure? Is this base or commission only? Or is it a mixture of both? Do I get a base salary plus commission, or is it only commission? You know, I'll let you guys know, if I'm looking for a closing role, I like the commission only roles because I could bet on myself and I know I'll make a lot more money. Now, if I'm looking for a setting role, typically what I like is a small base with commission, just to protect yourself as a setter. Another way that you could get paid is, hey, we pay you per set, plus we pay you commission per close as an SDR. But there is a lot of SDR roles that straight commission only, set to close, meaning, hey, you get no base. Pretty much what happens, if you set 10 leads and 5 of them close, you get paid X amount for those 5 close. And that's still a really good offer as well, as long as you're working for a good company. And that's why you ask these questions, to make sure it's a good company. So what is the pay structure would be number 3. Number 4 is, what does the top setter make on the team, or the top closer? Number 5, what does the bottom setter make on the team, or what does the bottom closer make on the team? Depends what you're interviewing for, right? So if I'm interviewing for a setting role, I'm asking, what does the top setter make and what does the bottom setter make? And vice versa. If I'm doing a closing role, what does the top closer make and what does the bottom closer make? Now, my last question, this is a great question to ask. Sales managers, you'll hit them hard with this one. And they'll sit there and they'll be like, shit, good question. Let me think. You know, and that question is, what makes the top setter a higher performer compared to the bottom setter, in your own words? You know, so what is it? Is it the work ethic? Is it a skill set? And so forth. You know, and it just gives you good context of, hey, if I want to come on the closing team, if that's what I'm interviewing for, and I want to be the top performing closer, now you have the information you need that makes the top performer the best. You know, is it because he's working, 7 days a week? Is it because he has a lot higher of a skill set? And what does that look like? So these are the answers that will influence my decision. I want something that's making good monthly revenue. You know, it depends. If they're doing 200K a month, but they have 10 closers, that's not something that's ideal. If they're doing 200K a month and they have 2 closers or 3 closers, that's a good role. Or vice versa. If they're doing 100K a month and they only have 1 closer, but they're looking to get a second and continue growing, it's still a good opportunity to take. It's doing that math in your head. So you want something with higher monthly revenue, typically over 150K is the goal. Now, as far as goal, their goal with monthly revenue, you just want to make sure that they're serious about growing the company over the coming months. Because if the company grows, your income grows as a sales rep. Now, we touched on pay structure, and these are just really good questions to get a good idea of your OTEs. If I know the top closer is making 30K and the bottom closer is making 10K, I could safely say, hey, I'm not the worst person, so I'll come in and make 15 to 20K a month. and that's why I asked that question. Now, lastly, I always do this, but some people say if needed. I say if needed. And that is to get proof. Okay, unfortunately, same thing in any industry in the world, some people lie about growth potential, the money that you can make and so forth. So I will literally ask for proof of the income that the closers are making or the setters. I'll ask them to prove how much monthly revenue they're making. And I don't always, actually I do always ask this, so I'm kind of lying, but I ask it at different times. If I trust what they're saying, sometimes I won't ask this at the end of the interview and I'll wait till I get accepted onto the role, then I'll ask the question. But there has been times where I've taken an interview and I'm like, I get to the very end and I ask this question. Basically, hey, show me proof, show me pay stubs of the closers from the past 3 months. Here's the key. You have to ask that question logically and nicely. You need to give a reason why you're asking that question, because it is, something that some people could see as intruding. At the end of the day though, you guys, if you go through 2 interviews and they have you do a role play, they ask you all these questions, you spend all this time, you give to them and they're not willing to give to you to show you that they're a good fit for you, it's a red flag. So the way I ask this question is, lastly, I want to be upfront, my man. Obviously, with any commission-based role, Alex, there's a lot of risk to switch over to a new company. Listen, man, I'm currently closing for X name. I'm currently setting for X name. You could even say, hey, listen, man, I currently have a full-time job as a bartender, and this is how I pay my bills for my family. If I accept this role, man, I'm going to leave my job and commit to you guys fully. I'm all in. But the thing is, there's some risk with that, with being a commission-based role. Let's be real here. So is it okay for you to show me proof of how much the setters have been making the past 3 months? You told me they were all making $7K a month. I trust you, man, but, just based off, wanting to protect myself and my family, is it okay for you to show me proof? If they don't want to show you proof, it's a red flag, and that's how you ask it nicely. I obviously made that a little bit wordy, but the way I'd say it, you guys, is awesome. Daniel, I don't have many other questions, man. Last thing, bro, I really don't want you to take this the wrong way. Listen, with any commission-based role, there's a little bit of risk, that. Man, I have a family, I have bills to pay. I'm working a full-time job right now, but I really want to break into the online space. Or, and another example, I'm setting for X company right now, and it's a great company. And if I move to you guys, I'm quitting that role and I'm going all in. That's the type of person I am. But there is some risk with that. So are you open to showing me proof of what the setters have made the past 3 months? Just like that. They'll show you pay stubs, they'll show you leaderboards, and so forth. And once again, you guys, you have to ask, it's part of closing, the way you ask questions. You could say, hey, how much money do you make? Or you could say, hey man, just so I have an idea of, where you're at with things, and if real estate is something that you're ready to jump into right away, what are you working with? How much are you making right now? 2 totally different ways of asking questions. And it's the same thing with asking this last question for proof. You want to attach a reason why you're asking that question, and you want to say it nicely at the end of the day. Hey Alex, listen man, with any commission-based role, there's some risk here. I am going to be leaving my current offer as a closer to commit to you guys. I'm an all-in type of guy. I really do believe in the company and the vision that you guys have. But with that, like I said, it's commission-based. There's some risk with it. Are you open to showing me pay stubs of what the closers have made the past 3 months? And get them to show you those pay stubs. If they don't want to, it's a red flag. I'm telling you. I'll show you proof. So you guys, at a company, I won't name the company. Let's zoom in. They gave me a job offer. They told me closers were making up to $50,000 a month. 50. Okay. And I was going to leave one of my offers. I was going to leave the offer that I'm on to commit to these guys. And the conversations that we had on the Zoom interview were relatively short. So I didn't really feel comfortable asking this question live on a call because I didn't want to come across as a douchebag, or like a prissy, I don't know, too good for the role. So I didn't want to come across as that. So I went through the interview. I asked all of these questions, right? He was like, damn, bro, you asked really good questions, which is a good thing. What's your current monthly revenue? They're making millions. Top setter, top closer. They're making a lot of money. And then they texted me the following day and gave me the job interview. And he sent me a document to sign, which is just accepting the role. So I sent him a text, just went over everything. Don't mean to be a pain in the ass or off-putting, brother. Obviously, with any commission-based role, there's a bit of risk involved to switch to a new offer. I already told you, damn it, it's for Thatch's offer. Cat's out the bag. Would you be open with connecting me to a rep on Thatch's offer, or even sending over proof of commission so I can cross off my boxes before starting this next week? They didn't care. They completely understand. If you ask it in that way, they'll be like, fuck yeah, dude, of course I'll show you, man. We're all about transparency. We want you to be confident. Here, I'll send you what you need. Hey, brother, completely understand. Should leads slow down or not? We'll put you on another opportunity. And then he sent me their leaderboards. So here's their leaderboards. I accepted the role immediately. This is what their closers are making. Top closer, 31K. Second place, 24K. Third place, 20K in November. December, top closer, 55,000. Second place, 25. Third place, 18,000. So after I saw this, crossed off my boxes, I accepted the role. I started the following week. First month, I think I did like 12K, which I was warming up into the offer, and they weren't stacking me with leads yet. But then I took off and started doing really well after that. So that's it, you guys. Hopefully that was helpful for you.
All right, so since we covered and you understand the questions that we need to ask on the interview, I also want to break down what the interview process looked like to get on Iman Gadzhi's team. Now, I was quite literally one of like 5,000 salespeople that applied to be on Iman's team, and I was the one person that got hired. So, and that's not to toot my horn, that is to show a little bit that, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to getting hired to companies. But number two, it is to explain like, hey, if I could do it, then you can too, right? And I know maybe it may seem like I'm a couple steps ahead of you, or maybe for you watching you're not. Maybe you're crushing it right now as a closer, right? But really, I was just a kid living in my parents' basement trying to figure shit out. I had a daughter that was really young, and it took me a lot of growing in the past couple years to end up where I'm at now. So the story of how I got hired to Iman's team, funny enough, when I was at Gym Launch, if you remember the 20-year-old kid that I was talking about that was making a lot of money, he was the story that I heard on YouTube through Alex Hormozi that convinced me to apply to the team. I thought maybe he was just like a fake story or something, but turns out he's a real guy. His name is Jacob Hopkins, and now he's a really good friend of mine. Anyways, I remember I met up with Jacob while I was at Gym Launch. He's from Texas, but he happened to be in Los Angeles, in Malibu, visiting some friends. And he reached out to me, and I think I reached out to him too. And I was like, hey man, let's link up while you're down here in LA. So we did, we went surfing, we went to the beach. And he was the very first person who told me who Iman Gadzhi was. I had no idea who the guy was. I was like very newish into this internet space, and Iman was a really, really small creator at the time. But I do remember that day, I was like, this Iman guy looks cool, searched him up, found him on Instagram, gave him a follow. He looked young, looked like he made money. I was like, all right, I'll follow him and check him out and so forth. Anyways, 3 months later, I was still following Iman on Instagram, and I saw Iman post an Instagram story that he was hiring closers for his team, where you can make anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 per month. And so it's funny looking back at it now. I think I've heard Steve Jobs say this. If you've ever seen a Stanford commencement speech for the graduates, I would definitely recommend to watch it. But he says this cool story, and I don't want to misquote it, but pretty much it takes you getting older and looking back at life to realize that all the situations and all the troubles and the things that you've done in your past life all clicks into what makes you who you are today. And so it's pretty funny to me how that 20-year-old kid that I thought maybe was fake or didn't exist, I heard Alex Hormozi talk about him. I end up applying to Gym Launch. We become friends. He's the one who tells me about Iman. You know, I happen to give him an Instagram follow because Jacob told me about him. And then months later, I see that Iman's hiring closers. I send a screenshot to Jacob and say, hey, what do you think? And he was like, I have no idea, bro, but Iman's really cool and, you know, he's legit. And so I decided to apply and then I landed the role. And, you know, because I worked for Iman, that really changed my life. That was the life-changing money that I made with sales was with Iman. Gym Launch, I made really good money too, but Iman, I was able to climb up to like 40, almost 50K in a month. And so it was really cool to see. But with Iman, I believe it was like a 4-step interview process. They were super, super intense with it. And I think it was because they only wanted to make one hire and they had thousands and thousands of applicants. And so Paul Daly was a person who was in charge of that hiring process. He was the CEO at the time. And I will say this, you know, being likable is a skill in my opinion. You could get really far in life just by people liking you. And I've always understood that intuitively. And I understood how to get people to buy into me as a human being. And so I remember that was the thing that I did really well with Paul. It wasn't that he saw that I was some God-gifted sales rep who was absolutely gonna crush it. I got the guy to like me. And the way that I did that in that interview was by relating to him, quite frankly. And so luckily for me, Paul just had a kid. He's the same age as my daughter. He was a lot older than me. And so he kind of understood where I was at in life. And so I really leaned heavy on those things. I remember on the interview, I was pretty much just breaking down like, hey man, yeah, I have a daughter. You know, obviously she is a big motivating factor. I'll outwork everybody on the team and so forth. And he really bought into me as a human being before logically compensating that he'd think I would do well on the sales team. And so Iman's hiring story was pretty funny. You know, the first stage of the interview was actually a huge group interview with probably 50 applicants that they brought on to the interview who applied through, you know, Iman's Instagram. And so that interview felt a lot like the Hunger Games. You know, they were pretty much going around asking questions, making each person explain their sales experience, what's their favorite book, why was that their favorite book, you know, what's the biggest objection that they received on a call, how would they get over it, things along those terms. And then from there, they brought me on to, I believe, like 2 or 3 one-on-ones. I met the sales manager, his name was Max Thompson, for my first one-on-one. And then I probably had 2 or 3 one-on-ones after that with Paul Daly. Now, one thing Paul had me do was do a mock call. He pretty much gave me a sales script that they used for Educate, which at the time was Grow Your Agency. And at the end of my second one-on-one interview, he said, hey, let's meet again Friday, book in that call, here's our script, come in prepared, and we're gonna do a full mock call. Now, luckily, that wasn't my first time that I've done a sales call, right? And that's why I even told you guys, if you're going to apply for a closing offer, you better hope that you know how to do a mock call. Because if that was my first time doing a mock call ever in my life, I probably would have messed it up and I wouldn't have gotten hired. But because I've done sales before and I've done mock calls, it was pretty easy for me. I crushed it, and then I ended up getting hired to the team. With Iman, I quite literally made, I think it was like 16K my first month. By month 2, I was making over 25K. By month 3 and 4, I was making 30, 40K per month. And so it was completely life-changing for me. And so I look back at it and I'm super thankful that I put all the effort in that I did. Because if I look at the Loom video I remember recording for Iman in the initial first step of the application, it probably took me like 2 hours to record that Loom video because I wasn't really used to them yet. And so I spent a lot of time making sure it was perfect. I remember I had a button-up shirt that I ironed and made sure was crisp. I got a haircut, and I did all these small things and a lot of effort into it, and it ended up paying off after. And hey, the money that I made was pretty life-changing. Now, if there's anything to take away from that, it's the importance of being likable and getting somebody to buy into you emotionally, right? And like Paul Daly, I really do think the reason why he hired me was first and foremost, he liked me. And then second, he compensated logically and said, plus, you know, he came from Gym Launch, he has good experience, I think he'll do really well. And so do your best to show up presentable, show up the best version of yourself, speak well, short answers, straight to the point, and don't be afraid to wear your heart on your sleeve. Don't be afraid to be real with the person that you're speaking with. People want to work with real human beings at the end of the day. And so if I have the opportunity to speak about my daughter or these life-changing events that made me who I am today, you better believe I'm going to talk about that stuff on an interview. Because at the end of the day, it's just going to get them to buy into me as a human being and hire me onto the team. And finally, as we get towards the end of this free program, this free course, which I hate the sound of courses, so I will say program, let's dive into the keys that you need to follow to be an elite salesperson. Now, the first thing that I'll say is any elite salesperson tracks their sales call metrics. If you don't know where you're going, you don't know what to get better at. And so key metrics that I always track as a closer in specific, but even a setter as well, is my close percent and my cash collected per call. And that's because I want to know at all times, what is my percentage that I'm closing at and how is it that I can improve? And number two is my cash collected per call. Listen, I have people inside of Learn Sales Group where they go through their first month closing and we look at their call metrics at the end of the month. And hey, maybe they're closing at 25 or 30%, but their cash collected per call is quite a bit low because they're relying on payment plans. And all we fix, we leave the close rate alone. Hey, let's leave that 25%. It's not the best, but it's not horrible at all. Instead, let's figure out how to collect more cash on each call, right? And so we go over and we practice how to utilize financing options, the best way to pitch it, and so forth. Next thing you know, they go from collecting $1,500 per close call to collecting $3,000 per close call, and they double the amount of money that they're making without raising their close rate at all. And so it is extremely important as an elite sales rep to track your call metrics. That way, any given month, you could look back and say, did I improve this month? How is my close rate? What's my cash collected per call? And what is it that I could get better at? That way I could make more money. Now, think of it like a famous athlete. I could bet you money if you look at whoever is the top basketball player in the space, they probably know their points per game, their averages, their field goal percentage, if you were to ask them the question right away. So if you want to be an elite top 1% sales rep, what makes you think that you don't need to do the same? Now, with that as well, not only is it important to track your metrics, but it's also important to really understand the goals that you have every single month on your sales calls. One exercise that I do with every salesperson inside of Learn Sales Group is reverse engineering their goals. We will take a look at, number one, how much is it that you want to be making every single month on your offer? And then we will reverse engineer their goals into how much cash do they need to be collecting every single day in order to reach that commission goal. And so an example of that is someone that I have on my Learn Sales Group team. His name is Lucas Rios, and he is closing for an offer that is $8,000. I believe it's like executive coaching and placement into like CEO, CSO, COO opportunities. So he's speaking with people with a lot of money, and his goal is to make $30,000 per month commission as a salesperson. And so I helped him reverse engineer his goals up to the point of understanding this is what you need to accomplish every single day you're on the sales floor in order to reach that 30K per month goal. And the way we did that was super simple. Okay, man, listen, you get paid 10% commission of every single call that you take and every single deal that you close. Therefore, if you want to make $30,000 in commission, you need to collect $300,000 for the company in a given month. Now next, let's go ahead and divide that by the total amount of work days. So for somebody like Lucas, he is very used to working 6 days a week, and obviously he's on a really good offer, so it's worth him to put a little bit of extra work on the weekends. But hey, let's just break it up into a 5-day work week for example's sake. So typically there's 23 work days in any given month. And if you divide $300,000 in cash collected by 23 work days, I believe it's like 13.5K that he needs to collect Monday through Friday every single day in order to make $30,000 in commission. And on top of that, Lucas's offer, I believe, is $7,000, pretty much meaning he needs to get 2 paid in fulls every single day to pace his 30K per month goal. And if we continue reverse engineering it, he's closing at a 30% close rate right now, which obviously we want to get that to 40%. But if he continues with that 30% close rate, that means he needs to take 8 live calls per day in order to close 2 deals that pay in full at $7,000 to go ahead and make $14,000 cash collected each day. And as long as he closes 2 deals every single day, Monday through Friday, he will hit his $30,000 in commission check. And so this goes back to a saying that I've heard from numerous people, but if you don't know where you want to go, then you're just walking in the dark. And that is a dangerous thing to have as a salesperson, because sales is a monotonous sport. It's something that you need to show up and do the same thing and the same kind of repetitive type of motions. It's like you're playing chess in your head every single day on every single call. And so you really want to understand where you're trying to end up at the end of the month. That way you never get in the point where you have a sales slump. And so I would encourage you as a salesperson, whether you're a setter or a closer, go ahead and reverse engineer your goals. Another example of that is someone in the group, her name is Brianna. She is setting for a real estate offer, and her goal is to make $12,000 per month in commission. Now, she's pretty lucky. She's earning 10% in commission as a setter at a company that's making like $700K per month. Once again, it's like a real estate investing offer. And so we reversed engineered her goals all the way to the point of understanding how many sets per day do you need to make in order to close 1 deal per day, which is what she needs to do in order to hit $12K in commission. And so in Brianna's case, I think she was at the offer for 2 weeks and she made 10 sets and 4 deals closed. And so we were able to understand, hey, if you want to make $12,000 per month, based off the numbers in your commission, you need to close 1 deal per day as a setter. And based off your current metrics from the past 2 weeks of 10 sets that you've made and 4 deals have closed, that basically tells you that every 2.5 sets that you make, a deal will close for your company. Therefore, Brianna, all we need from you is to set 3 people every single day. That is it. If you set 3 people per day on your current metrics, you will make $12,000 this month. Is that possible for you to do? And she was like, hell yeah, 3 sets per day. That's not a lot. You could get that done in 3 hours. And now she fully understands the direction that she needs to take, and she sees, the light at the end of the tunnel. As she's dialing 200 people every single day, she understands, hey, I just need 3 sets per day. And obviously I'm hoping for Bree, because we just had this conversation, she goes for 6 sets per day and really pushes the pace. But hey, with her current metrics, 3 sets per day, she'll make $12K per month. Now, another piece that I'll touch on with becoming an elite salesperson is understanding how to play the game at your company. There is a game that you need to play to be in people's favor and continue moving up at any company, whether it is sales or whether it's something different. At the end of the day, you want to position yourself as being irreplaceable. And listen, this is an unfortunate truth on any company, but a lot of times you could get a lot further based off the relationships that you have built rather than your performance. On the flip side, yes, your performance does matter as a salesperson, but you also want to do your best to build a relationship with the people in charge of promoting you. Because again, people make decisions emotionally and then they compensate logically. If you're a setter and there's a closing position that opens up, your sales manager will probably be more willing to promote you if they like you and you have a good relationship. And then once they promote you, they'll also compensate logically and say, listen, I really like Alex, let's give him the shot. Plus on top of that, he's doing really well as a setter. And so you need to play the game correctly. And the way that you do that is being active in Slack, shouting out other salespeople's wins when they close the deal and congratulating them in your global Slack channel, asking to do additional one-on-ones with your sales management team. Or on top of that, taking initiative. One thing that I've learned the past couple years is you want to assume the role that you want to gain. Meaning, if I want to become a sales manager at the company that I'm working with, I am going to take on the responsibilities of a sales manager without them promoting me. That way, as soon as the position opens up, it's going to become a no-brainer for them. They're pretty much going to say like, hey, Alex is pretty much already like doing extra meetings with all the closers and training them and going over objection handling and helping people improve. Might as well move him up as a sales manager. And so assume the role that you already want. One thing I used to do at Iman's is I would jump on one-on-one calls with every single new hire without anybody asking or telling me to. And so whenever we hired a new closer, the first thing I would do is send them my booking link and say, hey, let's jump on a call. I would answer questions that they have. I would do a quick mock call with them, speak with them about the role. And I would do that all without somebody asking me. Next thing you know, every single new hire would jump on a call with Paul Daly and say like, hey, what questions do you have and so forth. And they'll say, yeah, not too much. I already met with Alex. He really reached out. He seems very receptive. He's giving me some training, and so I feel pretty ramped up. I don't really have that many questions. I'll be good to go in the next couple days. And by the time that management role opened up, it's like, hey, I'm the first pick. It becomes a no-brainer to move me up in the first place. And so you have to play the game at any company that you're with, because it is unfortunate in life, and I'm sure you've seen people like this. You'll get a lot further with the relationships you build sometimes rather than your performance. You don't want to be the closer that just shuts up and closes. And you don't want to be the setter that just shuts up and sets. Because guess what? If you are, they'll just keep you closing and keep you setting. And so you have to play the game. Now, when it comes to the daily inputs of elite sales reps, it revolves around 3 things. Number 1 is taking sales calls, obviously. And this means the calls that get automatically booked into your calendar. Number 2 is following up with leads, meaning any leads that you haven't closed that are still on the fence and wanting to make a decision, making sure we're consistent with our follow-up. And then number 3 is sourcing new leads. Now, what that looks like is, listen, fat, lazy salespeople, all they do is just wait for their next call to get booked into their calendar. Meaning, hey, if no calls get booked into the calendar, or it's a slow day or a slow week, they're taking the day off and not doing shit. You don't want to be a fat, lazy salesperson. There is always inputs that you could be doing on a daily basis that's going to help you make more money and generate more sales. And so the 2 things that revolve around with that is number 1, sticking with your follow-up, and number 2 is dialing and sourcing your own leads. Now, this doesn't mean that we got to cold call random people on Yelp, but hey, you probably have a CRM with thousands and thousands of leads where you could spend 30 or 45 minutes calling to set yourself your own appointments. Now, this isn't the most fun thing in the world, so I've developed a way where I could set appointments for myself and do it with the least amount of time and least amount of effort, and that's by dialing the no-show and canceled call lead list. Chances are, if you're on a sales role, your CRM has a lead list of people who have no-showed their closing appointments, or maybe they just canceled their call and didn't show up in the first place. Those are always the highest intent leads to dial. Because most times when you dial them and you say, hey, you had an appointment, I don't know if it got canceled or what happened, do you remember that? They say, oh yeah, dude, I just had something come up, but I'm definitely still interested in speaking with you guys. And you could have a 5-minute conversation and reset the appointment to your own calendar. And so I can't tell you how much money I've made doing this just by whenever I have a no-show on my calendar, or if I have an hour free time slot, me dialing my no-show and canceled call lead list. So don't be a fat, lazy salesperson. At the end of the day, if you have a packed calendar of 12 calls, I could guarantee 20% of them aren't going to show up. If you have some brain space and brain power, how you're going to make more money is by sticking with your follow-up with old leads that you've spoken with. And number 2 is sourcing new leads for your calendar. Remember, as a closer, as a setter, as a salesperson, you eat what you kill. And so, once again, don't be a fat, lazy salesperson. Now, what I'll wrap this up with is 2 things: understanding when to leave your sales role, and number 2 is how to utilize your experience to land a better sales role in the future. Now, when it comes to leaving your sales role, I always look at 3 things. Am I learning? Am I earning? And is there an ability to grow? Meaning, if I have questions, if I should walk away from my sales role, the first thing that I'll ask myself is there an ability to earn a good income? And when I look at that, I'm not looking just at myself, I'm looking at all the other salespeople on the team and asking myself, hey, are these salespeople earning? If you're on a team where nobody's making money at all, chances are your earning ability is now capped. And if my earning ability is capped, most times I'm gonna walk away from the sales role right away. Now, number 2 is learning. Meaning, is there an ability to continue learning? It is important as a salesperson that you're in a place that cultivates your growth. And so not only do you want to be earning the income that you want, and this doesn't mean maybe the 40, 50K per month, but at least earning a really good livable income. But on top of that, you want to be in a place where you're constantly learning and evolving and growing and getting better at sales. Because sales is something that you will never fully master. There will always be something new that you could get better at. So, is your sales team cultivating you? Are they doing call reviews? Are they doing mock calls? Are they teaching you how to get better with objection handling? If you feel like your learning ability is capped, chances are it's time to leave your role. And the way I look at this, by the way, is I look at these 3 things. The next one is ability to grow. If 2 of the boxes don't check off, I always leave the role. Right, but the most important piece for me, especially with having a daughter and bills to pay and whatnot, is my ability to earn. Now, the last piece is there an ability to grow into something bigger? But more importantly, am I cultivating and having these conversations with the management team? That way they know that I want to grow. And it goes back to what I said earlier. If you're just the closer that shuts up and close, guess what? No one's gonna talk to you about growth opportunities, and they're not gonna move you up to the next position. And it's the same thing as a setter. So ability to grow doesn't mean that your sales manager is calling you on a random Tuesday and saying, hey man, this is what your growth path looks like. It means you're asking these questions on one-on-one interviews, on team meetings, and letting the sales management team know, hey, I want to grow to a closer. What does my timeline look like? What do you want to see from me? Is there certain metrics that you want to hit, and so forth? If you're a setter and you want to go to a closer and you're sparking and having these conversations and they pretty much tell you, hey, I don't know when we'll move you up to a closer. Our team's pretty capped out right now. Your ability to grow is capped and you need to find a new position. And it's the same thing if you're a closer that wants to grow to a sales manager. Cultivate and have those conversations. And if there's no ability to grow, then that box isn't checked off. So whenever I'm thinking about leaving a sales role, I am looking at my ability to earn, my ability to learn, and my ability to grow. Now, finally, is how do we leverage your sales role to land a bigger, better position? And that is pretty simple. Number one is you want to try your best to go on a top tier sales team right away. And that's why if you're new to sales, it's better to start off at a setter at a 10 out of 10 company rather than starting off as a closer at a horrible dog shit company. Because I could tell you right now, the fact that I had Gym Launch under my belt was a big driving factor for Iman and the Educate team to hire me. Now, once you land a good remote sales role, you're already a couple steps ahead of everybody else. And as you grow and apply to new roles, you'll be able to just continue leveraging the experience that you have to land bigger, better opportunities. Now at this point, I could really apply to any sales role and I'll still probably get rejected to a couple, by the way, which is why I do the mass application process. But hey, once I say I worked for Gym Launch and worked for Iman and collected over $10 million, it's definitely going to help me with getting into an interview in the first place. But in order to get there, you need to get your foot in the door on step one. And so it's always best to go to the best company possible because it's only going to be easier to leverage that name to go onto a bigger, better opportunity. Now, everything that you need to land a good sales role, to become a top 1% closer, and to close deals right away on any sales role that you land has been handed to you on a silver platter with this video. And you could absolutely go implement this yourself. But if you want to get there as fast as possible so you could start earning big money with remote sales and start hitting $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 in commission, just like Jay, who did $17,000 in commission this past month, or just like Michael Santana, who did $39,000 in commission, I believe in January, or even Lorelai just hit $10,000 and I just shared this win yesterday, then check out the link in the description. And once again, as always, once you learn to sell, you will never starve.
All right, now let's get to the good stuff. So this sales call recording that you are about to see is a close call of a deal that I closed for Iman Gadzhi back in 2023. So it's been some time, and what I will say with that, at this point, I reviewed thousands of sales calls of not only my own, but mainly of other sales reps that I'm working with across every industry, from B2C sales to B2B sales. And whenever I review a call, there is 3 things that I look for in the first 5 minutes of the conversation that lets me know, are you having a good call or are you having a bad call? So if you are in sales, if you're a closer, a setter, if you plan to be in sales, if you're a sales manager or business owner with the sales team beneath you, write these 3 things down. That way, whenever you review a call, you understand in the first 5 minutes, are you having a good call or are you having a bad call, regardless of the industry? Now, what are those 3 things? If you know where I got this from, comment it below. I'm curious if you know. But number 1 is, are you as sharp as a tack? Okay, now all that means is, are you showing up fully present with the conversation, but also showing up the best version of yourself on the sales call? So number 1, sharp as a tack. Number 2, are you enthusiastic as hell? Now, a lot of people do misconstrue what enthusiastic as hell means. What it does not mean is that you are showing up overly excited with the conversation or pretending to be somebody that you're not. It does not mean that you need to pretend to be some extrovert, right? If anything, myself, I'd say I'm more on the introverted side of things. But all enthusiastic as hell means, can we clearly tell that you want to have the conversation with the prospect? Do you give a shit? That is it. Number 2, enthusiastic as hell. Number 3, are you an expert in the field that you're selling?
Now, the way that you show your expertise, it's super simple. It's by asking really good pointed questions. For example, if you're selling a B2B lead gen offer, hey, maybe it's smart that we ask great questions about how a company is currently generating leads. Okay, if you're selling a real estate offer, maybe it's a good idea to ask great questions about real estate. If you are like me, and on this video, I am selling a offer that helps someone start or scale their agency past 10K per month. It might be a good idea if I ask good questions about the agency, right? Now, let's watch this together in the first 5 minutes. Do this with me. Let's see if I check off the first 3 boxes in the first 5 minutes of this call. Number 1, sharp as a tack. Number 2, enthusiastic as hell. Number 3, expert in the field that I'm selling. Let's do it.
Hello.
Alex,
Ali, what's up, brother?
what's up, man?
Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
Cool, bro. Where you calling from today?
Sorry,
Where are you calling from, bro? Where are you from? Where you living?
I'm now inside of my car. I was stuck in traffic.
Okay.
I have always my laptop with me, so I thought I found a nice place here in the nature. So I'm ready for the call.
Okay. Awesome, brother. Where are you from in general? Like, where do you live?
I live in Amsterdam,
Okay.
but originally I'm from Afghanistan.
Oh, wow. Okay. So when did you move to Amsterdam?
Oh, when I was young. I'm now 21, and when I was like 3.
All right, so we are 58 seconds in. In your opinion, have I checked off any of the boxes with this conversation? My answer is yes, I've checked off the first 2 boxes. Sharp as a tack, you could clearly tell that I'm fully present with the conversation. Also showed up my best version of myself on the call. I'm locked in. I'm in pocket, right? Now, number 2, enthusiastic as hell. Can you tell that I give a shit and I want to have the conversation with the prospect? Yes, I'm engaging with him. I'm curious about where he's from. When did he move to Amsterdam? And you could tell that I want to be there. So the first 2 boxes are checked off. Now, what I want you to see is the way that I check off box number 3, because I do it a bit differently. That places you as an expert in the first 2 minutes of the call.
I came to Amsterdam, so I basically grew up here.
Hmm.
Right.
Do you ever get to visit back home at all? Is that something you do?
The last time I visited Afghanistan was like in 2016, 15, when the situation was a little bit calmer.
Yeah.
But after that, yeah, I still got family in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if I want to visit it now. Maybe if the situation gets a little bit more calm.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in the same boat, bro. My family's all from way farther from you, but from Mexico. I live in California, so most of my family lives over there. But same thing with, like, for us, it's less war, more like drug cartel type issues. But same thing, I'm like, fuck, I don't want to go back, you know?
Hey, shout out to Mexico. So quick side note, and you guys will see how I place myself as an expert right after this, but couple things. I've said bro a couple times. I also dropped an F-bomb. You may be watching this and think, Alex, that's extremely unprofessional. My rebuttal to you is that you need to understand who you're selling to and what those avatars are, right? When I was selling for Gym Launch, which is a B2B offer for gym owners, I was speaking with 40 or 50-year-old gym owners. So obviously speaking this way wouldn't slide with them, but it also didn't relate with the way that they spoke, right? Versus when I came to Iman's team, within the first month, I realized I'm speaking to people just like me. They are 20 to 35 years old. Rarely are they older. Therefore, I could speak in a way that's more authentic to me, but also a way that will make them more comfortable with the conversation. Now, really quick, and remember, I am going to show you how I place myself as an expert right now, but this is super important. This is the one call close framework. Okay, so I am going to include this in the training for you, which I'll touch on at the end of this video, the training that my sales mentor gave me a couple years ago. But this is, like I said, the one call close framework. And the more you do sales, it becomes a puzzle piece in your head. You're about to see me follow this puzzle piece. Technically, there are 5 sections to a sales call. I split it up into 6. Usually pitching and closing is together on a call. But what you're seeing now is me in section 1, intro and rapport. I'm doing pleasantries. Then I will ask about the pre-call preparation video, then move to setting frame and agenda of the call.
So haven't visited in a while. So
When is the last time you've been to Mexico?
probably like 5 years ago, bro. So probably like right before COVID. So like 2018, 2019 type of thing. Yeah. But cool, man. We have about 27 minutes here. Do you mind if we kind of hop to like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
purpose of the
sure.
call? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I know you spoke with Jack, by the way. Did you happen to check out that video that we sent over to you, the one with
Yeah,
Iman?
yeah, I saw it.
Okay, cool. It's like 35 minutes long. He's wearing the turtleneck, the glasses.
Yeah, I had to watch it in like 1.5 speed, otherwise.
It is a
takes
little long. I know it is a little long. So, but cool, bro. Let me know.
So the way I set frame, which is about to come up, is how I place my expertise in the field within the first 2 minutes of the call. One thing that popped in my mind right now, I remember my sales mentor told me this. He was reviewing a sales call of mine a couple years ago, and it was a deal that I didn't close, and he watched the first 5 to 10 minutes, he paused it, and he said, "Alex, you're being too fucking nice." I was like, what do you mean? Like, man, people won't buy from you because you're a nice guy. People will buy from you because they respect you, they respect what you say, and they see you as an expert in what it is that you're selling. That popped in my mind right now because I think it's good to have a balance, but your job as a sales rep is to lead someone to make a decision. It's to help them uncover the goals that they may not even know that they have, or the pain points that they have in their business or in their life. Right? And so you have to be able to snap back in a pocket. It's a fine balance where, yes, it's good to be conversational and nice at the top of the call. But at times, you have to be ready to challenge prospects, challenge your beliefs, get them to make commitments that they've never made before. And you will get a hell of a lot further by being respected on sales calls than you will ever get by being the nice, cool guy. Oh, number 2, pre-call videos. If you have a pre-call video as a sales rep, make sure that they watched it. If you're a business owner and you don't have a pre-call video, make one. Okay, pre-call videos are super important. The reason why they have them is so that they could give prospects a visual representation and answer a lot of questions that they have of what they're about to buy before they get on with you. The last thing you want to happen is to get to the end of the call, you pitch the product, you drop the price, and they say, "Alex, this sounds great. It sounds like what I'm looking for based off your words, but I don't even know what this looks like. So, could you send me more stuff? Could I think about it? Could you send me testimonials and so forth?" That is why you have that pre-call prep video. And the reason why I'm so big on asking if they watched it now is because I've gotten to the end of the calls and that's happened where people don't close because they're just going based off my words. So pre-call prep video, always check in if they watched it. If you don't have one as a business owner, create one.
Your goal outcome or your goal for this call, just so I could talk about the right things and push us in the right direction.
Like a year ago, I wanted to start an online business. I worked a lot since I was like 15, physically doing all kinds of jobs, but I knew there was an opportunity for online business, and I kind of missed out on dropshipping when it was like hot in 2018, 19.
Yeah.
There was a guy who sold a course in Holland, and I thought, yeah, scam, or just didn't do it. And then after that, I regretted it. Now I'm currently dropshipping, and it's doing okay. But that proved me that there is a way for like online,
100%.
making online. And I had for myself, like, in the worst case scenario, if dropshipping doesn't work, I still got the knowledge of making ad campaigns and doing social media. So if it don't work out, my plan B was like starting a agency, social media agency.
Okay.
And but now I still had it in the back of my mind to start an agency, because I do have the knowledge for like doing campaigns for other companies, but I didn't want to do it like go in and like in the video they said spending 3-5 years and spending a lot of money
So he literally just referenced the pre-call prep video, right? He said, I want to start an agency, but just like the pre-call video said, I could spend 3 to 5 years figuring out this on my own, or I could hop in here with Iman's team where they'll shortcut the process for me, right? So that should give you a perfect example of why that pre-call prep video warms up the lead to jump on a call with me where I could close in within 30 to 45 minutes. Now, there's a couple red flags that just came up with what he said. The question that I asked was, hey, what was your motivation for booking the call? Essentially, what were you looking to gain out of the conversation? Whether you're selling to cold leads or selling to warm leads or hot leads, you should always ask that question, right? What were you looking to gain out of the conversation today? And there's two things that they could say. Either, hey Alex, I'm actually looking for help with X thing, which is what we want to hear, which is essentially what he said. Or number two is they could window shop and say, you know, I'm just here for some more information. We do not want window shoppers on the call. Window shoppers don't buy. People who need help and have pain points do. So if Ali, for example, said, hey Alex, yeah, what I'm looking to gain out of the call is just get some more information. I saw what Iman's doing and it looks pretty cool. It is my job to reframe his mind from he is here for more information to he is here because he needs help with X thing. So it's super simple to do that. I could guarantee you if you're a salesperson, you could let me know. Probably if you ask this question, 60 to 70% of your leads will say, hey, I'm just here for more information. So all you need to do is follow up and say this. Hey, Ali, 100% man, I'm sure you've seen, we have a website. You could have gotten a ton of information off of there. I really doubt you're jumping on calls for 45 minutes every day and just giving valuable time away. What were you looking for help for when it comes to X thing? That's it. They will say right away, yeah, you're right. Actually, I'm looking for help with starting an agency. It looks cool. Or I'm running an agency now. It's doing about 10K a month. I want to get it to 50. And it starts pushing them down that straight line of the sell. So that's one thing. Number two, he gave a red flag. I am selling something. You start or scale the agency. And what did he tell me that he's doing right now? He's doing drop shipping. He was doing e-commerce. That is a separate business model. So what's coming to my mind right now is I need to get this guy to sell himself on why he wants to start an agency and pivot business models, or else it'll bite me in the ass at the end of the call. A lot of what you're doing as a sales rep is squashing bugs, killing ghosts. You're killing ghosts throughout the conversation. That way the ghost doesn't come up at the end of the call and attack you. And that's a ghost that could bite my ass. Last thing I want is to get to the end of the conversation and hear, listen, Alex, this sounds cool, very expensive. I think I'm just gonna march forward with e-commerce for now. Let me give it another year and I'll come back to this at a future time, right? So number one, you haven't even seen how I'm gonna show expertise. I'm about to do that right now when I set frame, but you'll also see in discovery about 2 minutes from now in the conversation, how I get this guy to sell himself down the path of starting an agency.
Just to be there.
Okay.
Start an agency. So
Okay.
I thought, let's see what you guys can offer and
Yeah, bro.
start with a good base.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about it, bro. I mean, just so you know, I've done these calls a bunch of times here. So the main purpose of them really is just to learn a little more about you and then see where you plan on taking things with your actual agency in specific, whether you have one now or not. So hopefully Jack did tell you as well, I am one of the coaches here for Agency Navigator. So the game plan for me is just to give you some action steps. That way, after this call, you could start getting your agency up and running. In the same breath, if I do feel like the action steps are just going to be too broad and not going to help out a ton, I may tie in Agency Navigator as well and just let you know how we could help you with that, answer the questions that you have, and then pretty much just go from there. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right. Cool, man.
There you go. That was it. That was setting frame, which is what you're looking at here. One thing I will say that was good about that, it was conversational. At this point, I call it conversational closing. It's a big thing that I talk about with all the sales reps that I'm working with. It's 2025 now, you guys. You want your sales calls to be as conversational as possible while still having that authority frame, while still showing your expertise, right? People love buying shit. They hate being sold to. Chances are on your next sales call, that person has bought something in the past, and the red flags will raise up if they start smelling the sale. So I can't tell you how many times I've gotten to the end of the calls and someone swipes their card, they pay for something, and they say, by the way, are you a sales guy? And I'm like, no, I'm just, on the team here and help out with onboarding and so forth. And that's what you want. right? You want it to be an authentic conversation, conversational closing. Now, back to my point, setting frame, let's rewind it one more time and pinpoint how I frame myself as an expert.
Yeah, bro.
Start with a good base.
Yeah, we'll talk about it, bro. I mean, just so you know, I've done these calls a bunch of times here. So the main purpose of them really is just to learn a little more about you and then see where you plan on taking things with your actual agency in specific, whether you have one now or not. So hopefully Jack did tell you as well, I am one of the coaches here for Agency Navigator. So the game plan for me.
There it is, right? So I did two things. One, I told him I've done these calls millions of times. But number two, I'm actually one of the coaches here on the team. Basically, hey, I know what the hell I'm talking about, right? So feel at ease. That is what people want when they come onto sales calls. Leave a relation to me, right? At this point, I'm running a business. I do sales consulting. I help, sales reps make a fuck ton more money, land better roles, top 1% sales offers. I've gone on sales calls to buy stuff because I need help a lot as of recently, right? And it always puts me at ease when I'm on a call where I feel like the guy knows more than me about the thing I'm about to buy. That is who I want to buy from. And that is who your prospects want to buy from as well. So I call that the expert frame. Add that into your sales calls. You've done these calls thousands of times. You know what you're talking about. Rest assured, and then set the rest of your frame.
Just to give you some action steps. That way, after this call, you could start getting your agency up and running. In the same breath, if I do feel like the action steps are just going to be too broad and not going to help out a ton, I may tie in Agency Navigator as well and just let you know how we could help you with that, answer the questions that you have, and then pretty much just go from there. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right. Cool, man.
Right, so now I'm about to go into discovery. You're about to see right now how I get this guy to sell himself down the path of, hey, this is why I'm committed to now switching business models and starting an agency. But one thing I do want to do is show you the discovery framework here, right? So this is the path that you're about to see me go down. And more importantly, this is what I want to show you. You guys, this is called the roller coaster analogy. And this is for the discovery section of your call. If you see anyone else with this damn graph or talking about the roller coaster analogy, they took it from me. Okay, so let me know. But I'll start with this. When I was working at Gym Launch, this is how they taught me to have a discovery conversation. And this is how 99% of sales trainers will teach you to ask questions in discovery. This is the way they want you to follow. You start with your introduction, the overview. Hey, why are we here? What was motivation for booking the call? Then you talk about their current state and struggles. What are they struggling with? X, Y, Z. And then they want you to end the conversation with their future state and goals. And then from there, pitch your product as your solution. Now, why is this wrong? Let me give you an example. Okay, let's say, this is probably the best example to give. Let's say you're selling a fitness offer where you're helping people lose weight and get to their dream body, right? With Gym Launch's style, food for thought, fitness offers are probably notorious for having prospects that cry on the sales call when they talk about their current stage struggles, right? Think about it. They may be 100 pounds overweight. Their wife might be leaving them. Their husband might be leaving them. They can't run with their kids and so forth. So notorious for criers. With Gym Launch's method, you are asking about their current state and struggles at the top of the discovery conversation. You are going to get those tears at the front of the call. And then from there, you will tell them, hey, wipe those tears, but where do you want to go? What's your goal? What's your dream body? And you're ending the conversation with them at a heightened sense of emotion of their dream outcome, and then you're trying to pitch them your product. Now let's look at the roller coaster analogy. If we flip it, okay, let's start the conversation, yes, with the introduction. Why are we here? But instead, let's take them to that heightened sense of emotion right away. Where do we want to go? What is your goal? What is your dream outcome? Exactly what you're looking at here. And let's end the conversation with them at those tiers. What are you struggling with? How much are you weighing now? God, how long have you been trying to lose 100 pounds? Essentially, let's end the conversation with them crying at the end of the call. That way, instead of saying, hey, wipe your tears, what are your goals? You're saying, hey, wipe your tears. I know if you're in a tough spot, but we're 100% going to be able to help you. Do you mind if I break down how exactly we'll do that? And they're wiping their tears away as you're pitching your product as the solution that's going to bring them back to that heightened sense of emotion. Then they buy. Let me know if that makes sense in the comments below. You guys making this shift, which was about a year ago, literally doubled my close rate for a real estate offer that I was on. right? I was speaking with a lot of high level acumen buyers that had a lot of money. Making this flip to how I ask questions in discovery literally increased my close rate. I want to say double, but it was probably more, I think it raised it from like 35 to a little over 60%, which is huge. That's almost doubling your income, right? And I know if you implement this, it'll do the same for you. See if you could pinpoint how I get him to sell himself on his agency.
Let's do it. So starting off, why don't you give me a breakdown? I know this is an idea for you, but where are you at with the agency as of now? Have you started building anything out for it? Do you have a niche selected? What does that look like? And I think you froze.
Overview or intro/overview.
Oh,
There you go.
Yeah.
You're back. Cool, bro. I was asking, what was I asking? Okay, I was asking where are you at with the agency, bro? Is this from scratch? Have you started building out the base of your business? Do you have a niche selected?
No, it's from scratch. I don't have an agency. I don't know how to start an agency. In my previous jobs, I did some sales jobs, so I know how to call clients cold a little bit.
Yeah.
And for niche, I'm not sure. But, the only knowledge I have is like doing ad campaigns.
Okay. So how long has this been an idea for you as far as wanting to start an agency?
Overview.
The first idea came in like 2019, but I didn't do anything with it. But the actual idea came like a year ago when I started dropshipping. Like literally just started dropshipping.
Okay.
But I had to have a plan B. So with the course I got, there was lots of tutorials and knowledge about making ads and campaigns and social media marketing.
Yeah.
So I thought, in the worst case scenario, if this shit doesn't work out for me, I have to have a plan B, and that was an agency. And
Okay.
since then, I had it in the back of my mind.
So are you still?
Mini hint of what he just said. He said he just bought a program before in the past, right? A lot of you guys for sales reps, most people now, buyers are getting much more smart, right? Meaning the internet space isn't brand new anymore. So whether you're selling a B2B lead gen package or an info product, a coaching product to B2C customers, most people have bought something in the past. And you don't want to be the sales rep that shies away from that because you're afraid to talk about if they had a good or bad experience. The last thing you want is to get to the end of the call, you're trying to close them and they say, hey Alex, sounds great, but listen, I've bought in something in the past that was similar. This one's much more expensive. I need to think about it. Could you send me examples? Could you send me more testimonials and so forth, right? So the way that you get around that is by actually talking about the thing that they bought. Did they see results? What was their experience? If they didn't see results, hey, just so I know, like what would have made the product better that would have brought in you more results for X thing, right? That way they could then talk about actually what I'm looking for is XYZ. And then you could say, beautiful, sounds good. Make a mental note. And then when you pitch, you focus on XYZ, right? Let's say they're looking for someone to hold their hand while they're running advertisements and your product produces that. And the past product they bought didn't. You can now, when you pitch, say, hey, remember how you want someone to hold your hand while you run ads? This is exactly what we're gonna do, XYZ. So if that makes sense, hopefully.
Doing e-commerce now?
Yep.
You are? Okay. So what makes you want to now pivot and look into starting an agency?
Maybe you know it, with dropshipping, the profit margins aren't that good.
Okay.
There's a question, right? It's as simple as that. I heard he was doing e-commerce, made a mental note. When I got to Discovery, he was like, hey man, I know you're doing e-commerce. What the hell wants you to go start an agency, right? And get him to sell himself on that path. What I want to hear is it's going horribly. I hate the business model. I see much more potential with this. Awesome. Right? You just squashed that bug. So another thing I'll say, I feel like I'm being a little bit too laid back with this call. Like I should be way more sharp and hard hitting with my questions. Let's keep watching.
And for like and I don't enjoy it that much because maybe it earns okay, but like what I don't feel like I'm giving quality to my customers, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah.
AliExpress or other products. So I really want to give my clients or my customers a big smile, so that they won't regret accepting my offer.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, bro. I get that too, especially if you're using AliExpress. You know, at the end of the day, they're getting little trinkets getting shipped from China and so forth. So I get what you mean on that. Is that like your full-time gig, drop shipping, or is it something you're just doing on the side?
No, I'm doing it on the side. I'm a chauffeur.
That statement that I gave right there, I shouldn't have given that. And I'll tell you why. Like the less statements, the more questions you could ask is always best. What I should have done is summarized and labeled him, right? So instead of like agreeing with him, like, yeah, drop shipping sucks, e-commerce sucks, I should have said, that makes sense. So what you're saying is that you've been doing e-commerce, but you feel like you're kind of not providing real value for your customers, versus with the agency, you will, and you'll feel more fulfilled. Is that correct? Yes, 100%. That's correct. Awesome, cool. E-commerce, by the way, are you doing this full time? Right, so that should have been my correction with that.
Here in Amsterdam, and that's like my main job.
Okay. Okay. So you're a chauffeur. So with the drop shipping, I mean, do you see good results with that? Are you making money from the business?
Like I seriously started like 3 months ago with starting with the ads, and I got okay results. Still, I know I'm not at my full potential with the drop shipping.
Yeah.
But it's definitely more than I thought I would earn at
Okay.
first.
Okay.
The reason I'm still an overview, you guys, the reason why I haven't pulled this to future state goals right away is because I recognize something. It's called a leverage point. Okay, and as a sales rep, even for yourself, it's really important that you master recognizing leverage points. Let's say this. What is a leverage point? A leverage point is an important point of the conversation that you realize on the prospect that will make him buy at the end of the call, right? And so the leverage point I recognize with Ali is, number one, he's doing a separate business model right now. That is a leverage point that I need to talk about. That way he could tell me why he's switching over to an agency. But number two is that he's bought in a program in the past. And so focusing on those two leverage points, getting him to sell himself down agency, but also getting him to tell me how his experience with the past program he bought and what is he looking for with this one, is what will get him to buy and see that we're different and that this is the right decision for him. So you're about to see how I do that now.
Just out of curiosity, bro, about how much are you making a month through drop shipping?
With drop shipping,
Profit, I guess.
profit.
Yeah.
I think 1.5K to 2Ks.
Okay. Okay, makes sense. And so,
Damn, that's it? Didn't even survive off that, right? Is what I should have said. We'll see what I say. But essentially the reason why I'd say that is to get him to backpedal and be like, yeah, it's not going well. That's why I'm looking to start an agency. Okay, makes sense.
did you ever, for drop shipping, I mean, is that something you taught yourself, or did you like get a program or coaching to
No, I
help
got a
you out?
program.
You
Yeah,
did. Okay.
I got a
Did it help at all?
I have to say, it is one of the more good quality courses here in from the coaches that teaches that in Holland.
Okay.
The course was great. It was a big course with lots of tutorials, and I had also one-on-one coaching.
Okay.
But maybe it was a little bit outdated.
Yeah.
But like I know that currently dropshippers work with agents. They didn't teach that, so I had to find that out for myself.
Yeah.
But if I have to be honest, it was a good program.
Okay. So it was worth it in your eyes, because I
Yeah.
know a lot of people. It's like sometimes they'll start drop shipping and
My follow-up shouldn't have been a statement. It should have been, that makes sense. Well, listen, I know you're doing 1.5, 2K. Ideally, I'm sure you want to make more. What could that program, what could they have provided to you that would have made the path more successful and help you get to 10K a month, right? Essentially what I mentioned earlier. Well, I'm looking for XYZ. Got it. That makes sense. Now I made a mental note and I'll pitch them by using their own language at the end of the call and show them that we provide what other people don't, right? Which I didn't do with this. Another thing too, you guys, is like, you know what questions to ask. Even when he said 1.5 to 2K, I knew that wasn't shit. I should have challenged that right away, but I probably felt uncomfortable. Listen to your intuition as a sales rep. You know what questions to ask. A big thing I focus on is learning to transition to scriptless selling as a sales rep. And in order to do that, you have to trust your intuition. You have to be a good listener and understand where you're going to take the conversation. That way you could ask questions off the top of your head.
You know, they'll buy a program and it's like super shitty and
I got literally a friend of mine who bought a course. It was for like 1K, and it was. I told him not to go with that coach because mine was a little bit more expensive, but I was sure that I got more quality out of it.
Yeah.
And eventually he regretted it buying that because he didn't learn anything.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you do have to be careful, at least with buying online programs. But I mean, bro, what makes you want to, I mean, why not double down with dropshipping and just continue going that direction? Why start the agency?
Right, so I hit it again because I know that's a leverage point. I need him to express why he is so confident on wanting to pivot business models. So hey, why not just continue with e-commerce and double down with that? Why pivot to an agency? So now what you are about to see is how I transition into future state right after this question. Intro overview is done. I'm about to transition into future state and watch how I do.
Like I said, it's not that I don't like hard working. I work a lot and I work hard. But I know with the same amount of hours and effort I put in, I could earn more. That's okay. That's one thing. And like I said, the profit margins are not that good with drop shipping. So you have to not double it down or maybe triple it down to get nice profit. And like I said, from like a moral standpoint, it's not something that I really like inside doing for my customers.
Okay, understood. So it's more like you like the business.
This just popped in my head too. So if you remember earlier, I was talking about squashing bugs and squashing ghosts. I always like to refer like this sales call to a B2B sales call as well, because it's really the same thing, right? There's minor differences, but with squashing bugs, his bug I need to squash is why is he looking to pivot over to starting an agency? For business owners, it could be something different. Let's say you are selling a lead gen package that's gonna help someone generate more leads through paid advertising. And you ask them, hey, what was motivation for booking the call? And they say, well, I'm doing cold email, I'm doing cold calling, but I wanna add paid ads into the mix. Okay, so the last thing you want to happen at the end of the call is to get to the end, you're trying to close a deal and they say, hey, listen, this is expensive. Let me stick with, what I'm doing now for cold outreach and cold email. See if I could get this generating me some more money. And then I'll come back and jump in with paid ads. That is why you need to squash bugs. It's the same thing in this situation as it is for a B2B conversation as well.
Model, and you feel like you could make more from an agency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, makes sense. Well, bro, whenever I speak with people, especially people who,
this is how I transition into future state with this call.
They've tried quite a few online businesses in the past and they're looking to start an agency. From what I've seen, it's usually one of 3 types of freedoms that they're looking for as to why they're starting the business or why they continue starting online businesses. Usually the first thing is like some type of financial freedom, as in like, hey, I have a decent job or I've tried different things, but, I'd like to be able to make more money at the end of the day. Second thing is usually time freedom. Third thing is location freedom. I know everyone wants all 3 in a perfect world, right? But if you did have to narrow it down here, bro, like which would you say is the main focus for you out of those 3?
Too friendly. I need to deliver that way harder. But that was called the 3 freedoms question. Shout out Paul Daly if you're watching this, man. Paul Daly helped me slap that together. So 3 freedoms question, same thing as me asking, hey, what's your goal with starting an agency? Or what's your goal with building out your business? What I realized on this offer was that a lot of people didn't know what their goals were. And so instead of just asking such an open-ended question, I did the 3 freedoms question, right? Which is, hey, listen, most people who start an agency, it's one of 3 types of freedoms that they're looking for, from my experience. It's either financial freedom, location freedom, or time freedom. Out of those 3, I know everybody wants all 3, but what's most important to you? And they say, well, financial freedom. Then you could follow up with like, awesome, well, what does that mean to you? Well, I would love to have the money to buy whatever I want. I would really like to be able to help my mom out and pay her rent, but also get this new house and move to Miami. Awesome, hell yeah, I love that, good vision. With that, I mean, how much do you need to make to be financially free and accomplish those things? And now we're taking him down the path of helping him uncover goals that he may not even recognize he has. Well, I need to make $30,000 a month. Got it, okay. And what are you doing for work, by the way? I'm a chauffeur. You mind if I ask you a question? Yes, no. If you stayed on your same path as a chauffeur, would you ever get to the point of making $30,000 a month and being financially free? No. That is how you ask hard questions and challenge prospects and make them realize that they need to make a change and commit to something new for themselves. It's the same thing with B2B. You mind if I ask you something? You've been trying cold email and cold calling for the past 2 years, and you still haven't broke past 100K a month, which you just told me that was your goal. Do you think you'll ever get to 100K a month if you just continue down that path? No. So what do you need to do? Well, I need to get into paid ads. Awesome. So what are you looking for from our team? That way this is a successful direction that you take, right? So food for thought.
I like to travel the world, and in the past I worked also a couple of jobs. It was like office jobs, and I knew for myself that I wouldn't be happy if I would be like in an office every day or driving to my work.
Yeah.
And since I know that there are opportunities to work just from your laptop from anywhere, just if you have a little bit internet and battery life, you could also do your work.
Yeah.
So that's a main reason.
Another thing, really quick, this guy talks a little bit slow, takes him some time to formulate his thoughts. Notice how I give him space. I'm comfortable with silence, right? I'm not trying to cut him off. I'm not firing in my next question right away. I'm letting him think and give deeper answers. That's how you get people to give those deep answers that you're looking for. You know, analyze your call and see if you cut people off or if you give them room to speak. You know, a lot of times what happens if you cut someone off, and as sales reps, the reason why we do it is because one, we always have our next question fired up in our back pocket. But number 2, there's a lot of sales reps who are uncomfortable with silence. And so we ask, what is your goal? They say 10K per month. They're thinking more. And then you follow up, okay, well, why? Instead of just giving them room to breathe, right? Prospects are more uncomfortable with silence than you are as a salesperson. So if you sit in silence for an extra second or 2, they will replace that silence by justifying what they just said. 10K a month. Yeah, 10K a month because, you know, I'm trying to do X, Y, Z, and this is my big vision and so forth, right? And a lot of times if you cut people off, they just start giving you shorter answers and not going deep and putting thought into your questions. So there's 2 reasons why you do it: to get all the information and not have to work so hard, ask less questions. But number 2 is so that you don't piss somebody off, and then next thing you know, they're just giving you one-worded answers for every single question you ask.
For me, I would like to do my thing wherever I want.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, in combination with like traveling.
Okay, got it. The job you're working now, bro, the chauffeur job, does that tie you down to one location? Like, are you basically stuck in Amsterdam working?
No, not Amsterdam.
That was a passive way of me asking, will you ever have location freedom if you continue being a chauffeur? That's what I should have asked. And I should have asked it much more straightforward. Instead, I asked like a beat around the bush question. Are you tied down to one location as a chauffeur? Of course he is. You gotta hit people. Closers ask hard questions. I used to have a sticky note on my computer that was sitting right here that said closers ask hard questions. That way, whenever I was on a sales call, I could always glance down. And remember, ask that hard question. Ask what's coming to mind.
Only, so it's It's airport airport rides, but focused on businessmen, and they are from everywhere here in Holland.
Okay.
I do feel like this job is mentally tying me down in one place.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I have to be always in my car and always drive to the airport, and yeah, that's the thing that I don't like.
Yeah. Do you enjoy the job you're working at all? Or is it like, hey, if I could get out of this, I would?
Of course he doesn't enjoy it. I should have asked something different with that. Listen, man, a lot of people don't enjoy what they're doing, you know, and not many people are willing to take the risk to walk down the path that will get them to where they want to go. Listen, if you want location freedom, I love that. I know you could tell you're not getting it in your job right now. What do you need to do to accomplish that location freedom and be able to travel and visit your family again, right? You need to coach them to make a decision. You need to lead them. The best salespeople are leaders, right? That's why I like sales so much. I really do think it's a game of self-improvement as a human being. The more dialed that you become outside of sales, with staying true to yourself, keeping true to your own word, you know, the better you become on sales calls, the better you become at leading people to make a decision and buy from you. The best sales reps I know in the world are also very, very dialed human beings outside of sales. And there's a reason why there's that correlation. So if maybe you're having trouble on a calls, think about it. Are you aligned with yourself outside of sales? Are you not keeping true to your own work? And it's making you come onto calls, not be your best self, not be confident, and not be able to guide people to make a decision. So we are at a decent length for this call. I think what I'm gonna do, I said there was a bunch of objections on this call. I haven't seen this in a while. Let's go to those objections. Let's walk through that framework. If you guys want to see me do a video of a full discovery breakdown, how to have a perfect discovery section of your call, comment below. Reason being is if you get an objection, 99% of the time it's because you didn't do well enough in discovery. Discovery is the most important section of your sales call. Asking good questions to pinpoint where someone wants to go, where they're at currently, and what's stopping them from getting there. So let's jump to the end. All right, now here is closing, section number 6.
Skills, and then even how to hire those contractors as well. So
Sounds good.
cool. What questions do you have from that, bro?
I don't.
Cool.
For
No
now, I
questions at all.
No, for now I don't.
Okay, well, is the path clear for you as far?
All right, so let's touch on this. Let's pull this back up, you guys. Now, I didn't show you the pitch, right? I could talk about a video on how to pitch as well, but I've talked about this in 5 things I learned selling for Iman, something like that. It's on my YouTube page where I talk about pitching in the PFS framework. Problem, feature, solution. This is why it's important to have a good discovery side of your call. That way you could pitch using the PFS framework. Hey, you told me your problem is XYZ. Our solution is ABC, and what that's going to do for you is XYZ, right? Your problem is this, our solution is this, our feature is this of our product, and then our solution. What the solution will be for you is XYZ, right? So hopefully that makes sense. PFS, I could touch on it more in a video. I talk about it so much in Sales Group. But with that, now I'm getting into closing. Now, I'm going to say this. Step 1, as soon as you pitch your product, is to exhaust all questions. So as soon as I'm done pitching, what I'll say is, that is about it for me. Do you have any questions for that, right? I want to get to the point where they literally tell me, yeah, I don't have any other questions. That way I could pitch the price or drop the price and close the deal. You know, so with him, if he had a million questions, I'd say, awesome, I'm all done with pitching, essentially, right? What are your questions from that? Well, what does this look like? Yeah, so what this looks like is XYZ. Does that make sense? Yes, beautiful. What other questions do you have? I don't think I have any other questions. Okay, cool, so no other questions? Nope, not at all. Awesome. Then we move to alignment. This is super important. Right? Before you drop the price, you need to get alignment. You need to remind the prospect that the reason why they're going to buy is because it's not because this product sounds cool. It's because they feel that they are aligned with how this product is going to help them reach their goals and solve their problems. So you need to make sure they're aligned. Meaning, awesome, I'm glad you don't have any other questions. Let me ask you this. How do you feel
on this getting you to XYZ goal that you told me that you have? I'm actually super confident, man. I love everything that you touched on today. Cool. Why? Well, I like A, I like B, I like C, I like what's included, and so forth. Awesome. Hell yeah. That's most important, is making sure that you feel like this is going to solve that problem for you and help you reach that goal. But let's do this. So for everything included, it'll be 6 months, ABC, and it'll be $6,000. Then you price drop, right? And from there, I never ask, are you ready to get started? Are you ready to buy? I assume the close. I drop the price, I stay in silence, and I say, cool. If they say nothing, I say, next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Let's get you ready to rock, right? They will either roll with me and buy, or they'll toss out objections when I assume the close. Well, actually, hold up. I think this is something that I need to think about. Then you could handle those objections really quick, then get back into the close, right? So these are the steps for closing. Exact steps you want to take: questions, exhaust, get alignment, price drop, assume the close. Okay, and the big thing with this, the most important piece that most people don't do, is they go too fast in the close. They have a great call. Then they get to closing. As a sales rep, you feel like the sale is coming, right? And you start getting a little jumpy and, speed run through things and ask for the credit card. And next thing you know, the prospect's like, whoa, this is going a little fast. Let me think about it, right? You want to be able to go through closing nonchalant, right? What do people say? Nonchalant redhead. Like, you don't give a shit. What's more important is, awesome, man, that's it for me. You have any questions? Nope, cool. What are your thoughts? Do you feel like this will help you get to XYZ goal? Yeah, 100%. Awesome. Why? Well, I really like everything you guys are doing. Beautiful. Let's do it. I'm super excited for you, man. You are going to crush it. Let's do this. For everything that we touched on, it is lifetime access. We are going to be giving you X, Y, Z. We're going to make sure that you get to that 10K a month goal. All it'll be is an investment of $6,000. Silence. Awesome. Let's get it started. Let's do it. And then assume the close, move into taking payment. That is how you do it. Okay, so some people have different kind of steps for this, but the big thing is keeping pace when you're closing. Keep pace, right? You do such a good job in the entire call, and then you get to closing and you get antsy and you lose the sale in the last 5 minutes of the call.
I don't.
Cool. No questions at all.
No, for now I don't.
Okay, well, is the path clear for you as far as like what we provide to help you get to that 10K per month?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Sorry. One question. If I get the one-on-one coaching, you said it was like for 1 year, but how many calls do I get with my coach?
So your coach, technically over Zoom, you guys will be meeting about once a month, right? But it is the coach's job to be checking in with you, bro. So you will have their phone number, you'll have all their contact info. That way, if you have questions throughout the day, you could just ask your coach.
Okay, great.
Cool.
Yeah. Sounds clear.
Cool. What else? Did any other questions pop up?
Again, right? He said no questions. I tried to get alignment. He came up with questions. And so I hit it again. Let's exhaust it. Any other questions pop up? No. What I should do after this is get alignment.
No, for now, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Well, for you, I think what I asked, is everything clear for you as far as how we get you to that 10K per month?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's wrong. It's not about it being clear. It's not about the path being clear. It's how do you feel on this getting you to 10K per month? That's how I should have asked it, right? It doesn't matter, like, some people, they think they're getting alignment by saying, does everything make sense with how we get you to XYZ goal? It doesn't matter if it makes sense. It matters if they feel like this is the right thing for them. So you need to be direct with alignment. Do you feel like this will get you to XYZ goal that you told me you had?
Well, if you were to scale it, right? Let's scale it 1 to 10. It kind of like a selfish question on my end. 1 being, bro, get me the hell off this call. I don't want to talk to you anymore. 10 being, this is like the perfect thing that'll help me grow your agency. What would you say?
I would say 1.
You'd say 1.
No. I'm joking.
It's the shirt. It's the shirt.
It's the shirt, yeah.
Like, I knew I shouldn't wear this shirt. You're cool.
I would give a strong 8.
A strong 8. Okay. And so in an 8, what would make it from an 8 to a 10 for yourself?
I think think more detailed. About the thing is why I don't give you a 10. I still got a couple of questions. That was the thing.
Yeah.
So a little bit more detailed, I would give it a 10. But for the
Okay.
rest, your energy is good. One thing I also like is I got on calls on more coaches, and they all sound very boring, unexcited, or not even laughing. So that's nice.
And I sound enthusiastic as hell. I want to be there. I'm locked in, sharp as a tack, expert in my field.
There you go. Well, cool, bro. Well, if you have some more questions, I mean, let's just tackle those, whatever's top of mind for you.
Yeah, it's hard for me to now make up questions. For now, I really don't have any questions.
Okay.
It's also a thing because I did my homework before this call, so I know lots of things about the program.
You watched the pre-call preparation video, right? It sold him into, he understands a lot, he has a visual representation, he's ready to do this.
So that's not on you.
Okay. Okay. Well, cool, man. Well, I mean, what are your thoughts? Is this something you're ready to get started with?
Yeah, I'm ready to start.
All
Building up.
right. Cool, bro. Well, just so you know, next steps, I just need to help you get your account set up, and then I'll also get you scheduled with your coach. Takes like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Cool, man. So let's do this. Have you registered on Grow Your Agency?
Pretty sure I got objections, it's long in the end. So one thing I'll say is pace. I kept really good pace with that post close. I took my time, right? I got alignment multiple times. He told me I had questions. I didn't speed run into the credit card. I followed up with, did that answer your question? Yes, cool. What other questions, right? One question I asked to get alignment was the 1 through 10 question, which I feel like I'm saying that a lot right now. 1 through 10, right? If you were to scale this between 1 to a 10, 1 being Alex, I hate your glasses, get me the hell off this call. 10 being this is the perfect thing that will get you to XYZ goal. Where would you rank yourself, right? The reason why you ask that is to number one, get alignment, but also pre-handle objections. Let's say he says it's a 7. Okay, let me ask you this. What would make it from a 7 to a 9? Well, actually, what would make it from a 7 to a 9 is like having more coaching calls. Oh, actually, let me re-break that down. You get XYZ. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, how are you feeling now? Yeah, that makes it more like a 9 or a 10. Cool, then you get to the close, right? If I didn't do that, there's a chance that that missing piece of clarity that made it a 7 for him was going to be an objection that stopped the close. You want to exhaust everything to the point where you drop the price and it's either fuck yes or fuck no. One thing I will say too, I don't really like the 1 through 10 question anymore. Too many people used it. It raises red flags. So now I just ask very simply, alignment. How do you feel on this getting you to XYZ goal? They tell me why. And then they tell me yes or no, and then I follow up with why. So that way they sell themselves on why this will get into XYZ goal. Last piece, I didn't drop the price. I think it was because Iman went through a period of time where he shared the price in the pre-call video. And so I didn't need to drop the price, I believe. It was 2 years ago. But if I were to drop the price, what I would do is value stack the shit out of the price. Awesome. So for what we touched on, it's a year for XYZ that we're including and helping you get to XYZ goal and that big rainbow. It'll be $6,000. Then sit in silence and have them be like, okay, cool, let's do it. Next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. We'll get you ready to rock. Is that cool? Boom. Take them to the close. Right, so I wish you guys saw the price drop. I have more close calls where I price drop. I have more on YouTube that you could watch where I price drop.
Oh, just use this last link in the chat right here. That is the checkout cart. Then as soon as you pop through that, everything will unlock and I will get you set with your coach.
Kijk nou. Wel genoeg te doen op mijn heb. Do I have to pay now immediately? Because I don't have enough of this card, so then I have to deposit.
Okay. Yeah, brother. That should be cool. Only thing is I do want to make sure you get the coaching included. I mean, how about this? How much do you have set to the side, at least on the card you currently have?
1K.
1K. Okay. what we could do, we could get you started with that, and then once you deposit it, you could just pop in and pay the remaining later.
Actually don't remember what the damn objections were in this call. That's logistics, right? So logistics meaning he wants to do this. He just needs to start at a different day because he didn't have enough money on his card. So he had to deposit cash, right? So the option that I gave him was, hey, how much do you have? Awesome, let's put that down and you could pay the remaining on Monday or on Tuesday, right? I think I got more objections. We'll see right now. But also with that, I did one thing wrong, which is I sent him the checkout cart rather than asking him for his card information. That's super important. I'd say it's pretty important because when you send them a checkout link, it becomes much more real for a prospect, and there's a higher chance that they just exit out of the call and peace the fuck out, right? So whenever you're gonna close someone, open the checkout cart on your side and ask them for their card information and type the card information for them and then click pay. It's a biggie. So I should have done that. I didn't. I sent him the checkout cart. I'm lucky he didn't leave. Let's see if more objections came up.
Later.
Okay. Yeah, okay, sure.
That's cool. Okay, we'll just do that, bro. And then just let me know, like, as long as you text me by like Monday or Tuesday, you could just pay the remaining then. I don't have an issue with that. So
that was it. I thought I had more objections. I apologize, guys. This was labeled as an objection handling call in my files. I guess I didn't have many. Well, one thing I will say is once you get really good at closing, the best closers, they don't get objections, they get questions and logistics, right? So that's all I got with him was just logistics. And yeah, that was a super solid call. At the free training, I'm going to give you guys a training that my sales mentor gave me a few years back that helped me so much with objection handling, improving my close rate, becoming a better sales rep. I'm also going to include a ton of other resources as well for everybody that talks about landing top 1% sales roles, how to master discovery, how to have a proper sales call, and so forth. All this stuff is going to help you a ton. If you check it out, I guarantee you will close more deals, you will make more money, just like tons of people that I work with have using the same training. No paywall, it's completely for you guys. Just click the link below. Hopefully this was helpful. Once you learn to sell, you will never starve. Thanks.